The statue was shattered under the divine catastrophe and turned to dust. Huang Shi, who had exhausted everything like an oil lamp run dry, integrated into the statue and could no longer bear the authority of the divine catastrophe. Just one blow and he had completely disappeared from the world. Only his voice was still reverberating. Take 9 states as a whole, and Huang Shi was really just a minor character, but it was he who blocked all the saints of the 9 states. His death made Huang Shi a memorable name in the 9 states. At this time, everyone from the Barren State arrived. Sword Demon, Zhuge Qingfeng, Yu Qi, Su Shang and the others stared at the disappearing shadow of Huang Shi, and they sighed in their hearts. In the past, on the Barren Sky ranking, Huang Shi ranked 5th, Zhuge Qingfeng 6th, Dozhan 7th, Yu Qi 8th, and Su Shang 9th. Now, all of those old-timers had come together and cultivated in the Holy Ji Palace. Dozhan had already stepped into Saint Plain and fulfilled his dream, and now Huang Shi had finally ushered in his own divine catastrophe, but he had gone with it instead. They could feel that Huang Shi went very calmly, knowing that he was indeed a descendant of Ren Huang, and that his own descendant had received the inheritance of Ren Huang and he had a chance to experience the divine path. It was true that he had no more regrets. Furthermore, as a sage he had prevented the saints from coming forwards and even seriously injured Saint Ji, who ranked 5th on the sage and saint ranking of the 9 states. It was also a notable record. From this day forward in Barren State, the name of Huang Shi as the master of the Huang clan would surely resound throughout the Barren State. "Old man, be at peace," they said in their hearts. Looking at the direction of Yi Futian and Huang Zhuge, they felt gratified, but at the same time a touch of sadness. These young people had finally caught up with them, and would replace them soon, and old guys such as themselves may end up like Huang Shi. If there was such a day one day, would they leave this world as calmly as Huang Shi? The imperial mausoleum collapsed, the heavens and the earth returned its clarity, and a gentle breeze was blowing. Shadows came out of the sky, and it was the saints who marched toward Huang Zhuge. The cultivator who came with the princess was the first to be at her side, and his eyes glanced at Yi Futian coldly. They didn't know what had happened, but this guy had dared to confront the princess. Was it he who blocked the princess's way to receive the inheritance? As if he had not seen it, Huang Zhuge came to the place where Huang Shi had disappeared. There was no more trace of Huang Shi. Yi Futian walked quietly next to him and said nothing. He felt the same pain in his heart. When the old man was at Crouching Dragon Mountain, the third senior brother Gu Donglu was ascending the mountain, and they had opposed the marriage between Bai Luli and Zhuge Mingyue. Huang Shi had advocated for them. And after the war outside the palace, how he had moved the clan into the palace. All of these he had remembered in his mind. Now, that man whose name was known throughout the Barren State was now gone. "Elder uncle, I am here. The Huang clan is also here," Yi Futian said silently in his heart. With Xia Qingyuan's words, no one from the upper and lower worlds could take away the inheritance that belonged to the Huang clan or the sovereign family. All the cultivators of 9 states wanted to move on it. However, Xia Qingyuan said nothing, so they dared not to make a move first. The inheritance of Ren Huang should have belonged to Xia Qingyuan. So, until the princess expressed her position, they were in no place to contest for it. Saint Xia was also in the crowd. His eyes landed on Princess Xia Qingyuan. When he saw that she was watching Yi Futian, he couldn't help but secretly sweat for Yi Futian. This bastard did not really, as rumor had it, battle with the princess outside the mausoleum to compete for the inheritance? To fight, one needed to be alive, just as one also needed to be alive in order to hold on to something. The dispute between the holy lands of 9 states will still follow the same rules set by my father. Xia Qingyuan's sight came back to her people and she said something to them. Suddenly, countless cultivators concentrated their sights as well. They had not known what had happened in the mausoleum. Did this mean that the princess had abandoned the inheritance? Moreover, what was her intention to remind everyone Emperor Xia's rules? Was she concerned that there would be blood flowing like rivers in the 9 states? Xia Qingyuan did not care about the thoughts of these people, and she did not need to care either. She looked at Li Yao and said, "Since the inheritance of Ren Huang has already found an owner, it is time for you to go back." Li Yao smiled and said, "The princess is not very hospitable. I was thinking of traveling within the realm of Emperor Xia. He waved his hand toward his people and left, choosing not to get into the fray here. The imperial mausoleum was discovered by them, but they did not get what they came for. They had lost. Since they had lost, if they now wanted to seize the inheritance forcibly, Xia Qingyuan would probably not look upon it kindly. After all, this was still the territory of Emperor Xia. No matter how strong he would not be able to overrule Xia Qingyuan. "Let's go," Xia Qingyuan said, and took her leave with her people. Many from the upper worlds left with her, and a number of cultivators from Lihan Heaven cast a cold glance at Yifutian. The little princess was really generous. She did not even care to fight for it. Soon, this space was left only with the cultivators from the 9 states. Because the imperial mausoleum had collapsed, many cultivators from the barren state in the distance had moved closer to this area. Looking at it, all cultivators of the 9 states had gathered here. The magnificent sight would likely not be repeated in this lifetime. Although Xia Qingyuan had left, the atmosphere of this space was even more oppressed. Although no one spoke, everyone could feel the subtlety in the air. The abandonment of Xia Qingyuan meant that the real chaos was yet to come. Holy lands of the 9 states could all now fight for it. For Yifutian to attempt to keep the inheritance, everyone at the Holy Ji Palace might die without a burial place. Which holy land could withstand the anger of all the holy lands of the 9 states? Huang Shi had previously offended many people, and Huang Zhouge actually wanted to be able to keep the inheritance. Great Zhou Sacred King, you missed. Saint Shihua looked at Zhou Jiming. The Great Zhou Sacred King and Glass Saint were the first 2 people who entered the mausoleum, but in the end, the inheritance was obtained by Huang Zhouge. Saint Shihu was rather puzzled. Great Zhou Sacred King revealed a strong murderous intent, his eyes sweeping toward Yifutian. As for what happened in the mausoleum, he did not say, and for what Yifutian did to the Glass Saint, he was too ashamed to tell. As for Yifutian's defeat of Xia Qingyuan, he would not divulge because 1, he was leery of Xia Qingyuan's position, and 2, he did not want the people of 9 states to know that Yifutian was so outstanding. Because once they knew, inevitably some would want to start hedging their bets, much like the Yu clan. Now that Huang Zhouge had received the inheritance, if Yifutian wanted to keep it, then he was destined to be enemies with all of 9 states. No matter how strong he was, there was only death in his future. With Yifutian's temperament, he would never surrender the inheritance. So, this would be a dead end, and he wanted to see just how would Yifutian resolve this. The princess's words have already been made very clear. No matter how you fight, if the rules set by the Emperor Xia were not followed, don't complain when I discipline you. Saint Xia suddenly spoke and surprised everyone. This leader of the 9 states had always been a gentle old man, who did not fight for much of anything. He himself already stood at the top of 9 states. What was the meaning behind what he said? But at least it indicated that Saint Xia himself had given up the competition for the inheritance, which was a good thing. Blessings and disasters often depend on each other. Don't fight for it. Saint Li of the 9 State College said to those of the college. The disciples of the 9 State College all nodded and came next to Saint Li to observe the scene unfolding. The inheritance of Ren Huang, no matter who took possession of it, would be too hot to handle. Since the 2 topmost figures in 9 states had withdrawn, among the people present, Saint Ji was the strongest. Saint Ji suffered serious injury previously to Huang Shi. He couldn't take it out on Huang Shi now, so for sure Saint Ji would not let Huang Zhouge off the hook. What was more, he had not avenged the death of GMO with the people of Holy Ji Palace. At this time, Saint Ji stood in the void. His eyes looked around at the crowd and pointed to Huang Zhouge, saying, "There is only one of him. How would you fight for it?" Saint Ji spoke as if he did not regard Huang Zhouge as a person, but an item who deserved this because he had received the inheritance of Ren Huang. Everyone understood what Saint Ji was saying. Even someone as strong as Saint Ji dared not say that he would directly swallow Huang Zhouge. No principality here could afford to make enemies with the forces of the 9 states. The instant when Xia Qingyuan gave it up, it was destined to be a complicated situation. "What advice does Saint Ji have?" said the clan chief of the E clan, not caring at all about his position, and of course caring even less how the people of the Holy Ji Palace in Barren State would view him. Right now, in this situation, how many from the Holy Ji Palace could leave alive? Even if Yi Futian surrendered Huang Zhoge, Saint Ji would not so easily let go of the power that killed GMO. With the tendency of the Lord of the Hall of Holy Light to protect the bully, and with sworn enemies such as Shihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, how could the Holy Ji Palace survive? And should they fasten their hopes on the Yu clan, who was also of the Summer State? Under such circumstances, it was difficult to say if the Yu clan had the courage to intervene. Or, with the temptation of the inheritance of Renhuang, could the Yu clan not be seduced themselves? Those holy lands that are interested to fight for it send one man in. Whoever killed him may claim him. How is that? Saint Ji pointed to Huang Zhoge and continued, using Huang Zhoge's life as a bet. Whosoever killed Huang Zhoge may claim his dead body. He has the inheritance of Renhuang. Saint Ji would really be willing to kill him? The clan chief of Yi clan asked casually. Many agreed that, at the moment, they were somewhat reluctant to kill Huang Zhoge because they wanted him alive. Then how about him? Saint Ji changed the direction of his finger slowly, and it landed in the direction of Yi Futian. The one who killed Yi Futian would get Huang Zhoge. Everyone from the Holy Lands were silent, considering whether it was any merit in what Saint Ji had just said. First of all, this rule favored Saint Ji. Everyone knew Jia, who ranked second on the sage list, was present here. If all the cultivators of Holy Lands were to make a move at the same time, it would be easiest for Jia to kill Yi Futian. What was more, even if someone was really about to get rid of Yi Futian, would other Holy Lands really be willing to give up Huang Zhoge? In this game, Yi Futian and his people were in the center of the vortex, but everyone also had a stake in it. At this time, below in the crowd, Yi Futian looked up calmly at Saint Ji, who was floating in the void. Just exactly what did Saint Ji think he and Huang Zhoge would do? Merely be pawns of their bets? He wanted to see, today, who could come and take the inheritance. Yi Futian looked down from the sky at the mighty ones from the Holy Lands and said, I've told you that the Renhuang ruins are left behind by the ancestors of the sovereign family, who studies in the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State. I'm not taking the lineage, and the princess isn't taking it either. With Huang Zhoge, a descendant of Renhuang, having obtained the lineage left behind by his ancestor, we shall call it a day with the matter of the Renhuang ruins. All the others wore peculiar expressions hearing Yi Futian's words. While Xianxia had indeed been generous enough not to take the lineage, yet Yi Futian was not a saint despite being immensely talented, and he had dared to tell the top-notch figures of the 9 states to call it a day as a sage. No one cares. Saint Shihua snickered sarcastically, and the sacred king was in no hurry as well. While he had personally witnessed how peerless Yi Futian's powers truly were, but that mattered little, as over half of mighty ones ranked on the sage ranking from all holy lands throughout the 9 states gathered there, and all of them held divine implements. While Yi Futian was indeed peerless below the saint plane, but if he intended to protect Huang Zhoge's lineage, none there would have let him walk out alive. Saint Ji took a plain look at Yi Futian and paid him no heed. From his perspective, Yi Futian and the ones from the Barren State were all dead people. He would have seen to it that the Holy Ji Palace perished to avenge GMO. You're not making sense, Palace Lord Yi. The ruins belong to anyone capable enough of taking it, and the place shall belong to the one who would take it first. Wouldn't it be easier if we just see who shall be the one who take it first before everyone else? Why do we need to fight about this? The current Palace Lord of the Ocean Palace, the Ocean Saint, said. Yi Futian took a look at him and saw the saints from the 3 major holy lands from the endless ocean stood together. They would have probably reached a consensus telepathically earlier. While the 3 holy lands from the endless ocean were not exactly at friendly terms with each other, and they tried to one-up each other all the time, but none of that prevented them from allying with each other at the moment. It would have been splendid for them to just take Huang Zhoge and decide what to do with him after returning to the endless ocean. Fighting among themselves internally was deemed a better option than fighting the Holy Lands from all over the 9 states after all. I agree to Saint Ji's suggestion, the Nether Saint from the North Deep said plainly. The 3 Holy Lands from the Ocean State had no edge over those from the Summer State, Qi State and War State. If they were to simply fight in a free-for-all manner, the Holy Lands from the Ocean State had a slim chance of coming out on top. If they were to ally with each other per St. Ji's rules, then they would have still stood a chance. The lineage of Renhuang was very tempting after all. Both the upper and lower worlds of Emperor Xia's realm had only one master, Emperor Xia. The sight one would have been able to see at Renhuang Plain was a dream shared by all saints, and none dared claim themselves to be totally uninterested. Huang Zhouge was but a sage and a common student in the Holy Ji Palace, and none there deemed him fit to take the Renhuang lineage. While they would have called Yi Futian's demise a waste, but they would have not minded much. If Yi Futian were to take such a route, then he shall simply die for it. Very well. St. Ji nodded. With that said, that's how it shall go then, the clan leader of the E-clan said in agreement to St. Ji's opinion. Kill Yi Futian and take Huang Zhouge. The saints from all other holy lands said nothing, but their eyes were all on Yi Futian and they all had their own agendas. Many sages stepped out at that moment and sealed the space off completely. Escape was no longer an option for those from the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State. It was a scene that the people from the Barren State found harrowing, and they gathered around Yi Futian, looking at the mighty ones from all over the 9 states in the sky with determined eyes. They had never expected that there would have been a day where they would make enemies out of everyone else in the 9 states. All of them were wondering if they would have simply perished that day. Yi Futian looked up at the people from other holy lands in the sky, and he smirked all of a sudden. Becoming enemies of the entire 9 states, the 3 holy lands of the Endless Ocean, the E-clan and St. Ji had all made their stand. It was apparent that they deemed Yi Futian little more than a dead man by then, having no qualms of offending him. The Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State has had to deal with the Xihua Sacred Mountain, the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, and the Jisheng Cliffs, and now more were added to the list of their enemies. Such was the temptation of Renhuang's lineage. If Xia Qingyuan had not relinquished, no one would have dared to fight against her. Lineages might have been important, but their lives more so. But since Xia Qingyuan had given up on it, they saw it fit to fight instead. Treasures had ways of messing with the minds of people, and the saints were no exceptions. Students of the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State, fight alongside me, Yi Futian said. His voice sounded calm yet very solemn. All of those from the Holy Ji Palace stood behind him without making a sound. It was a sight that impressed many. The unity of the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State was fearsome like no other. They knew they would have died fighting, and they still chose to fight. In the perspective of the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State, they saw no other choice but to fight at the moment. While their actions were commendable, the others at the other side deemed that they must die nonetheless. The others from holy lands all over the 9 states did not sympathize with them just because they were commendable. The spectators of the battles from Zhongzhou City from afar were thoroughly impressed. So that's how determined the Holy Ji Palace, the holy land of our Barren State, truly is then. Since the day the young man took charge of the Holy Ji Palace, that holy land of the Barren State became firm and unyielding, so much so that they were willing to take on the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty and massacred the Jisheng Cliffs. Even at the moment when they came to make enemies out of the 9 states, they did not flinch. Some of the top forces like the Shiman clan looked from afar and feared that the battle might have simply brought an end to the Barren State. That kid has to go this far, Saint Xia cursed beneath his breath. So he's going to do it even though he knows that he stands no chance then? While Yi Futian had went all the way up to the 9th layer of heaven, but things at present were far more dire than it had been at the 9th layer of heaven. That bastard sure doesn't know where he stands. However, the unyielding determination displayed impressed him nonetheless. The young is truly fearsome. Jiang Yuechan came to the side of the glass saint in another corner. It was an ending that she had never expected would have happened. If Yi Futian were to perish there, it would have been the end of the lapis lazuli holy temple. Madam, why is he able to get the lineage? Jiang Yuechan asked the glass saint telepathically, feeling rather vexed. The glass saint looked at Yi Futian and felt complicated. Would Yi Futian be able to kill his way out of this? He defeated Xia Qingyuan. The glass saint continued to reply Jiang Yuechan telepathically. If it hadn't been for the fact that he had just made enemies out of the entire 9 states, no one would have been able to stop him from leaving. Jiang Yuechan shuddered. Is Yi Futian really that powerful? If such a person were to become a saint, he would have struck fear into the minds of the Zhou sacred king and Saint Shihua. Jiang Yuechan's eyes flashed with determination. There was still hope for miracles. It made sense that they chose to stand their ground and fight. Jiang Yuechan stepped out looking determined. Yuechan, the glass saint called as she saw the girl walking out. Madam, saints are forbidden from fighting. There is still a chance. Jiang Yuechan continued to step forward and said to the moon saint telepathically, Saint Yu, I'm the one who killed the people of Yu clan. The moon saint was unable to help but look down at Jiang Yuechan, but there was hardly any surprise found in his eyes. The glass saint fell out with the Zhou sacred king right after they entered the imperial mausoleum. He came to realize that something was going on. As such, he did not interfere when Saint Shihua and the Zhou sacred king allied themselves against the glass saint. He felt rather peculiar as to why Jiang Yuechan owned up to that. Do you know why the princess had been able to let Huang Zhouge take the lineage right before the princess, Senior Moon Saint? Jiang Yuechan continued to speak to him telepathically. The Moon Saint felt peculiar as well. Having two saints and Xiaoqing Yuan around meant that Yi Futian's chance of getting it being the smallest. Yet, the lineage of Ren Huang was taken by Huang Zhouge nonetheless. Yi Futian had defeated the princess. Jiang Yuechan continued telepathically. Not only that, it was thanks to Yi Futian taking on the sky stairwell that Yi Wuqian had been able to come back alive. He tore through the entire Juqian temple at the upper worlds and made short work of the geniuses up there, taking back Yi Wuqian alive. Didn't you find it odd that Saint Xia, the princess and those from the upper worlds were treating Yi Futian in a rather peculiar manner? The moon saint's eyes became pointed. Jiang Yuechan's words were able to make sense of many things and everything seemed clear by then. Saint Xia seemed to have been helping Yi Futian one way or another inconspicuously. The princess' attitude towards Yi Futian seemed rather peculiar as well, claiming that there was nothing Yi Futian dared not do. The Yu clan had wanted to form a marriage alliance with Yi Futian almost exclusively due to his potential. With the barren state facing enemies from all sides from the 9 states at present, if the Yu clan is able to provide assistance, it would be a far better option than a marriage alliance. Jiang Yuechan continued. Further, despite things looking grim for the barren state at the moment, it is clear that Saint Xia admired Yi Futian immensely and Saint Li of the 9-state college had some relations with him as well. Yi Futian had visited the college several times and had a rather peculiar relationship with Saint Jiang. Furthermore, the Lord of the Vajra region taught Yu Shang personally as well. If you're to making your stand here, Senior Moon Saint, and the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple backing him up, things would actually look less severe than they seem at the moment. I believe many holy lands are simply sitting on the fence at the moment. What has all of that have to do with you then? The Moon Saint finally spoke and replied coldly. Since Jiang Yuechan had killed people from the Yu clan, there was hardly any way he would have left her alive. I've been staying at Zhongzhou City after Jisheng Cliffs was wiped out. The assassination attempt was something that I've planned and it had nothing to do with the Glass Saint. You should be able to realize that I was unable to wait for the Glass Saint's orders given how things were moving so fast, and I did not expect mighty ones from the Yu clan would have visited the Holy Ji Palace. As such, there is no need for you to be angry at the Glass Saint. She would stand alongside you and the side of the Holy Ji Palace, as that is the trend of things at present. Jiang Yuechan continued to spoke to the Moon Saint telepathically when she reached the side where Yi Futian and the others stood. Shen then said, That is all that I've to say and I believe you'd have your thoughts about it all, Senior. Yi Futian might die here today, but if he were to survive today, it would have been anyone's guess. How far someone who had been willing to relinquish his right to fight for Ren Huang's lineage and defeated Xiaoqing Yuan, who was thought to be more talent than Emperor Xia, would be able to go. I dare not think, and I probably wouldn't get to see it anyway. I'm willing to offer my life for make-up for the deaths of the Yu clan's people. I would not be walking out of here alive. The truth of that assassination shall never be known. The world shall remember that when Yi Futian of the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State made enemies out of the 9 states, you, the Moon Saint, stood by him through thick and thin. As for me, Jiang Yuechan, is a nobody and no one would have even remembered my death. I do not have the luxury of being remembered anyway. After Jiang Yuechan was done with her telepathic conversation, she turned her eyes at all in the air and said with a brimming voice, "The lineage has found its master, and there is no need to fight any further for it. You're all saints of the 9 states nonetheless, and it is rather despicable seeing how you bully the holy Ji Palace of the Barren State. I've long admired Palace Lord Ye's bearing, and I shall stand by the holy Ji Palace." The mighty ones in the air looked at Jiang Yuechan with peculiar eyes, finding it baffling that Jiang Yuechan was walking to her death just like that. But then again, they deemed such an incident unworthy of further thought. Since she had a death wish, then they shall oblige her. Yi Futian, who was about to do battle, looked at her feeling rather surprised. Jiang Yuechan admires me? Both of them hardly talked to each other, and he was not arrogant enough to think that a beautiful woman who was ranked on the sage ranking would have loved him so much that she was willing to die for him. That would have sounded too far-fetched. Furthermore, he knew that Jiang Yuechan had her reasons for killing the ones from the Yu clan, and she had probably been doing it for the Glass Saint. He was able to sense the air of a martyr from Jiang Yuechan. He and the people of the Yu clan had investigated the deaths of those mighty ones from the Yu clan, sensing a sliver of aura left behind. The Yu clan probably was able to see something from how the Glass Saint had turned on the Zhou Sacred King after entering the Imperial Mausoleum. If things were indeed like that, Jiang Yuechan was indeed having a death wish. None of those in the air paid any heed to Jiang Yuechan's words. Her status as one ranked in the sage ranking remained unimportant in front of the saints. Furthermore, what was at hand involved acquiring the lineage of Renhuang, and they would have cared nothing about Jiang Yuechan's wish. Jia walked out first before everyone else and took a cold at Jiang Yuechan below. Nothing wrong with adding one more to the list. Yu Shang of the Holy Ji Palace had driven a wedge in his plans using the power of demonization, and GMO was killed right before his eyes. He was determined to not let a single one from the Holy Ji Palace leave the place alive. If Jiang Yuechan wanted to fight alongside the Holy Ji Palace, then she shall simply die together with them. "Yuechan, get back here," the Glass Saint said coldly. She knew without a doubt that everything Jiang Yuechan had been doing was for her sake. They had been supporting each other while shouldering the vengeance of their clan being obliterated and came all the way to where they were at present. While Jiang Yuechan's talents were not exceptional, but she had nonetheless made it all the way to become a mighty one ranked on the sage ranking with indomitable belief and will. There was no way the Glass Saint would have simply let Jiang Yuechan send herself to death's door like that. "Madam, I apologize for being unable to take your orders this once." Jiang Yuechan replied the Glass Saint telepathically. "If Yi Futian is able to leave this place alive today, you can further the relations with Yi Futian. Please take good care of yourself after I'm gone. I shall serve you again in the next life." She took a look at the Moon Saint's direction after she was done talking and took one step towards him. She knew that she had to die one way or another. A life for a life. She owned up to her actions and knew that day would have came when she acted against those mighty ones from the Yu clan. However, she had no regrets. The truth paled in comparison to getting the Yu clan to side with Yi Futian. No one would have cared about the truth when she died. Yi Futian did not get in Jiang Yuechan's way. It was her own choice. Her fate was sealed when she decided to assassinate the Yu clan's people. Even if there was not such a scuffle taking place at present, there was no way the mighty ones of the Yu clan would have spared her. "Kill her," St. Ji said plainly without any sign of emotion. Seeing how Jiang Yuechan continued walking, several mighty ones ranked on the sage ranking made their move. Kong Yao of Jisheng Cliffs moved. His divine elephant brought immense pressure to their surroundings. Jiang Yuechan shuddered, but remained staying in the air and continued moving. Zhong Kuei of the Xihua Sacred Mountain walked. Sounds of the bell rang in their surroundings and Jiang Yuechan's speed slowed. Li Daoqiu extended his arm and grabbed at the air, seemingly about to freeze the space. Jiang Yuechan's speed got increasingly slow. 2 beams of light flashed. Jia and Ji Mu of the Hall of Holy Light acted at the same time. The swords of holy light flashed in their hands and they drew a dazzling arc. Jiang Yuechan's body was pierced and blinding light emerged from her body. She was torn to blinding shreds at the very next moment, reduced to nothing right there and then. 5 mighty ones ranked on the sage ranking attacked her at the same time, and one of them had been Jia, ranked 2nd, and Kong Yao, ranked 9th. There was simply no way Jiang Yuechan would have been able to stand against such attacks. Furthermore, she had a death wish to begin with and never intended to come out alive. Many throughout the 9 states had no idea why Jiang Yuechan wanted to die, but the glass saint was not one of them. A streak of tears rolled from her eyes, a sight that would have broken the hearts of many. While she was trained in the ways of cutting off emotions, there was no way she would have been able to rid herself of all emotions nonetheless. The woman who had been following her and calling her madame since young left her for good right there and then, and that woman died for her. She recalled her younger days when a servant girl stood behind her and helped her with makeup, looking at the mirror saying, "Madam, your looks is such that even I as a girl would have fallen for you. I wonder who would be the lucky man to become your husband. He would definitely be the happiest man in the world." Jiang Yuechan was unable to see that day realized. She only saw her master being betrayed and sold out by the man who was to be her master's husband. Her clan obliterated, and she lived a hard life ever since. The glass saint put all her time and effort into her training in order to avenge her clan's destruction, and Jiang Yuechan herself became a mighty one ranked on the sage ranking. Beautiful women were doombringers, and she was indeed a doombringer. Her clan was killed because of her, and she ended her fiancé's family personally. She had even brought doom to her teacher and at present to Yuechan. It was something that would have probably ended only when she died. However, it was not her time to die yet, because Zhou Jiming still lived, despite telling Yuechan to return to her. But she knew without doubt that there was no way Yuechan would have been able to come out of this alive. As such, she never tried to earnestly get in the Jiang Yuechan's way, making a pathetic and selfish woman. She did not wipe her tears, and whatever tears she shed quickly dried. She did not shed any further tears and simply looked at Jia, Kong Yao, Zhong Kuei, and the others. Those people were backed by Saint Ji, and Saint Shihua. Present, she seemed to have cared for more than just taking her revenge against Zhou Jiming. Yi Futian took a look at the glass saint's direction and saw the streak of tears at the corner of her eyes, looking deplorable yet beautiful. The glass saint seemed to look even more despaired than when she was bullied, a despair that was utterly silent. She probably knew that there was no way she would have been able to keep Yuechan alive. He sighed deep down, and her resentment towards both the glass saint and Jiang Yuechan reduced somewhat. Every single person had something they treasure more than anything else. While Jiang Yuechan's methods were rather despicable, she nonetheless ended up atoning with her life. He was able to relate to how the glass saint was feeling at the moment. The current predicament with the Holy Ji Palace looked just as despair-inducing. They have just made enemies with the 9 states, and their chance of emerging in one piece was slim. However, all who stood by him were willing to fight to the death by his side. They, like Jiang Yuechan, had their own beliefs which they had to see through. He would have never let himself ended up like the glass saint, who had been unable to protect her own. It was fine to make enemies out of the 9 states. If the people of the 9 states were out to take the lives of the students of the Holy Ji Palace, then he shall slaughter his enemies until a river of blood flowed. Yi Futian gradually took to the air. Countless eyes were fixed on Yi Futian at that moment, seemingly having forgotten about Jiang Yuechan's death. Jiang Yuechan remained insignificant. While she was a mighty one ranked on the sage ranking, but that status meant nothing in the predicament they found themselves in. How she died and her reason of death were things that no one cared about. Everyone cared only about one thing at the moment: who shall be the one to take Renhuang's lineage? Many mighty ones from holy lands made a move as they saw Yi Futian rose to the air. Jia held the sword of holy light in his hand as he wreaked murderous intent. Kong Yao stood in the air like a god, looking down at Yi Futian. The 2 top mighty ones on the sage ranking from Shihua Sacred Mountain were incredibly cold, and their killing intent just as strong. Zhou Huang and Zhou Mian of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty moved. A will of heat spread throughout their surroundings as they launched themselves at Yi Futian. Mighty ones ranked on the sage ranking from the 3 holy lands from the Endless Ocean made a move, locking down the space. Mighty ones from the Yi clan moved as they carried bows and arrows in their hands, pointed at Yi Futian and emanating killing light. The actions taken by all those mighty ones alone were more than enough to end the holy Ji palace of the barren state right there and then. With everyone in the 9 states becoming enemies, it was a luxury for anyone below Saint Plain hoping to emerge out of it all alive. Tremendous pressure was cast on Yi Futian and a terrifying gale whipped out. Someone dressed in white garb billowed and the air became filled with murderous intent. The people of the holy Ji palace behind Yi Futian mobilized and every single one of them unleashed their own powers, ready to fight to the death. The air was silent, save for the cold wind blowing. It was a stifling scene. Many from the Zhongzhou city far away had their eyes locked onto the battlefield, while sighing deep down. Is the holy Ji palace really going to perish at last on this day? If Yi Futian were to perish, the holy Ji palace was no longer the holy Ji palace even if the organization and place were to remain intact. The one to kill me shall acquire the lineage? Yi Futian lifted his head and scanned the mighty ones in the air. He stepped out and faced the mighty ones from the 9 states alone. He extended his hand and dazzling light emerged. A ritual implement appeared on Yi Futian's palm. It was a halberd, shining with a golden glimmer that made it seem like it was made of pure gold, emanating brilliant sparkle. Terrifying power of space ebbed on the weapon. It was the might of the saints. It became clear that the weapon he held was a divine implement. Many from the Holy Lands did not catch on. It was hardly surprising that Yi Futian came to possess a divine implement. However, the saints from the 3 Holy Lands at the Endless Ocean froze at the sight of the weapon, locking their gaze on the halberd and nothing else. The Ocean Saint, Palace Lord of the Ocean Palace, stepped forward with wide-opened eyes and said coldly, "The halberd of space and time." The saints from all over the 9 states wore peculiar looks. Is that really the weapon that ranked 3rd on the divine implements ranking, the halberd of space and time, nothingness? Saints from the Endless Ocean claimed not long ago that the lost ruins were broken and the halberd of space and time disappeared. The one who had taken the weapon was Jueying, a divine beast. Yet at present, the weapon appeared in Yi Futian's hand. The saints of the North Deep and the Celestial Cliffs wore similarly cold expressions as they glared at Yi Futian. So this is to say that you're the one who killed the people of the 3 major holy lands of the Ocean State, and the one who took the halberd of space and time that belonged to the Ocean Palace then, the Ocean Saint said as power of the saints emanated from him. Yi Futian held his right hand up and pointed at the Ocean Saint. Lineages of ruins shall belong to those who are able to take it. I believe those are your words. Have you forgotten them already? It hardly mattered if he had killed the people from the 3 Holy Lands, and him taking out the halberd of space and time was just as irrelevant. If the 9 states were to become his enemies, then so be it. Brilliant, Saint Ji said. He did not expect to not only find the Renhuang lineage on that day, but also the halberd of space and time, nothingness, which was ranked 3rd on the divine implements ranking, appeared as well. Things turned out to be very nice. The 2 divine implements ranked 1st and 2nd were probably still in the hands of their masters, the top 2 on the saint ranking. They were nowhere to be found. With the 3rd divine implement appearing and both Xianxia and Saintly not fighting over it, then it would have belonged to him. Brilliant indeed. Yi Futian took a look at Saint Ji and said coldly, while pointing the weapon at him, "If there is anyone from any holy land were to kill even a single person from the holy Ji palace, and if I were to emerge alive, I would make sure that said holy land would have no one else remaining but their saints." Yi Futian's proud voice reverberated throughout that space, and everyone was able to sense the killing intent oozing from him. They were unable to fathom how someone who was about to die was able to be so unrestrained with his words. Not going to die? How is Yi Futian not going to die facing off so many from the other states? Boom! Yi Futian took one step in the air, walking out to see who dare stands in his way. The ones from the barren state stepped out together with Yi Futian. All of them brought their auras to bear. Qin Zhuang and the other 8 took their stations forming the matrix. Huang Zhuge emanated with dazzling light. His life spirit burst from behind him, the Renhuang Bao, a weapon which corresponded to Renhuang level ritual implements. The aura emanating from the Renhuang Bao was not any weaker compared to the halberd of time and space. In that very instant the saint's greed grew. That was a Renhuang level ritual implement after all. The Renhuang Bao pointed to the air, and the aura bursting from Huang Zhouge grew extremely intense. "Let's go," Yifutian said. He stepped out in the air and had full intentions to leave the place just like that. "Anyone who dared to stand in their way shall be cut down." Boom! A raging pressure fell from above. Kong Yao, a sage ranked 9th of the sage and saint rankings, stood in the air. He was surrounded by divine elephants out to trample everything in their path. As he glared at Yifutian and the others, "You intend to leave? Let's see where you'd end up in then." An extremely raging aura burst from Yifutian and golden sparkling light burst. The rock appeared and a pair of wings were seen on his back. The 7-star acupoints were all opened and beams of light pierced through his body. The world tree within his life palace shook and the spiritual qi around him seemed to be resonating with his body. In that very instant, Yifutian felt as if his will was everywhere. Jia and Jimu held their swords of holy light while the elders of the Yi clan held their longbows. The ones who had killed Jiang Yuechan earlier brought their immense might to bear. As Jiang Yuechan, a sage who ranked of the sage ranking, was unable to withstand one blow from them, they intended to see how long Yifutian would have lasted against them. Boom! Yifutian made a move and shot out like a streak of lightning. He held tight to the halberd in his hand and terrifying space-tearing rule power appeared around him. All forms of might and pressure were torn away by his body itself as he carved a path in their midst, like a golden lightning bolt headed straight for one direction. It was where Zhou Huang, the crown prince of the great Zhou sacred dynasty, stood. Kong Yao took a step on the air and brought the might of his divine elephant rule power down onto his enemies. However, Yifutian did not seem to be all that fettered. A golden, sparkling ancient path appeared in the air. Zhou Huang's expression was ice-cold. Yifutian had taken him using the power of the Matrix, and that remained to be the greatest insult suffered in his life. And at that moment, Yifutian chose to attack him first. He fully intended to see how Yifutian, someone who had just become an archmage, would have been able to deal with him. The golden phoenix sword shimmered with dazzling light in his hand, and an extremely dazzling golden phoenix appeared above him. Its wings flapped and a tornado was formed, as he turned into a bolt of golden lightning and headed straight for Yifutian. "Zhou Huang, do not fight him head-on." The Zhou Sacred King had witnessed the battle between Yifutian and Xiaoqing Yuan, and he naturally knew how powerful Yifutian was. As such, he reminded Zhou Huang telepathically, and he sounded extraordinarily serious with his advice. Zhou Huang did not stop doing what he did even after hearing his father's voice. "Even father thought that I'd lose to Yifutian then?" An even more brilliant light burst as Zhou Huang moved forward fearlessly. The shadow of the phoenix blocked out the sky, and a huge golden phoenix sword appeared in the air, emanating towering beams of light, seemingly out to tear the space apart as it moved straight for Yifutian. No other mighty ones helped Zhou Huang out. All of them wanted to see how powerful Yifutian's combat prowess would have gotten, with that halberd of space and time in his hand. And Zhou Huang served as a convenient guinea pig. The light of the giant sword cleaved through the air towards Yifutian. However, he did not budge and had simply let the blade come down onto him. He had only Zhou Huang in mind at the moment and nothing else. Two dazzling silhouettes clashed with each other in breakneck speed. Yifutian lashed out with the halberd of time and space as they neared each other. A black hole seemed to have appeared in the space before the weapon, tearing everything before it apart. The light of the giant sword was disintegrated right there and then as it was cleaved in the middle. The thrust of the halberd tore on the golden phoenix sword and the sword aura was torn to shreds in an instant. A huge force went straight for Zhou Huang's arm. The halberd of time and space grazed through the sword and kept moving forward. Time seemed to have grinded to a halt at that very moment. Zhou Huang's expression finally changed. The storm that tore through everything before it seemed to be the most terrifying vortex to have existed in the world, capable of devouring everything in existence, including his life. He intended to retreat, but found his movements getting extraordinarily sluggish, so much so that even his thoughts seemed to have stopped altogether. PFFTT. A crisp sound was heard and Zhou Huang stopped thinking altogether. The halberd went through his throat right there and then. No. Zhou Huang's mind screamed in a frenzy. His appearance turned increasingly ethereal and under the gaze of countless His brain exploded to bits and reduced to nothing. The space around them seemed to have stopped and turned completely silent. Many even stopped thinking altogether. The eldest son of the Zhou Sacred King, a sage ranked on the sage ranking, was killed with a single thrust from the halberd. Such was the prowess of Yi Futian, who claimed to be peerless in all of the 9 states. The ones from the barren state looked at that figure clad in white while their minds trembled. That figure was none other than their palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace of the barren state. There had been rumors throughout the 9 states saying that Yi Futian lost to Lu Zong of the Xihua Sacred Mountain and ran. However, at that very day, Yi Futian faced off against the mighty ones of the other states, and it took him one thrust with the halberd to kill a mighty one ranked on the sage and saint rankings, Zhou Huang. None other in the 9 states could have claimed to be peerless. None other in the 9 states but Yi Futian of the barren state. At that very moment, everyone recalled the weight of his words back then. If Yi Futian were to come out alive, any from a holy land who dared to kill even one person of the Holy Ji Palace, he would have then rendered said holy land to have no one but their saints remaining. The sacred king flashed and caught Zhou Huang's dropping body. A vast killing intent emanated from him, pointed specifically at Yi Futian. "Zhou Sacred King," Xianxia said plainly, while sounding rather cold, seemingly to remind the sacred king to not forget the rules. The sacred king rescinded his aura and turned to look at Zhou Huang, who had lost a head. The sacred king felt his heart bleeding. He knew that Zhou Huang would not have been a match to Yi Futian, but he had never expected things to turn out like that. One thrust was all it took to kill his son, Zhou Huang. That insignificant ant of a member of the younger generation that he had once underestimated had not only waged a sacred war against him, but had also, at the moment, ended up killing his heir. Yi Futian did not look at the sacred king. He took the golden phoenix sword and put it away. He looked up and pointed the halberd in his hand at the mighty ones of the other states, saying plainly, "Who dares to fight me?" His hair billowed in the air, and many from the barren state who had watched that battle felt their eyes reddened and about to shed tears. Such was the bearing of the one who claimed to be truly unparalleled. The figure who pointed with his halberd, asking the ones from the other states who dares to fight him. It would not have mattered if they had enemies all over the 9 states, if none dare fight them. Kill one from the Holy Ji Palace, and I shall have reduced his place to have no one but the saints remaining. All from the other states, including even the saints, were shocked by that one thrust of his. One thrust was all it took to kill a mighty one ranked on the sage ranking, and that one thrust came from a sage who had just broke into Archmage Plane. Would anyone throughout the 9 states be able to hold him back? Xianxia looked at that youth clad in the white in the air. Any who dared to refuse the princess would have definitely had what it took to behave so arrogantly, and Yi Futian was more than qualified to do so. It was no wonder that the princess had instructed Xianxia telepathically to have him keep a close eye on the ones from the other holy lands, to prevent any from breaking the rules. The princess indeed came to believe that Yi Futian would have been able to kill his way out of the barricade. If even the princess thought so, then what actually happened in that tomb? Did Yi Futian fight the princess in there? Is that considered a test to Yi Futian by the princess? If Yi Futian is truly able to come out alive, his future would have lied beyond the 9 states. Yi Futian then turned his eyes at Zhong Kuei and Li Daoqiu, 2 mighty ones ranked on the sage and saint ranking from the Xihua Sacred Mountain. "Why are you 2 waiting for? Do you want him to take you both out one by one?" Saint Xihua shouted as he caught Yi Futian's eyes. Yi Futian had been able to kill Zhou Huang with one strike because everyone else had apparently wanted to see how capable Yi Futian would have become, and Zhou Huang died for it. "Move," Kong Yao said coldly, and he stepped out as soon as he finished. The divine elephants trampled as he headed for Yi Futian. There was no room for reconciliation between him and Yi Futian. The young sage would not have minded if many others did not end up fighting him. But his feud with Kong Yao went a long way back, and they were nothing short of archenemies. Zhong Kuei burst with his life spirit, an ancient bell. The sound of the bell rang, and the air around it shook. Everyone within earshot felt their spiritual will about to collapse. At the same time, Li Daoqiu grabbed the air with his hand, and Yi Futian felt as if he was about to be petrified by huge rocks around him. as terrifying gravity closed in on him. Zhou Mian burst with dazzling golden phoenix wings, cleaving through the air as he headed for Yifutian. Boundless light emanated from above Jia. A huge light of a giant sword appeared above him, capable of cleaving the sky apart. Sages ranked on the sage ranking, including even Jia, who ranked second, joined hands with the others without question, in order to kill just one sage. Yifutian was probably the only one throughout the 9 states who received such treatment. At the same time, a group of figures stepped out and came behind Yifutian. Their life spirits burst and power of rules coursed throughout the bodies, the sealing rules. Boundless light of sealing fell from above like screens of light, materializing as sealing barrier around him. Extremely powerful attacks hit the barrier and were stopped dead in their tracks entirely. Many were shocked at that scene. The mighty ones of the Yu clan had sided with Yifutian. The situation at present said that Yifutian would have made enemies throughout the 9 states, and it absolutely was not wise for the Yu clan to take his side at the moment. The glass saint understood what that meant. It was a turn of events that Yuechan had exchanged for with her life, the possibility of Yifutian emerging alive. The Yu clan finally gotten themselves completely involved after her death, declaring their support for Yifutian. It was then to see if there were any from the other Holy Lands deciding to make a move, and if any dared to move against Yifutian. Many Holy Lands did not take a stand prior and thus were afforded different options. If Yifutian would have definitely ended up dead that day, none of those other Holy Lands would have gone easy on him. Saint Ji's eyes turned incredibly pointed in an instant as he looked in the Moon Saint's direction, saying, "What do you mean by this? All of you are figures standing at the pinnacle of the 9 states, and I find it rather despicable for you all to bully a member of the younger generation like that. With the lineage of Renhuang taken by the Holy Ji Palace and the princess acknowledging their possession, I'd say you shall issue a formal challenge and fight for it in an honorable manner." The Moon Saint then scanned the crowd and said, "What the hell is with you all from Holy Lands, ranked on the sage ranking, ganging up on them?" Saint Ji continued glaring at him with cold eyes. Everyone coveted the Renhuang lineage, and no one saw anything wrong with ganging up like that. He was wondering if the Moon Saint intended to take everything for himself standing out like that, or that the Moon Saint saw potential in Yifutian. That extraordinary thrust with the halberd earlier had indeed been attractive enough to have Holy Land side with Yifutian. "If you people of the Yu clan wanted to die so badly, then we shall simply oblige," Saint Ji said coldly. Jiya's sword shot forth as soon as he finished. The giant sword of light came down like a mountain, splitting the air in two and crashed onto the screen of light, shattering it. Kong Yao and the others did not go easy. With the fight already in full swing, there was simply no reason to hold back. If the Yu clan insisted on getting in their way, then they were to simply be dealt with. Voom! Dazzling light burst and arrows were seen penetrating the space, heading straight for Yifutian at impeccable speed. The space seemed as if they were torn apart as the arrows passed, locking Yifutian down tightly. The mighty ones from the Yi clan moved as well. Their arrows were all intended to end Yifutian right where he stood. At almost the very same moment, Huang Zhuge shot an arrow as well. The arrow shot from the Renhuang bow streaked through the space and was targeted at the incoming enemy arrows. His arrow proved to be faster and it zipped past Yifutian as it clashed with the incoming arrows, crumbling together. Yifutian seemed to have not taken notice of any of that. Even when Huang Zhuge's arrow zipped right past his side, his expression remained utterly unfazed. He stepped out and cast his pressure downwards at Zhong Kuei and Li Daoqiu below. The ones from the Xihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty were top on his to-be-killed list. Those two had allied with the Jisheng Cliffs and waged the sacred war against the Holy Ji Palace after all. The rock streaked through the sky and charged forward. Kong Yao stepped forward and brought a huge divine elephant stepping, shrouding the sky and intending to stomp on Yifutian. Dazzling screens of starlight appeared around Yifutian, as if a star was wrapped within. The divine elephant crushed the stars with a loud boom and continued to come down on him, crashing onto the rock's humongous body. Yifutian's speed forward seemed to have been slowed and dropped quite a distance below, but it continued to streak forward, letting Kong Yao's powers dropped onto him without a care. The expressions of Zhong Kuei and Li Daoqiu changed somewhat. The ancient bell rang with intentions to overpower everything around it. Sound waves swept forth and crashed onto the rock's body. Li Daoqiu launched attacks that were just as fearsome, as if an ancient mountain had bashed onto Yi Futian's body. The rock seemed to have become his battle form as he continued to charge forward. Rumbles continued to be heard around him. The rock was shattered and the battle form was no more. Yet Yi Futian himself tore right through the mountain, lashing out with the halberd in his hand at the incoming storm of rocks. The light of countless particles shone and zipped out like bolts of lightning, bringing the power to tear everything in the path apart to bear. Dong! A sound of the bell rang with enough magnitude to tear people's souls apart. Yet Zhong Kuei himself suffered the recoil. Seeing the figure clad in white descending upon him with the halberd of space and time in his hand like a god of war, the space around him seemingly frozen thoroughly, he finally came to understand how Zhou Huang felt moments before the prince died. The lockdown was absolute and indisputable. The space around him seemed to have grinded to a complete halt. The space that was shrouded by the holy light of the halberd of space and time was completely put under the weapon's control. It was the divine implement ranked third on the divine implement ranking, and Yi Futian himself was adept at wielding space-freezing rule powers. Once he had gotten close, even mighty ones ranked on the sage ranking would have been put under temporarily space-time halt status. And that temporary moments were more than enough to decide their fates. Nothingness, the halberd of space and time, was named for its ability to reduce everything to nothing when it landed on its target. Devastating storms raged and Zhong Kuei, a mighty one of the Xihua sacred mountain ranked on the sage ranking, exploded to pieces. Like Zhou Huang, he was not given a single moment to struggle. The killing was clean and done in a single blow. Yi Futian's charge did not stop after killing Zhong Kuei. As he headed straight for Li Daoqiu, who was retreating, the halberd transformed into a bolt of golden lightning, piercing through the space before him in an unstoppable manner. The third mighty one ranked on the sage ranking was killed with a splattering sound heard, dying right on the spot. Yi Futian stopped and scanned the top-notch sages from the Xihua sacred mountain. Everyone retreated at the very same time. One look from him was all it took to spook them all. Extremely dazzling holy light swords streaked at him, but Qin Zhuang and the others appeared right behind Yi Futian, conjuring the sword diagrams before him. Hundreds of thousands of swords burst forth at the same time, clashing with the swords coming at him. Sword aura storms whipped up in the air before him. Yi Futian did not turn around. Blood was seen at the corner of his mouth. He continued streaking forward without paying any heed to attacks from Kong Yao and the others. Regardless of how formidable his defenses were and how peerless his body was, there was simply no way he could have emerged completely unscathed. He foregone resistance and simply charged forward, bearing the brunt of the attacks, and killed the only two mighty ones from Xihua Sacred Mountain ranked on the sage ranking. It was anyone's guess what Saint Xihua would have thought of what transpired. Yi Futian kept his gaze forward. Lu Zong was among the mighty ones of the Xihua Sacred Mountain. He pointed the halberd of time and space forward and said, "Who dares to come and kill me?" The saints murmured in discussion. "The one to kill Yi Futian shall take Huang Jioga." At the moment, it was a wonder who would have emerged to kill Yi Futian. 2 attacks from him ended with 3 deaths of sages ranked on the sage ranking. Other than Jia and Kong Yao, both of whom were ranked at the top 10 of the sage ranking, who perhaps had a chance against him, no one else dared to move against Yi Futian at the moment. "Let's go." Yi Futian continued to step forward in the air. While he might have been peerless in battle, his powers were still limited nonetheless, which meant that there was no way he could have brought down everyone standing against him with his power alone. Furthermore, there were many from the Holy Ji Palace present. Many holy lands were still sitting on the fence at the moment. The feat of killing 3 sages who ranked on the sage ranking was to shock the people of the other holy lands into inaction. The score was to be settled once they returned to the Holy Ji Palace. "Think about the consequences if you all were to let the tiger return to the mountain," Kong Yao said coldly. He was alone and had little to lose. The Jisheng Cliffs was almost annihilated by Yi Futian, and he wanted to see how many of the holy lands who had acted against Yi Futian dared to let the palace lord sage leave just like that. Kong Yao stepped forward against Yifutian, bringing countless divine elephants to bear. Every step that Kong Yao took seemed to be out to bring down the sky. The figure who was ranked 9th on the sage ranking was not one to be trifled with. Kong Yao trained in few rules, yet he had trained to the extreme with every single one that he mastered. A humongous shadow of the divine elephant appeared as he burst forth with his life spirit, stepping forward and intending to stomp onto Yifutian. The palace lord had led others to carry out a bloodbath in the Jisheng cliffs, and he intended to settle the score by taking Yifutian's life. An earth-shattering roar was heard and a divine ape appeared behind Yifutian, taking the place of the rock. He merged with the ape and burst with wild, unfettered powers. Yifutian stepped forward and shook the air about him. He began attacking and devastating storms were whipped up, piercing the huge divine elephant, shattering it to pieces. Yifutian, who was clad in boundless, overwhelming power, headed straight for Kong Yao. He stepped forward with terrifying steps, just like the divine elephant stomping the air about it. Every single step beat hard on Yifutian's mind, yet he simply shrugged off all of that. The divine ape roared as it resisted the power of every single step. Blood was seen at the corner of Yifutian's mouth, yet he continued to press forward. So long as he was able to get close, there would have been no problem for him to kill Kong Yao, regardless if he was ranked 9th on the sage ranking. The halberd of time and space tore through all manner of powers. The divine elephant life spirit behind Kong Yao stomped, yet Yifutian continued to press forward. The halberd of space and time was thrust and the space around him frozen. In that very instant, Kong Yao felt it very difficult for the divine elephant to lift its leg, as if its movements were about to grind to a complete halt. He sensed that something was wrong and burst with rule power in a frenzy, breaking that shackling power through sheer brute force as he brought the elephant's leg down. Boom! The divine elephant's shadow shattered with a rumble. The halberd of space and time brought a devastating storm right onto Kong Yao. Kong Yao roared and brought his arms down to resist. Thousands of elephants seemed to have trumpeted as they stomped the air. Yifutian did not retreat. His halberd burst with towering light, intending to bring the sky down. One elephant after another was destroyed. Kong Yao's arms were put before him, his divine implement gauntlet blocking the halberd. His arms trembled violently. His body was about to be torn apart as it was thrown high in the sky. At that very moment, Zhou Mian's golden phoenix flapped its wings, blocking the sky as it headed straight for Yifutian. Ji Mu's sword of light came onto him as well. Yifutian's surroundings seemed to have been turned into an absolute space, as space and time felt like they were about to stop altogether. The phoenix's cutting rules and the sword of light tore through the lockdown and crashed hard onto Yifutian's body. Yifutian was sent flying with a rumble. Yet, the two incredibly ferocious attacks did not faze Yifutian much. Be it the tremendously sharp wings of the phoenix or the sword of light, none of them were able to pierce his body. It seemed as if Yifutian did not only possess incredible defense. His physical body itself was also unervingly strong. However, regardless of how strong his body was, his innards were still rattled after bearing the brunt of such ferocious attacks. It seemed as if he was about to spit blood, yet he simply snickered coldly. "You want to kill me? Then you shall pay with your blood." He stepped forward and this time, he handed straight for the Hall of Holy Light, at Ji Mu who had lashed out with a blinding sword at him. Jia was being held back by Qin Zhuang and the other 8. The mighty ones of the Yi clan were being dealt with by the Yu clan's mighty ones and Huang Zhoga. Those who were capable of the fastest and the most ferocious attacks were incapable of getting in the way of Yifutian. At that very moment, Ji Mu of the Hall of Holy Light, who was ranked on the sage ranking, saw Yifutian snickering at him. He actually felt a tinge of fear. The youth clad in white came to possess such overwhelming aura. Ji Mu looked solemn as several cultivators from the Hall of Holy Light walked to his side. Suddenly, a sword of light flashed across the sky. Beautiful light shot out, piercing everyone's eyes. Yifutian felt that his eyes stung to the point where he could not keep them open as he walked towards Ji Mu and the others. There was a sword will contained in that light. It stung his eyes and drilled into his chest. Yifutian closed his eyes. The world tree still swayed in his life palace. A magnificent aura filled the whole space. Everything was clearly presented in his mind. He seemed to be able to see everyone's movements, and even their expressions. He saw that Qin Zhuang and the 9 others had forced Jia, number 2 on the sage ranking, to retreat with their sword matrix, making him unable to participate in the battle. He saw the Yu clan cultivators staring at the people from the E clan, guarding against them taking action. Both the Yu clan and the E clan were among the top forces of the 9 states. Perhaps there was some enmity between them, but Yifutian wasn't sure. All he was sure about was who his friends were and who his enemies were. Big Brother stood there with his sword, staring at the cultivators from the 3 great holy lands of the ocean state. Yang Xiao and Yuan Hong stood beside him, and Huang Zhouge's arrows faced them as well. If the cultivators from the 3 holy lands made a move, they would be blocked. Given the current situation, they were at an absolute disadvantage in a direct conflict. There were too few of them, and some of the holy lands had not gotten involved. What they would do today would make Yifutian kill his opponents without remorse, and the other holy lands had not dared to get involved. Kong Yao was extremely angry. The power of his divine elephant could not suppress Yifutian. Yifutian had killed 2 of Saint Shihua's cultivators right in front of him, shocking him and making him hesitate. Moreover, when the 2 of them had collided, he had felt just how threatening Yifutian really was. It was as if he could restrict the space and time around him and kill him with the halberd. More images of the divine elephant descended from the sky, crushing everything. But with his current strength, Kong Yao did not dare to get closer to Yifutian. He stepped into the sky, and one of the divine elephants expanded rapidly. It crashed through the heavens, trying to crush Yifutian under its foot. The ability that Kong Yao had cultivated was extremely forceful. It was a saint-level ability from Jisheng Cliffs. It used the power of heaven and earth to crush anyone who fell under its feet. At the last battle of proving holiness, he had trampled many cultivators to death with it. Go! At almost the same time, Chen Mu and the other cultivators from the Hall of Holy Light got involved. Their light swords shot out towards Yifutian, but he weaved back and forth through them, letting the attacks hit his body. When the divine ape had stepped into the air, it not only covered his body, but also the bodies of the cultivators from the Hall of Holy Light, combining them all together. Their expressions turned ugly. They were angry at this, but they couldn't deal with Yifutian coming for them with so much force. They turned into beams of light and disappeared from where they were, shooting directly towards Yifutian. They were fast, so fast that they merged with the light. Even though Yifutian's close combat skills were exceptional, they had no fear as they prepared to strike the arrogant scoundrel. Yifutian's eyes were still closed, but their movements were extremely clear in his mind. He had advanced his space-controlling powers to an astonishing degree. He clutched the halberd of time and space tightly. A divine power spread out from within it. At the instant when the cultivators from the Hall of Holy Light approached him, the space around him fell into absolute stillness. As the divine elephant crashed down, even the cultivators from the Hall of Holy Light were hit. As they were stuck in the frozen space, they could not retreat. The annihilation of light. The cultivators from the Hall of Holy Light slashed out with their swords, and with Ji Mu's at the front, they all resonated together, cutting through space. Endless light shone out, turning the space into nothingness. Everything was annihilated by that extremely beautiful light. Yifutian thrust the halberd of space and time forward, and the light seemed to change. As he did so, everything seemed to stop, and Ji Mu and the others seemed to slow down. They saw a terrible black hole storm that swallowed up the light. It was like there were 2 very different but powerful forces colliding in mid-air. In the next moment, the 2 forces crossed over each other, and Yifutian traded places with Ji Mu and the others. Yifutian's clothing was riddled with holes, and he was bleeding. Even his incredibly sturdy body could not bear an attack like that. Poof! 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 There was a series of sounds as Ji Mu's body cracked and burst, followed by the other cultivators from the Hall of Holy Light turning into dust as they completely disappeared from the world. Boom! There was another loud noise as the divine elephant stepped down, pressing down on Yifutian, making him spit up a mouthful of blood. His aura fluctuated. At this moment, Yifutian's white clothes were stained with blood, and his hair flew around his face. Although he had the halberd of time and space with its nearly invincible attack, his defenses could not also be invincible. After all, his level was still a bit lower than theirs. Of course, if he had faced his opponents after just barely reaching the sage plane, he would have been dead many times over. Although his defenses were weaker than the attack, they were still quite extraordinary in the 9 states. For people had already died at Yifutian's hands, causing many of the others to be frightened of him. Even the saints' hearts trembled fiercely. If Yifutian's level got any higher, who besides a saint could stop him? If he made it to the top of the saint level, would he sweep through the 9 states with his own power? Saint Ji, the great Zhou sacred king, Saint Shihua, Saint Ji and the other cultivators looked upon Yifutian with despair. They saw his blood-stained clothes and the murder in his eyes. They all wanted to personally put an end to him, but they could only endure. What are you waiting for? Saint Ji swept his gaze over the cultivators from the 3 great holy lands of the ocean state. The Hall of Holy Light had suffered heavy losses on this trip to the Imperial Mausoleum. Jimu had died, and GMO had fallen as well. Now, the only one in the Hall of Holy Light who could inherit Saint Ji's position was Jia. But even after the loss of so many cultivators, Yifutian still stood there. Given the present situation, not killing Yifutian now would be sowing the seeds for future disasters. The consequences would be unimaginable. If they waited a few years until he reached the top of the sage plane, he would be able to destroy holy lands by himself. Sword Saint gripped his demonic blade, and a fierce demonic air flow swept out. Yang Xiao, Yuan Hong, and Zhuge Qingfeng all stood there. But there were many cultivators there from the Endless Sea. Once they entered the battle, they would be in great danger. "Attack!" said Ocean Saint. And suddenly the cultivators from the 3 great holy lands broke through the air with terrible power. Yifutian was strong, but at this moment his aura wavered. He must have been wounded terribly. No matter what, he would give his life here today if need be. Sword Saint saw the cultivators coming through the air, and a demonic power swept out from him. When he had used the power of the demonic blade in the past, it had only been for a single battle. Afterwards his power would be exhausted. Now that he had cultivated himself into a sage, he did not have to stop there. The demonic blade seemed to be integrated into him, and as he slashed out with it, a blade of darkness appeared in the air. It cut through everything, and the cultivators from the 3 great holy lands of the Endless Sea were stopped and forced to retreat. Even sages who faced that blade had to avoid its edges. Whoosh! Sword Saint stepped out and swung the blade once again towards his opponents. He dispersed their formation all by himself, making it so they had to scatter as he attacked them. Saint Xia and Saint Li are highly respected in the 9 states. Nowadays, so many holy lands have joined together to bully the barren state, and hope that they will come out to administer justice. At that moment, Moon Saint looked to Saint Xia and Saint Li. What Saint Jiang had said had not been wrong. Saint Xia seemed to really appreciate Yifutian. Saint Li and Yifutian also had a prior relationship, as Yifutian had visited 9 State College several times. Thus, this level of relationship could be put to good use. Now that everyone was frightened of Yifutian since he had killed so many by his own hand, the other holy lands did not dare to get involved for the time being. If Saint Xia and Saint Li said something, the situation would be different. These 2 old people stood at the top of all the figures in the 9 states. Saint Xia indeed appreciated Yifutian. Before Princess Xia Qingyuan had left, she had asked him to protect the saints. He thought that this might be a test for Yifutian, to see if he had the ability to disrupt his own plans. Moreover, with their position in the 9 states, if they got involved it would cause great turmoil. A storm would begin. Saint Ji's people would not listen to him if he told them to stop. The various holy lands joining together is indeed undesirable, but the college is only a place of teaching. I cannot order the students to take part in this battle. Saint Li shook his head slightly. Moon Saint naturally understood him. Saint Li did not use 9 State College as his power. He only taught there and helped disciples cultivate. He did not participate in disputes. This was a battle to the death. If he ordered his disciples to get involved, that would be equivalent to pushing them to the edge of life and death. This went contrary to his intentions. Therefore, even though he appreciated Yifutian, he would not order his disciples to get involved, just as he did not let them go to steal Huang Zhuge's inheritance. If they had forcibly appropriated it, it would have led to disaster. When compared to Jixia Holy Palace and other holy lands, the power of Nine State College was a bit different. Saint Ji saw Moon Saint stirring up Xianxia and Saint Li, and his expression grew cold. He said, "When did you become so righteous?" Moon Saint ignored him. "Are the holy lands of Cloud State and War State so indifferent as well? If you don't want Renhuang's inheritance, then simply retreat." Sang Ji glanced around him. The 4 great holy lands of Cloud State and the 3 great holy lands of War State had not gotten involved either. "Retreat?" Someone laughed. "You boasted that the disciples of the Hall of Holy Light were unmatched throughout the 9 states in their martial prowess. But even when allied with many other holy lands, they still can't take on the Holy Ji Palace. Now you're trying to get other people to join you. Are you scared?" Everyone's eyes turned towards the speaker. It was Saint Qi, head of the Qi clan in Qi State, and number 7 on the saint ranking. The Qi clan had once been in charge of Qi State, similar to the Great Zhou sacred dynasty, but nowadays the Hall of Holy Light had turned the tables on them. Saint Ji had always regarded the Hall as the foremost power in Qi State. When his talent was revealed, Saint Qi did not look on him with a favorable light. Moon Saint smiled. All of the 9 states were their enemies? Not necessarily. Saint Ji narrowed his eyes. They were like a thin crevice from which a cold light shot out as they swept over Saint Qi. Of the 4 great holy lands of Qi State, Jixia Palace was of the same type as 9 State College and ignored disputes. Yu House was good at rhythmic sorcery, but since they were the weakest of the 4 great holy lands of Qi State, they rarely made noise as they quietly studied their music. They did not seek trouble. Thus, the Qi State was split between the Qi family, the oldest one of the Holy Lands, and the Hall of Holy Light struggling for the position of top force. In reality, it wasn't even a struggle. They just both thought of themselves as the strongest Holy Land in Qi State. There was often friction between their disciples. Saint Qi was reserved by nature, which was exactly opposite to Saint Ji's character. Although the 2 sides had never been in harmony, there had been no friction between them for a long time as they cultivated separately. But now, Saint Qi's attitude as he spoke seemed very subtle. "Are you trying to meddle in this?" spat Saint Ji in a cold voice. "Lord Ye's talent is outstanding, unmatched in the 9 states. In time, he may become the most powerful figure here. Just like the Sword Saint of the Void and the Great Shaman, you, the 5th name on the saint ranking, have targeted Yifutian. This is not fitting for someone of your status. Saint Xia and Saint Li are warm and unobtrusive by nature, and yet you will not let your juniors rise up? Are you worried about your place on the saint ranking?" Saint Qi ignored Saint Ji's cold voice. As the 7th name on the saint ranking, he was lower than Saint Ji, but he was not afraid of him. The Qi clan had a lot of hidden strengths. The Hall of Holy Light boasted of being the most powerful force in Qi State, but they would not dare move against the Qi clan. As for Renhuang's inheritance, it has already been taken by your junior. Lord Yi does not contest this, nor does the princess. That makes you seem a little petty, continued Saint Qi. Saint Ji said nothing as he stared at Saint Qi. He knew what he was up to. If Yifutian had been easily killed by them in today's battle, Saint Qi would not have spoken up. He might have even joined in the struggle for Renhuang's inheritance. But in the battle that had just happened, Yifutian had proven himself. Of course, this seemed to have nothing to do with Saint Qi, but in fact this was not the case. If Yifutian did not die, he would seek vengeance, and would seek to kill the disciples of the Hall of Holy Light. Jimu and GMO, 2 promising disciples, had already been killed at his hands. If the disciples of the Hall of Holy Light suffered terrible losses, how could the next generation fight the Qi clan? This was the reason that Saint Qi had stood up to speak. As for his so-called magnanimity, could anyone speak of such a thing before Renhuang's inheritance? Cultivation of the path meant being tolerant of the heavens and the earth, but it also meant struggling with them. The essence of cultivation was plundering. It was not to never struggle with the world. Thus, why bother to cultivate unless you were someone exceptional? Saint Chi seemed generous, but really he wanted ever so much to fight the Hall of Holy Light. What does everyone think? Saint Ji swept his gaze over the expressionless cultivators from the other holy lands. They had been watching all along. Did they think to collect the spoils of victory without lifting a finger? Of course, he had previously never thought that Yi Futian would become so strong and kill 4 cultivators of the sage ranking. "Let him go," came a voice. Everyone turned to look at the speaker. It was the Vajra region lord. The number 6 and number 7 cultivators on the saint ranking had successively made their declarations. In this way, the cultivators who had stood there watching would not make their moves. Under the current situation, even if they acted, the likelihood of them getting the halberd of time and space and Renhuang's inheritance was very low. Even though Yi Futian had been seriously hurt, with the strength that he had shown, none of them could guarantee that they could kill him in close combat. Obviously, the potential loss outweighed the gains. This situation made it so that the cultivators from the 3 great holy lands of the ocean state were not willing to risk their lives. If they tried to kill anyone from the palace, Yi Futian would stop at nothing to kill them. The power that he had just displayed was quite shocking to anyone on the sage level. Yi Futian was currently facing Kong Yao, Zhou Mian, and Nye Gai. But if they wanted to kill him, it would be quite difficult. At that moment a beautiful light bloomed, and Yi Futian shot towards Zhou Mian like a bolt of lightning. Suddenly the image of the golden phoenix behind Zhou Mian shook as it struck out with its feathers. Zhou Mian pulled back, widening the distance between himself and Yi Futian. Boom! There was a loud noise as Yi Futian disintegrated his attack. He appeared right in front of Zhou Mian and shot him a piercing glance. "Leave," said Yi Futian. Below them, the people from the palace flashed upwards. Sword Saint Qin Zhuang and the others fought and retreated towards where Yi Futian was. Jia and the cultivators from the ocean state's attacks were not as strong anymore. After a while, the cultivators from the palace gathered together in the air, and no one was able to intercept them. "Thank you all," said Yi Futian. He stepped away as Kong Yao and Jia moved forward with faces held hard. "No need to chase them," said Saint Ji with a gloomy look. Jia stopped with a dark look on his face. They had let Yi Futian get away with his life, and with the inheritance. "There will be time for that later," came a cold voice from far away. It was Yi Futian. Everyone looked at his back as he left, and their hearts were still unsettled. They would probably never forget the battle that had just taken place. He had smashed through sages and killed 4 cultivators of the sage ranking by his own power. Who in the 9 states had such a brilliant record? A huge sword crossed through the sky and fell before Yi Futian. Yi Futian and the others stepped onto it, and suddenly the sword sped away in a winding arc. No one pursued them. All the saints of the 9 states naturally felt a bit of saintly power. It was the village chief of Toonkeeper village. He had been nearby the whole time, and had taken the people from the barren state away on his huge sword in order to avoid being intercepted. The sword pierced through the sky, and soon reunited with the village chief. Yi Futian stood upon it with the wind blowing wildly upon him, making his hair flow. He coughed and a little blood came out. Facing the attack of so many allied sages would have hurt him even if his body had been stronger. After all, he had just entered the sage plane. He had obviously been seriously wounded, he had just not shown it. "Are you all right?" Yi Futian looked at Hua Jieyu and Yushang behind him. They had fought Jia and Jimu outside the imperial mausoleum. Yushang had demonized and used up all his power in a single battle. Hua Jieyu had also received some wounds. This trip to the imperial mausoleum had been extremely dangerous. Huangshi had perished, but he had done so very calmly. He had obviously thought that his death had been worth it. Huang Jioga had received their ancestors' inheritance. "We're fine," everyone nodded. Although they had all suffered different injuries, it was no matter. "After we return to the palace, we must immediately prepare for war. Mobilize the matrices as quickly as possible," said Yi Futian. He knew that this war had just begun. Saint Ji, the great Zhou sacred king, and Saint Xihua would definitely not give up. Oh! Back at the imperial mausoleum, Saint Xihua looked up into the sky. Yi Futian had already disappeared from view. He had never thought the battle would be so fierce. He had thought that after the marriage alliance, they could easily destroy the palace. But first there had been the slaughter at Jisheng Cliffs, and today 2 sages from Xihua Sacred Mountain had been killed, as well as the great Zhou Sacred King's son, Zhou Huang. His figure flashed as he stepped towards Glass Saint. The great Zhou Sacred King looked at her as well. But he heard Moon Saint say, "Are the 2 holy lands of the eastern state still planning to ally together to bully Glass Saint? If so, I'd like to benefit from your instruction as well." Saint Xihua and the great Zhou Sacred King stopped and looked at Moon Saint. Moon Saint was obviously thoroughly involved in this sacred war. He wanted to protect Glass Saint as well. As for the other saints, they bore no grudge towards Glass Saint. Yi Futian had taken the halberd of time and space, and Huang Zhouge had taken Ren Huang's inheritance. So there was no reason to stay here anymore. Glass Saint was the great Zhou Sacred King's affair. She had nothing to do with them. To put it bluntly, they had only gotten involved in order to steal Ren Huang's inheritance. It was not really a joint effort. If one of them had gotten it, they would probably have all turned on him. None of you are returning home to prepare your armies? Are you going to wait a few years until Yi Futian has cultivated to the point where he can come and settle the score? Asked Saint Ji coldly. Leave? Where could he have gone to? Even though Yi Futian had gotten out of there alive, where could he go? He probably did not want to go back to the Holy Ji Palace. Yi Futian had revealed his astonishing martial prowess. He could not keep fighting anymore, but the only people who had come here today were the top figures of their respective holy lands, so the actual number of cultivators was quite small. And once they went back and called together their armies, they would have to see if Yi Futian was alive or dead. Would Moon Saint and Saint Qi participate in the war? If they did, it would not be a small-scale battle like this had been. The great Zhou Sacred King looked at Glass Saint, then turned around, his figure flashing as he left. The cultivators from the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty followed him. Afterwards, Saint Xihua also took his people and left. The storm seemed to have ended, but it also seemed like it had just begun. Perhaps there would be an even greater storm. Saint Ji shot a glance at Saint Qi and Moon Saint, and then turned into a beam of light and shot away with Jia following him. Each of the saints of the various holy lands had their own ideas. Their figures broke through the sky as they left one by one, not even calling out farewells to each other. "The 9 states will be thrown into chaos," whispered Xianxia. "We have been at peace for so many years. It makes sense that we would be thrown into chaos when a figure like Yi Futian appeared," said Saintly. They both looked forward at the beautiful figure who still stood there. It was Glass Saint. She stared forward in a daze. Moon Saint had protected her, but there was no joy in her. She knew why Yuechan had died. Before her death, she must have made contact with Moon Saint. Otherwise, she would not have been able to die so calmly. And it was all for her. Her blue silk swayed in the wind, crossing over her beautiful face. She turned and left. There were only a few people left. Saint Xia and Saint Li also left together. "The wind is rising," said Saint Xia. Yes it is," replied Saint Li. The wind blew past. Many people came from around the barren state as they were leaving to see the battlefield. This battle would go down in history. The Holy Ji Palace was in Zhongzhou City, and with the village chief's speed they made it back in there in a short period of time. The huge sword returned, and descended towards Holy Sage Pavilional, following which a voice swept out through the palace. "All disciples, prepare for war." The voice was solemn, and suddenly everyone throughout the palace felt their hearts tremble. What had happened on the trip to the imperial mausoleum? Yang Shao and the others' figures flashed as they went to make their arrangements. Soon everyone in the palace knew what had happened, and they were all astonished. Lord Yi Futian had slain 4 sages in one battle, including the great Zhou Sacred King's son Zhou Huang. The halberd of time and space, the number 3 divine implement on the 9 states divine implement ranking, was in his hands. He had helped Huang Zhouge obtain his ancestors' inheritance. Huang Shi had died in battle, Each piece of news was just as shocking. At the imperial mausoleum, all of the 9 states had been their enemy, and Yi Futian had led the people of the palace to attack them. Everyone was kicking themselves that they hadn't been there to witness it personally. Yi Futian and the other wounded were recovering in Holy Sage Pavilion. The undying old man came to visit them and give them medicine, and they all recovered very quickly. Yi Futian had the World Tree life spirit, and so he recovered the fastest. Although his injuries had been severe, he was able to Holy Sage Pavilion very quickly. Somewhere in the Holy Ji Palace, 3 people were cultivating quietly. It was Lu Zixuan and the other 2 from the Endless Sea. They looked up and saw a figure coming. It was Yi Futian. Just now they had heard the news from the other people in the palace. Yi Futian had finally obtained the halberd of time and space. "You can leave," Yi Futian said to them. Lu Zixuan looked at him. Even in the palace she was still an outstanding beauty, but in Cliff State City she had been the most beautiful woman, and had been extraordinarily talented, someone who saints regarded highly. "Can I stay in the palace to cultivate?" She bit her lip as she asked this. Even though they had not been allowed to leave the palace during this time, they found it a much better place for cultivation than Cliff State City. Even Ocean King Palace did not have as good an environment for cultivation. A strange look came over Yi Futian's face. He said, "Right now the palace is facing a dire situation, and it is very possible that we will be destroyed. Are you not afraid of death?" Lu Zixuan shook her head. "Where can a cultivator find an absolutely safe place? I am willing to face this war alongside the palace. But afterwards, I hope that I will no longer be under house arrest, but a part of the palace." Yi Futian looked at Lu Zixuan's exquisite features. She was indeed a very assertive woman. The Lu clan must be very strong in Cliff State City to raise an outstanding woman like this. "Fine," he nodded. "What about Lu Yu and Lu Han?" "Brother Yi, I will also continue cultivating in the palace." Lu Yu and Yi Futian's relationship was actually quite good, as Yi Futian had taken care of her during the journey to the Lost Ruins. "I will follow my sister," said Lu Han. "Go back," said Lu Zixuan to Lu Han. "Our family doesn't know if we are alive or dead. Go back and tell them everything. If I die, the family should know where." "Sister." Lu Han looked at her. "Do as I say." Lu Zixuan stared at him until Lu Han nodded slightly and said, "All right." Yi Futian looked at the 3 of them and said, "This is your own decision." On saying this, he left and flew into the air above the Holy Ji Palace. A line of figures flashed into the sky. Xianxia, Sword Demon, Yu Qi, and other cultivators appeared beside Yi Futian. Yu Qi said, "Futian, I fear that a fierce battle is coming." Yi Futian nodded. Everyone could see that clearly. Not long ago in the Imperial Mausoleum they had forced their opponents to let them go. But if their opponents had pressed the attack, it was not certain that those holy lands who had spoken up for them would have gotten involved. Their enemies, the Hall of Holy Light, Xihua Sacred Mountain, and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, would doubtless go to war with them. Yi Futian looked down at the palace and said, "Will the terrain around the palace affect our matrices?" "A little bit." Xianxia nodded. "Our matrices will have to bypass some places." Yi Futian nodded slightly, then said, "All disciples of the palace, hear my orders. Everyone stop cultivating immediately and head to the palace." His voice rolled out through the entire Holy Ji Palace. Everyone looked up at him and stopped their cultivation and flashed towards the main palace. "Village chief!" shouted Yi Futian in another direction. A sword flashed through the air, and the village chief appeared before Yi Futian. "Once all the disciples are in the main palace, level the rest of it," said Yi Futian. Everyone trembled at these words. Would he really level the rest of the palace? There were many hidden places in the palace, many of them left behind by their ancestors, and there were ruins scattered throughout, many of which were good places for cultivation. And now Yi Futian had ordered for it all to be demolished. All of it would disappear, but no one objected. At this moment, no one could doubt Yi Futian's position within the palace. Previously, he had entered the palace on the basis of nobility, and everyone had assisted him and had high hopes for him. But now he had brought 2 saints to the palace and led them on an attack against the Jisheng cliffs. He now stood at the highest point just below the Saint Plain. Yi Futian had become the symbol of the Holy Ji Palace. He was even symbolic of the whole barren state. Whenever the barren state was mentioned, the first thing that anyone would think of was its palace lord, Yi Futian. A group of figures flashed over as more of the elders arrived. After hearing Yi Futian's decision, they merely sighed to themselves and looked at the palace as if they could not bear to part with it. Not long after, an incomparable storm of sword chi appeared in the palace like a giant sword, flattening the earth. The buildings, mountains, and ruins were crushed into dust. The disciples of the palace looked on from above with unease in their hearts. Before long, everything except for the main palace had been flattened. And, of course, Sage Hall was still there. Lord Yang, please lead the disciples to work even harder, Yi Futian said to Xianxia. He nodded and led some men down to the ground to begin preparations for the matrices. Send this order throughout the barren state. As Palace Lord of the Holy Ji Palace, I call upon all swords in the barren state of the sage level or higher, continued Yi Futian. Do we need so many swords? Asked Yu Qi. He had brought many ritual implements from Alchemy City, as well as many swords. Yes, and Uncle is also forging more swords. Have the people of the palace go out to collect materials. When I activated the sword matrix of the void at Nether Sword Mound, I couldn't control it, but I remembered some things. I can carve out a sword matrix, said Yi Futian. He had studied matrices at Chess Saint Villa and had consolidated his studies at Nether Sword Mound. Now that he had reached the sage level, he could carve out his own sword matrix. Okay, we will do this. Yu Qi nodded. Sword Demon, Su Shang, and some others left to make ready for this. Soon the news spread all around the barren state. Yi Futian was calling all the swords in the barren state. For a time, countless cultivators set out towards the Holy Ji Palace. Oh! The news did not only sweep through the barren state, but through every part of the 9 states as the cultivators returned home. But the places that were shaken the most fiercely were the Hall of Holy Light, Xihua Sacred Mountain, and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. At the Hall of Holy Light, Saint Ji sent out an order, summoning the top forces from the area to launch an attack on the barren state. At Xihua Sacred Mountain, the order was given for all forces under their jurisdiction to gather together at the mountain. Obviously, after the events at the Imperial Mausoleum, both the Hall of Holy Light and Xihua Sacred Mountain were paying close attention to the barren state. And they were not simply summoning their forces for an attack, they were convening their holy lands. For a time, there was a terrible storm in Qi State and the Eastern State. It seemed that the Holy Ji Palace would not be able to escape disaster. In the past, who would have thought that sending a punitive expedition against the declining barren state would have required such care? Only a few years before, it had only taken Kong Yao and a few other cultivators to ravage the barren state. Oh! In Jixia Palace in Qi State, 2 figures were playing chess. One was wearing white clothes and playing as white, while the other was wearing black and also playing as black. Both of them looked quite extraordinary. Behind the handsome white-robed youth sat a gentle woman quietly watching the game. Brother, your heart doesn't seem to be in the game. The black-robed figure smiled slightly as he moved his piece, then looked up at the white-robed figure. The white-robed youth stared at the board, then smiled as he moved a piece. I've lost 3 games in a row. Is it because of the news from the barren state? The white-robed figure smiled at him and said, If I was a piece in this game, I've already been taken off the board. Why worry about it? Why has this piece been removed? Said the man in black with a smile. Naturally, it was in order to join a better game, answered the white-robed youth. In that case, if the new game really is better, then this piece has a reason for being. At the very least, making the decision to be removed in order to change games is not altogether blameless, but is at least forgivable, said the figure in black. On hearing this, the white-robed youth trembled slightly. He looked at the figure in front of him, then turned and left. He had changed games? Since he had left, the barren state's game had changed indeed. After the white-robed youth left, another person came in. It was the number 3 person at the 9 States Forum at Xihua Sacred Mountain, Zhuge Yi. Did you intend to provoke Brother Bai? Asked Zhuge Yi. Brother Bai's talent is outstanding, but he has demons that he needs to face. He is like a dead chess piece, said the man in black. But isn't it dangerous to let him go? There is no making without breaking. To seek the great path, one's heart must be without lack. If he does not take this step, then he will be lacking something, and it will be impossible for him to take the next step, said the man in black. Zhuge Yi nodded gently. The man in white returned to his residence and sat in front of an old tree for 3 days. He cultivated until he broke through his level, and then turned and left the palace. Moon Saint from the Moon Clan came to pay a visit on the Yi clan in the Summer State. Since he had come personally, Saint Yi came personally to greet him. At that moment, the 2 top figures of the Summer State sat drinking tea and chatting in one of the Yi clan's pavilions like they were friends who had not seen each other in many years. I've heard that Xihua Sacred Mountain, the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, and the Hall of Holy Light have mustered their armies in preparation to attack the barren state. With the strength of these 3 holy lands, there's no question that the barren state can't match especially the Hall of Holy Light. They've lost a lot of their cultivators recently, but they still rank in the top 5 of the 9 states, and that is not an empty reputation. And then you have the forces of the Endless Sea on top of that. Are you really planning to join in this war? Said Saint Yi to Moon Saint. It seemed that he wanted to convince Moon Saint to abandon this course of action. Are you planning to get involved? Asked Moon Saint. Whether I get involved or not, the palace will be destroyed. Saint Yi took a sip of tea as he spoke. Saint Ji was cruel by nature. They would not wait for Yi Futian to grow stronger and thus threaten them. When their armies descended, no matter how strong Yi Futian was, he would have no way to save the palace. What if the palace is destroyed but Yi Futian survives? Asked Moon Saint. Does Yi Futian have a chance of breaking out of their encirclement? Saint Yi thought of the battle that had taken place, and was silent for a while. There's not much hope, he said finally. But it is possible. If that time really comes, and if the palace is really destroyed, the Yu clan will die fighting to let Yi Futian escape the encirclement. Even Ren Huang's inheritance is not necessary as long as he lives. Moon Saint smiled. If he reaches the top level of the Sage Plane, you have to admit that he could take on an army by himself. Saint Yi looked at his guest. Moon Saint was resolute. He thought back to that day, and how Yi Futian had seemed peerless. If he truly reached the top level of the Sage Plane, then Kong Yao would not have been able to withstand even a single blow from the halberd, and he would sweep away all before him. It would truly be possible that a single person could be compared to an army. If Yi Futian lives, he'll get revenge for the palace, and who will be able to survive? Moon Saint took a sip from his cup and then put it down. Speaking of which, even though you shot a few arrows at him that day, this is no great problem. If you just stand by idly and send someone to make your apologies, Yi Futian will not count it against you. No matter what kind of storms rage in the 9 states, as long as the Yi clan stays out of the way, what danger will come to them? After all, even if you had gotten Ren Huang's inheritance, could you even have kept it away from Saint Ji? You know what he's like. If the 9 states falls into chaos, non-action is the best strategy. Why did so many holy lands observe passively on that day? First, the Great Zhou Sacred King was arrogant and harassed Yi Futian. How is the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty now? Their power has been declining continuously. And how about Jisheng Cliffs? Now that Saint Ji and Saint Xihua have entered the game, can they guarantee that they will force Yi Futian into total retreat? And the Qi clan is watching them like a hungry tiger, just waiting for the Hall of Holy Light to fall. Do you really want to jump into these troubled waters? Continued Moon Saint. A thoughtful look came over Saint Yi's face. What Moon Saint was saying made sense. He also knew that if they could have really killed Yi Futian that day, the various holy lands would not have hesitated to kick him while he was down. After all, Ren Huang's inheritance had been there. If they didn't try for it, how could they know what the result would have been? Now were Yi Futian and the Holy Ji Palace in a hopeless situation? Since you know that non-action is the best strategy, why are you getting involved? Saint Yi stared at Moon Saint. Moreover, he had aided Yi Futian when all the 9 states had been against him. Now he had come to persuade him to stand by passively. You must know that before this affair there was friendship between Yi Futian and the Yu clan. Moreover, with his outstanding talent he may one day reach beyond even the Saint Plane. In any case, at that time it was better to assist him than to try and wrest Renhuang's inheritance away. And now that we've gotten involved, we can only see things through. Moon Saint smiled. Moreover, you must see that Saint Xia values Yi Futian as well. It won't be so easy to kill him. On saying this, he stood up and said, I've said my piece. If you still decide to join the war, then we will meet on the field of battle. Farewell. He turned and left. After he left, Saint Yi still sat there with a thoughtful expression, as if he had not yet made up his mind. Send cultivators to all the holy lands to observe their movements. Send a few more throughout the barren state to see what the Holy Ji Palace is doing, he said. Yes, sir. The people outside the pavilion left to carry out his orders. Oh, the Vajra region was on a holy mountain in war state. It was known as the strongest of martial holy lands. The cultivators of the Vajra region cultivated Buddhist combat techniques. They were extremely tough and strong. Their bodies were unmatched, and their attack power was extremely high. The lord of the Vajra region therefore respected Yu Sheng's talent, and had invited him to cultivate there for 3 years. At this moment, the Kasaya-wearing monks were sitting cross-legged on their cattail hassocks. In front of them all was the Vajra region lord, who was preaching at the altar. His voice was like a Buddha's and was also like the Great Path. It resonated with the 108 enlightened ones behind him and made all who listened to it feel refreshed. He stopped preaching after a while and fingered his prayer beads. He looked at everyone and said, You have listened to me preach the Great Path for many years, but have rarely left the mountain. Now that there is chaos in the 9 states, I want you to leave and attain enlightenment there. Who should we help, Lord? Asked a monk. Help whoever you want to, answered the Vajra region lord. All right. Everyone nodded and then left. On this day, 108 warrior monks left their mountain seeking the Great Path and headed towards the 9 states. Oh! At that moment, a figure wearing a long green dress stood quietly on a suspended platform outside Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple, gazing out into the distance. The wind blew through her hair, gently stroking her exquisite features. Her dress fluttered in the wind. She was like an immortal who had come down to the world of mortals. Master! At that moment, Goddess Qingni walked up behind her. Glass Saint had said very little for the past few days. Yuechan's death had affected her greatly. What is the situation like outside? Asked Glass Saint without turning to look at Qingni. The Hall of Holy Light, Shihua Sacred Mountain, and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty have all called their armies together. They can attack the barren state at any time, answered Goddess Qingni. Anything else? Asked Glass Saint. Each of the forces in the area under our control have sent people to beg you to excuse them, continued Goddess Qingni. Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple had also summoned all their cultivators, but none of them had obeyed. The situation in the barren state was known throughout the 9 states and would likely lead to catastrophe. After the barren state, the next place to be destroyed would probably be Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple. Under these circumstances, none of the forces in the area dared get involved in the war, and instead only sent people to beg for mercy. Glass Saint was silent, still looking off into the distance. She said, Summon everyone in the temple who is of the sage level or above. We will go to the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. Have everyone else leave temporarily. If something happens to me, they are to never return. Master! Goddess Qingni's heart trembled slightly. Do as I say, said Glass Saint. Goddess Qingni nodded and left. The news spread quickly. The cultivators of Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple all left within a day. A group of them went to the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, but they took no action, seeming to only be there to contain the dynasty's forces. Glass Saint was not there. She naturally left Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple as well, but no one knew where she went. Some said that she had gone to the capital of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, and was preparing to fight the great Zhou sacred king to the death. Anyone who was perceptive enough could see the enmity between the two of them. Oh! The storms that had swept out across the 9 states began to gather together. And, there in the center of the storm, the Barren State was the most active of all the 9 states. These past few days many people from throughout the Barren State had come to Zhongzhou City, and many of them had even come to the Holy Ji Palace to offer their swords. The Holy Ji Palace had been leveled. Yi Futian had been setting up matrices all along while using chess spirit to calculate more of them. Now, there was a chain of interlocking patterns in the vast land where the palace had been. There was a group of swords at the center, and each sword was a sage-level ritual implement. At that moment, a group of figures broke through the sky, and a voice rang out, "Futian, why have you come?" Yi Futian looked up at the figures in the air and saw that one of them was the college chief of Starry School in Divine Sky City. He was now the college chief of 3 colleges. "I heard that you have called together all the swords in the Barren State, so I brought you the swords from Divine Sky City," said the college chief with a smile. "And not only us. The Long family, the Gu family, and other forces from Divine Sky City have also come. Although we don't have many swords, us old folks have a bit of combat experience," said Chen Yuan with a smile. Beside him was Mu Chuan of Zhaixing House. Yi Futian was moved as he looked at all these familiar faces. He smiled and said, "Thank you all for your help, but Yunqi and Linger shouldn't join in the fun. Have them return to Divine Sky City." He naturally saw that Gu Yunqi and Long Linger were in the crowd behind Chen Yuan. Gu Yunqi looked at Yi Futian. There was still some faint affection in her gentle eyes. She had heard that he was now able to sweep away all the cultivators in the 9 states. He was a legend. "I was a disciple of the palace. Why shouldn't I fight?" "Don't think you can kick me out, Brother Yi," said Long Linger. "You can stay if you want, but once the fighting starts you must go into Holy Sage Pavilion with everyone else," said Yi Futian with a smile and a shake of the head. On the day of battle, he would have everyone under the sage level go into Holy Sage Pavilion to arrange matrices. Even if they lost, those people would be safe. At that moment, more people appeared in the sky. "Futian!" A gentle voice rang out. Yi Futian looked up and saw 2 figures. A strange look came over his face. "Why have you come, little butterfly? Master said that you promised that before you tried his medicine." Little butterfly paused. "I can't die," said Yi Futian with a smile. Little butterfly smiled softly and said, "Master said that your last round of trials can be done at the palace, so he ordered me and my brother to come. Saint Zhang is too relentless." Yi Futian was silent for a while. So many people had come to the palace. Yi Futian had already experienced 2 rounds of medicinal trials in succession, so he knew that if the testing was successful it would greatly progress his own strength, whether physical or spiritual in will. In the previous trial process, he had even comprehended the rule of particles. Now that the Holy Ji Palace was facing a great calamity, going to the 9 State College was clearly out of the question for him, so St. Zhang had sent Little Butterfly to the Holy Ji Palace personally. However, this last round of trial was the most dangerous. At the time St. Zhang had reminded him to go to the 9 State College after he was at least a mid-level sage. However, he was still only a lower-level sage, so he wondered whether he could bear it. But under the current circumstances, he had to give it a try no matter what. As long as the trial was successful his strength would rise to another level so that Kong Yao, who ranked 9th, could be crushed. Yi Futian saw that Su Che-han was behind Little Butterfly, and he offered a faint smile. Su Che-han looked at him indifferently. "I just came by the command of the master." Yi Futian smiled and said nothing. This guy used to guard him like a thief in the herb garden. "Little Butterfly." A laughter was heard, and it was Hua Jieyu coming over. "Jieyu." Little Butterfly also responded with a smile, then walked over to the direction of Hua Jieyu and the 2 chatted. The 2 of them, fairy-like, standing together, formed a rare but beautiful sight to behold. "Chief and uncles, I will not be entertaining you then. You have seen the situation here at the palace. I can only beg your indulgence." Yi Futian said with a smile, "Linger, you are a disciple of Holy Ji Palace, so you are almost a host too. You should take everyone on a walk around." Long Linger pouted and mumbled, "Beauty has made you forget your duties. You are asking for it." Yifutian rubbed the head of Long Linger. Seeing so many old friends coming before the time of war for the Holy Ji Palace put him in a much better mood. When he ventured into the Holy Ji Palace, help came from all directions. Today, the situation was completely different from before. This time it was to defend against the invasion of the Hall of Holy Light and Xihua Sacred Mountain. But what remained the same were these old friends gathered once again to support him. Naturally, he felt a great warmth in his heart. "Let's not delay the testing then," Yifutian said to Little Butterfly and Su Chehan. The war was just around the corner and the testing would not been done in a single day, so the earlier the better. Little Butterfly nodded, and then several of them stepped away. Watching them leave, Gu Yunqi bowed her head slightly, and there was a slight sense of loss reflected in those beautiful eyes of hers. But then she had a bright smile on her face. He was now the lord of Holy Ji Palace, and the fate of the palace, and even that of the barren state, was tethered on him. So how could he find time to chat a word or two with her? Seeing that he was now getting more excellent by the day, she should be happy for him, and hope that he could sail through this coming calamity. That girl has no filter. Don't hold what she said to heart. The four of them walked, and he caught up with Little Butterfly and Jeyu, with Su Chehan behind. "Not at all." Little Butterfly gently shook her head. Hua Jeyu smiled at Yifutian. "But maybe Linger was right." Yifutian blinked his eyes, and Little Butterfly blushed and said, "Jeyu, don't think so much. Little Butterfly, you don't know this guy. He's tempted when he sees pretty girls. Especially you, so you must be careful around him." Hua Jeyu said to Little Butterfly, smiling. Little Butterfly's face was a little redder, and Yifutian was on the verge of tears. With a wife like this, who needed enemies? "Jeyu, if you continue like this, someone behind me will probably poison me," Yifutian joked. Su Chehan looked at the three who were chatting in front of him and could not quite get the meaning right away. "Senior brother wouldn't do that," Little Butterfly said. "You didn't know that when I was in the herb garden your senior brother threatened me to watch my step?" Yifutian smiled and responded. Su Chehan's footsteps slowed, and he gave Yifutian a frosty look. "Because of his cultivation, that is the temperament of my senior brother. Don't take it to heart." Little Butterfly did not look at Su Chehan, but just explained it. Yifutian nodded, then stopped to wait for Su Chehan to catch up. Little Butterfly turned to look at the two men. Jeyu pulled her hand and said, "We'll go first. Even if great teacher Su wants to kill me now, I'm afraid it won't be easy." Yifutian smiled and looked at Su Chehan. Su Chehan's gray pupils looked at Yifutian, and a faint coldness exuded from him. He had heard of the Battle of Zhongzhou City. In the past few years, his strength had improved greatly, and he had already become a high-level sage not long ago. However, Yifutian killed 4 great sages in the siege, so defeating him wouldn't be easy. "You can try." Su Chehan's voice was still cold. "I know that great teacher Su is an expert at poison, but I have already experienced 2 rounds of trials, and am resistant to poison. Moreover, great teacher Su is our guest, so why the long face? I will not be inhospitable like great teacher Su." Yifutian, referring to the time when his visits were rejected. Su Chehan gave Yifutian a look. "If you didn't have a wife, I wouldn't mind if you pursued Little Butterfly. But if you want Little Butterfly to be your concubine, you have another thing coming to you. You are so boring. It is much more fun to be with Little Butterfly." Yifutian patted his shoulder and then accelerated to catch up with Hua Jeyu and Little Butterfly in front. Su Chehan stiffened a bit, watching Yifutian move forward and quickening his steps to catch up to the others. Yifutian and the others were at the medicinal pool in the Holy Sage Pavilion, and this time it was an enclosed space. When Yifutian entered the medicinal pool, Little Butterfly and Su Chehan were sweating. Yifutian and Hua Jeyu went together inside, and there was a terrible storm hovering above the medicinal pool in front of them. There was lightning that was constantly flashing, emitting a suffocating pressure. This? Yifutian's heart beat wildly. Was this really a medicinal bath? But how was it that the medicine pool in front felt like a catastrophe that was enough to make one disappear into it? The face of Hua Jieyu had also changed, and she could feel the terrible aura that came from it and permeated the space. Little Butterfly was not as relaxed as she was before. Her beautiful eyes were solemn. Before she deliberately tried to appear relaxed in an attempt to relax herself. But in fact, she clearly knew that the medicinal bath that her master had personally prepared this time was truly terrible. Hua Jieyu's dainty hand that was holding Yifutian sweated, and exerted a little force as if she did not want Yifutian to try. Before she had just heard about it, but she did not think that the medicinal trial would be so terrifying. The master said that this round of trials should have started when you become a top-level sage, or at the very least a mid-level sage. Considering your current plane, the master has reduced the potency of the medicinal bath. Little Butterfly looked at Yifutian and said softly, "Got it." Yifutian nodded and walked forward, but the hand that held the hand of Hua Jieyu did not loosen, still holding on tightly. Turning his head, Yifutian smiled at Hua Jieyu. "It was the same as the 2 previous trials. I just have to tough it out, and all will be well." Hua Jieyu looked at Little Butterfly, and Little Butterfly squeezed out a smile. "It should be fine." It was only then that Hua Jieyu released her hand and helped Yifutian to take off his coat. Yifutian looked at Su Chehan. "Could great teacher Su step aside? I am not used to being watched by a grown man." Su Chehan gave Yifutian a cold look and then went away. "I will go out too," Little Butterfly whispered. "Little Butterfly, stay and help. I am afraid of any unexpected situations," Hua Jiua said to her, so that Little Butterfly nodded as an agreement. On the body of Yifutian there was a dazzling brilliance, and there were the sounds of dragons and apes coming out from his body. Even the faint shadow of the rock seemed to have appeared. At the same time, keeping a tight hold to his spiritual will, he stepped into the medicinal pool. In the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, Great Zhou Sacred King sat in the Great Hall and listened to a messenger's report. The cultivators of the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple had appeared in the territory of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. Their whereabouts were unknown, and it seemed they had broken up into cells, and many may have already infiltrated the holy capital. The Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty mobilized many cultivators to search and had made several arrests, but on the same token, some also died. The Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple seemed to have them pegged. It was said that the Glass Saint had disbanded the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple, and now there was no one left at the temple. Glassy, Great Zhou Sacred King looked indifferently towards the distance and remembered the scene in the Imperial Mausoleum when Yifutian held the sacred Glass Saint in his arms and had his way with her, and his eyes filled with endless thoughts of murder. Yifutian treated her thusly, so why would she still help the barren state? "I and Zhou Yanwang will embark, leading the Golden Phoenix Army. Other cultivators, stay and guard the palace." Great Zhou Sacred King commanded coldly. He would lead the most powerful army of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty to conquer, and the others would be more than enough to defend the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple. Boom! Boom! At this time, there were violent trembling sounds coming from the Great Hall in the rear. Many people looked up over yonder, including the Great Zhou Sacred King, and suddenly there was a dazzling light flashing through his eyes, and he started toward that direction. Boom! A loud noise was heard, and the Great Hall was breached. A beautiful and radiant blade of light went straight into the sky. Immediately afterward, everyone in the palace saw a sword, the divine sword. This divine sword went straight through the air, as if with a life of its own. Great Zhou Sacred King was extremely fast. In an instant, his palms extended, and a terrible golden phoenix appeared between heaven and earth. His claws smacked down from the sky and grabbed toward the divine sword. However, at this moment the incomparable glory exploded from within the divine sword and it disappeared right where it was, crossing the void and appearing in the sky above. Great Zhou Sacred King looked extremely bad. Like a divine phoenix, he gave chase and wanted to waylay the divine sword. But that divine sword continued to shuttle through the void. Even the speed of Great Zhou Sacred King could not catch up with it. Very quickly, Great Zhou Sacred King gave up. He stood high in the sky, and a horrible air emitted from him, its power threatening the world. At the time, they used the life of Dozhan in exchange of Zhou, the others, and also this divine sword. Now, the divine sword had taken flight on its own and disappeared. Clearly, he had been had. This divine sword had a spirit and could stay and go on its own. However, who was controlling the divine sword? And where did the divine sword go on this day? In the land of Eastern State. Many who were levitating in the sky saw that above the void there was a sword in flight on its own, continuing to cross the void until it disappeared at the edge of Eastern State. At the end of the year 10016 of the Divine Prefecture calendar, 9 states did not have the holiday atmosphere of past years. In the barren state outside of Zhongzhou City in the endless sky there was a black eagle flying about, wings widespread as if it were patrolling. Groups of cultivators traveling by levitation entered the territory of Zhongzhou City. These were cultivators who had traveled from all over the 9 states. Just 5 or 6 years ago, the people of 9 states had all but forgotten about the barren state. There was no value in the holy land of the barren state, so it was even excluded from 9-state forum. But today, this city at the center of barren state had become the eye of the storm in the 9 states. Countless powerful people came from far away in the past several months just to witness the battle that was forthcoming in Zhongzhou City. The 9 states had not had such a battle of this level for 100 years, so how could it not attract this kind of attention? It was rumored that the Hall of Holy Light, Xihua Sacred Mountain, and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty had all assembled an enormous army, but they did not immediately set off. According to some, the Hall of Holy Light had dispatched saints to the 3 holy lands of Endless Ocean and urged them to send great armies in support and had agreed upon a time of action. As if they had reached some kind of agreement, the 3 holy lands of the Endless Ocean also started calling in the powers of the islands in the territory, ready to make war with the barren state. Because several holy lands had agreed to send troops at the same time, it also caused delays for some time. After all, the strength of the Holy Ji Palace at the barren state, along with the backings of the Yu clan and the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple, made even a principality as strong as the Hall of Holy Light dare not to challenge them alone. If only one force arrived, it was highly possible that the Holy Ji Palace would welcome the fight straight away, and the ending would be highly unpredictable. Finally, on the first day of the year 10017 of the Divine Prefecture calendar, the conglomerate of the great armies from the 6 holy lands of the Hall of Holy Light, the Xihua Sacred Mountain, the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, the North Deep, the Ocean Palace, and the Celestial Cliffs, departed almost at the same time, clearly launching a pre-planned joint attack. In 9 states, the turbulence had started. As for the other holy lands, the speculation was that currently Zhongzhou City must be filled with people who were gathered from all the holy lands in 9 states. It was just that they had not revealed their identities. In addition to the great armies from the 6 great holy lands, Saint Ji of Jisheng Cliffs and Kong Yao had been staying at Zhongzhou City. At this time, in a wine cellar in Zhongzhou City, there were a few people sitting quietly, drinking. Among them, there was an extraordinary elder who looked about 50, full of spirits and enthusiasm. His eyes were bright and alert, but full of gentle smiles that gave him a very comfortable presence. "Master, will the battle of the Holy Lands break out?" a young man asked the old man in front of him, who was another saint from the Yu state, Stone Saint. Stone Saint kept an extremely low profile, almost never interested in what went on in the outside world. In the Yu state, the Jisheng Cliffs had always been known as its first holy land. Although Stone Saint was also a cultivator of the Saint Plain, he was not well known. Many said that the Stone Saint had no quarrel with the world, just concentrating on cultivation. The saints of Holy Ji Palace have been evading the conflict, otherwise the Great Zhou Sacred King would have already made his move. As for this sacred war, if the Yu clan and the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple were involved, and the Moon Saint and Glass Saint both appeared on the battlefield, it is possible that it would erupt in a war of the saints. Stone Saint said calmly, "If the sacred war really broke out, it would not be the fall of only 1 or 2 people, but the destruction of large scale of cultivators. In that environment, even the cultivators of the Saint Plain would not be able to suppress the need to get involved." "Does the master not have any thoughts on this?" the young man asked again. "God's fighting, what more is there to think about? To participate as cannon fodder." Stone Saint gave his disciple a harsh stare, and suddenly the young man gave a surrendering smile. Indeed, in a fight of this scale, if they rushed into it, no matter which side one decided to take on, they would all be cannon fodder. Stone Saint drank up the wine in the cup, then looked up at the distance. He said, "The people from the holy lands of the 9 states should have all arrived. They also want the inheritance of Renhuang, but it is a hot potato, and not so easy to be had. Let's go." As he finished speaking, he got up and walked out. "Where is the master going?" Those around the table also got up and tried to catch up with him. "To the Holy Ji Palace, of course." The voice of Stone Saint was heard. Not only them, but countless others in Zhongzhou City also rushed toward the direction of the Holy Ji Palace. People in Zhongzhou City had heard the news that the major Holy Lands would join forces today to attack the Holy Ji Palace. Outside of Zhongzhou City there were demonic beasts patrolling every direction. At this time, along the border of Zhongzhou City in the westerly direction, a mighty army descended. This legion of tens of thousands were all riding upon divine implements, with the saints personally spending their power to control the implements to lead the way. Otherwise, it would be totally impossible for this army to arrive at the Holy Ji Palace in just one day. The person leading them was Saint Ji. At this time, Saint Ji looked up into the sky. The other holy lands must be coming soon. "Wait here," Saint Ji ordered. The 6 great holy lands had agreed to the time to move toward the Holy Ji Palace at the same time. Now that they had already entered the Zhongzhou City, there was no need to worry. Just wait for the appointed time and they could march directly toward the Holy Ji Palace. After some time, a beam of light shot from a distance with extreme speed, and it arrived in a blink of an eye. It was a cultivator of the Saint Plane. "What is so urgent?" Saint Ji saw the person who came and frowned. The saint who had arrived was the cultivator of the Hall of Holy Light. A large number of cultivators from the Qi clan came to the City of Holy Light, just in the area below the Hall of Holy Light, seemingly to box us in. The messenger replied. Upon hearing these words, Saint Ji's eyes became sharp with a terrible coldness. "Qi clan of the Qi state, how dare they? Was there any exchange?" Saint Ji asked. "Yes," the messenger nodded. "But the people of Qi clan denied that they were boxing us in. They just said that the cultivators of Qi clan have long admired the cultivators of the Hall of Holy Light and have come to our hall to visit the disciples of the Hall of Holy Light." Saint Ji's eyes revealed great viciousness that was pure cold murder. The Qi clan admiring the Hall of Holy Light for a long time? To pay tribute to the disciples of the Hall of Holy Light? This was a pile of nonsense. This was a naked threat from the Qi clan, plain and simple. They did not send people directly to participate in the battle, and they did not want to make enemies with the Holy Lands at the same time, so they came up with such a plan to go for the quick. To distract the attention of the Hall of Holy Light from the battle. "I will leave some people here, you take the rest back." Saint Ji's voice was extremely cold as his eyes passed through the army. He then divided them into groups and kept a group of elite cultivators from the Hall of Holy Light, and less than half of the cultivators from other areas in the region of the Hall of Holy Light. Those who turned back would at least be enough to cope with the cultivators from the Qi clan who gathered in a hurry at the Hall of Holy Light. Saint Ji believed that the Qi clan was more of a threatening force rather than one intent on attacking the Hall of Holy Light, otherwise it would have already happened. He understood what that old man, Saint Qi, was thinking about, to kill with a borrowed sword. As long as Yi Futian was alive, he would be a great threat to the Hall of Holy Light. Moreover, Qi clan did not need to offend other Holy Land forces, and it did not even need to directly be involved on the battlefield. He was truly tricky old fox. In the southerly region of Zhongzhou City, there were many humongous divine golden phoenixes descending. On the back of every divine phoenix there was a group of cultivators. Likewise, the great Zhou sacred king also did not bring all his people, but he brought with him his most elite troop, the Golden Phoenix Army. In the southeastern region, the 3 great holy lands of the Endless Ocean had arrived together. The demonic beasts in the outer area of Zhongzhou City continued to hover and flew toward the sky. When the 6 holy lands had all arrived, they set foot in this central city of the barren state and marched toward the same direction. The cultivators of the Hall of Holy Light continued to move forward. They passed by a Buddhist mountain in Zhongzhou City, and on top of the mountain there was a famous temple. When they passed through, there was a golden glow on the top of mountain, and the light of Buddha was spreading far and wide. Many looked in that direction and saw a shocking scene. There were 108 Buddhists who turned into a giant Buddha, releasing a blazing light of Buddha like a big statue of Buddha. St. Ji glanced at the Buddhist mountain. In the land of the barren state, there was never the presence of such powerful monks. Clearly, those were the people of the Vajra region. It was just 108 people. Even if it was the 108 battling monks of the Vajra region, what could they do? How could they dream to subvert the situation? When the cultivators of the Hall of Holy Light passed by, an even more brilliant light of Buddha shone forth, and then the Buddha stepped into the void like an immense and boundless Buddha walking on top of Zhongzhou City, each step spanning a great distance, following the cultivators of the Hall of Holy Light. This had made many cultivators from the Hall of Holy Light incredibly displeased. What was the meaning of these Vajra region cultivators? To follow them at every step. In different directions, the Sixth Great Army went to the Holy Ji Palace, which led to the complete madness of the people in Zhongzhou City, who gathered and moved toward the direction of the Holy Ji Palace in great terrible manner. In this horrible flow of people, a handsome figure in white followed along. He was a symbolic figure in the barren state, the future palace lord chosen by the Holy Ji Palace. But now he was mixed in the crowd like a common disciple of the barren state, heading for the direction of the Holy Ji Palace. His return today was but for his peace of mind. By the time he left, the two palace lords had died, so he left the Holy Ji Palace and the barren state to separate from the 9 states. He eventually went to the Jixia Holy Palace to cultivate, and then went to the upper worlds with Xiaxing Yuan for the trial, and blessed with chance, he was chosen to be allowed to cultivate in the upper worlds. But no matter what the grievances were back in the days, he still owed a favor to the palace that taught him, and would never forget the teachings of his master. Today, when the Holy Ji Palace was in crisis, he could not stand by and do nothing. No matter the outcome of this battle, it would be him returning the favor to the palace. Barren State, the Holy Ji Palace. Yifutian looked at the distance, and beside him, all the cultivators above the sage plain had gathered together, waiting. They already knew that the 6 great holy coalition forces had descended, and were on their way to the Holy Ji Palace. It would not take long for them to step into the space above the Holy Ji Palace. Yifutian slowly levitated, his eyes turning to look at everyone from the Holy Ji Palace. There were many old friends and many new faces. He said, "The battle today may be more dangerous than the time when the great Zhou sacred dynasty had descended, but what I have said remains. I am the lord of the Holy Ji Palace. If I survive, so will the palace. If the palace should die, so will I." The eyes of the people fastened on Yifutian, their eyes revealing extreme determination and a strong sense of war. "And one more thing. If we win this battle, from then on in the 9 states no one will dare to bully to the Holy Ji Palace, or any of our disciples." Yifutian's voice was not loud, but everyone heard it clearly. All eyes were on the young man who was hovering in the air at the Holy Ji Palace. From that battle onwards, no one would have dared bully the Holy Ji Palace and any students from that holy land. Yifutian had brought the Holy Ji Palace to lengths and achievements that the Holy Land of the Barren State had never seen before in all those he had been in charge. Be it the 9-state forum or the skirmish at the Imperial Mausoleum, the Barren State had emerged victorious over all other holy lands of the 9 states. He came to possess the halberd of space and time, a divine implement left behind by the Ocean King and ranked 3rd on the divine implements ranking. He had led them to victory against the great Zhou sacred dynasty, and had reduced Jisheng Cliffs to a mere shadow of its former form. He had also killed 4 major figures ranked high in the sage ranking all by himself. There was no one throughout the 9 states who did not know Yifutian and the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State. As such, while the current state where 7 holy lands throughout the 9 states intended to ally themselves in an attempt to destroy the Holy Ji Palace was indeed a disaster, but it was nonetheless also an achievement that the people of the Holy Ji Palace were proud of as well. 7 major holy lands needed to ally themselves in order to take on the Holy Ji Palace in present. There was simply no holy land that dared challenge the Holy Ji Palace all on their own. Battle rose and Yifutian gazed at the faces in the air and continued. I heard that there are some within the Holy Ji Palace who claim that we would be safe so long as we hand over Joga. While it is true that the crisis could be averted if we would just hand Joga over, but if someone were to demand Huang Joga from the Holy Ji Palace, then there would be people demanding me to hand over someone else from the Holy Ji Palace in the future. Unless the Holy Ji Palace is fine with being at the bottom end of Holy Lands throughout the 9 states, any talk would be futile given how we're not even daring enough to fight for what is ours. If I'm unable to protect even just Huang Joga alone, then I wouldn't be qualified to protect the Holy Land that had been around for ages. Yifutian scanned everyone present and his voice roused his audience to high spirits. I shall be fighting in this matter at the very forefront at any given moment. The battle fought today shall be fought in the Holy Ji Palace's honor. Countless students of the Holy Ji Palace felt their heart burning. For the Holy Ji Palace, the Sword Demon, Lord of the Sword Palace, said in a brimming voice. For the Holy Ji Palace, the Sword Saint said solemnly. For the Holy Ji Palace. Voices were heard here and there. For the Holy Ji Palace. Countless voices were heard from the sky. It was the only voice that reverberated throughout the entire Holy Ji Palace. Morale had never been so high. Among the crowd, the sword was seen sitting solemnly, guarding the area all on his own. Yuan Hong led an army garrisoning another area. Qin Zhuang and the other 8 swordsmen sitting on the ground in formation. Hua Jieyu, Yushang, Yi Wuchen and the others standing by, as well as the palace lord's brothers and sisters in training. There was also Lu Zixuan, who had just joined the ranks of the Holy Ji Palace. Her eyes were fixed on the silhouette in the air. He knew that the handsome figure was something godlike and worthy of worship in that holy land of the barren state. There were Goddess Dai and great teacher Su from the 9-state college. Even they were inspired due to standing among the crowd and experiencing the heat from all the others around them. Goddess Dai's eyes reddened somewhat and said, It's truly my honor to be able to join this fight. Su Chehan stared at the sky. While it was true that the figure above was a bit of a douche, he was nonetheless very charming at the moment. If it had not been for the fact that he was already married, Little Butterfly would have earned herself a good husband if she were to marry him. It would have at least been better than to have her following Su Chehan. Yifutian went on with medicine tests throughout the days. While the entire course of 81 days was not completed, but it was nonetheless considered a success for being able to get so far. Little Butterfly's teacher said that if Yifutian was able to make it through the first day, then they shall help Yifutian out. As such, even though Su Chehan had no liking for Yifutian, he would have still joined the fight. But then again, even if his teacher did not give such an order, there was still no way he would have sat by and do nothing if Little Butterfly intended to fight. Demonic beasts circled around in the air and their eyes looked far away. In the Holy Sage Pavilion, there were matrices protecting those below Sage Plane. However, many in the air gazed at the silhouettes appearing above the Holy Sage Pavilion and everyone understood that the upcoming battle was one that would have decided the fate of the Holy Ji Palace. If the Holy Ji Palace were to emerge victorious, few would have been able to shake Yifutian in the future. He was nigh invincible at Sage Plane, and if a saint of the 9 states intended to kill him when he became a saint one day, it would not have been easy as well. The Holy Ji Palace stood as long as Yifutian stood. If the Holy Ji Palace were to lose, there would have been no holy lands left in the barren state, and things would have looked bleaker than it used to be. Demonic beasts howled high up in the air and terrifying might was sensed from far away. Although few were able to extend their spiritual powers that far, but they felt the immense pressure coming their way. The pressure of the army preceded the army itself. They're here. Many quipped deep down and Yifutian's eyes looked far away ahead. The deep eyes seemed to be able to penetrate the space and formless current ebbed in the air, growing increasingly powerful, and the demonic beasts circling in the air continued to howl. They were very restless and Yifutian was able to feel what they were feeling clearly. Even demonic beast at the pinnacle of Sage Plane felt so as well. They were about to face a 60,000-strong army, and things would have no longer been like how it was back in the Imperial Mausoleum, where there were only a handful of top-notch figures from a myriad of holy lands. Eventually, brilliant shimmer was seen. Saint Ji and the mighty ones from the Hall of Holy Light reached first before everyone else, stopping outside the Holy Ji Palace and stood high above the air, as if they were a celestial army. The howl of the phoenix was heard as well, and bright flames were seen burning in the sky. The Zhou Sacred King and Zhou Yanwang, both saints, arrived as well as the Golden Phoenix army. Their numbers were comparatively few, as many mighty ones were held back by the people of the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple. Saint Xihua arrived shortly after. All three of the saints of the Xihua Sacred Mountain were there. Their numbers were the greatest among the three forces. Vast, powerful might was felt in another direction. The people of the Holy Ji Palace turned around and found an allied force consisted of 3 armies from the Endless Ocean arrived, boosting the greatest number. The ocean state was situated at the Endless Ocean. Their area was vast and cultivators aplenty. Countless islands were controlled by the 3 holy lands of the ocean state. One could have only imagined how vast such an allied army would have been as they blocked out the sky. While spirits remained high among the ones from the Holy Ji Palace, but they were unable to help but shudder nonetheless, after sensing the solid, undeniable might of the invaders. Doom! Golden light of the Buddha shimmered from far away, ringing in the air. Many turned to look at that direction and found a powerful ancient Buddha-like figure running in the air. Is Vajra region getting themselves into this as well? Saint Ji said coldly. The monks of the Vajra region had been coming alongside them before, and it was obvious that the monks were not on their side. The lord of the Vajra region advised them back in the imperial mausoleum to let their enemies go after all. 108 warrior monks from the Vajra region has come seeking the path of enlightenment. A voice was heard rumbling in the air. The dazzling light of the Buddha got increasingly close to the Holy Ji Palace. Yi Futian saw them heading towards the Holy Ji Palace before descending to the ground at the same time. Many students of the Holy Ji Palace was getting ready to fight, but Yi Futian waved and prevented them from activating the matrices. Boom! A loud rumble was heard as dust was sent flying. 108 warrior monks seemed to have coalesced into a single Buddha as they stacked on top of one another. The monks stepped on the shoulders of each other. The higher the levels, the fewer the monks seen standing. Only one monk stood at the very top. He was dressed in a Kasaya garb and looked very young. Despite being a monk, he looked very handsome, and his eyes seemed to possess some mystical powers capable of seeing through people's minds. He was seen closing his hands together and chanted a string of Buddhist chants at Yi Futian. Yushang stood up and stepped forward, bowing slightly to the monk at the very top, appearing very respectful. The one before them was the leader of the 108 warrior monks of Vajra region. Brother Tianxin, Yushang called. Yi Futian heard Yushang's voice and took a look at the monk, before nodding and addressing him, Master Tianxin, Palace Lord Yi. The monk returned the gesture to Yi Futian. Everyone from the Holy Ji Palace turned their eyes at the monk, and they came to admire him somewhat. Number 3 on the sage ranking of the sage and saint rankings of the 9 states, Monk Tianxin of the Vajra region. He did not participate in the previous orthodoxy battles, or he might have become a saint over a decade ago. It was said throughout the 9 states that Monk Tianxin had no intentions of borrowing any external implements and wanted to come to enlightenment on his own. He was ranked 3rd only because he did not participate in the last orthodoxy battles, while Jia, who went about beating people up, went all the way to be ranked 2nd. Many people held the belief that the powers of Monk Tianxin of the Vajra region easily rivaled that of Jia. Yushang, many of our younger brothers claim to want to ask for guidance from you, and thus we came all the way here. Monk Tianxin smiled as he replied to Yushang. We shall have all the time in the world to do so after this battle, Yushang said as he looked at the monks of the Vajra region. As pompous as always, some monk quipped. Be careful, Yushang. I'm not going to go easy on you this time, someone else said as well. Very well, we shall fight to our heart's content after this. Yushang nodded. Tianxin, are you seeking enlightenment or death? Jiya's eyes were seen glaring at them from afar, at the Hall of Holy Light's direction. His murderous intent was sharp and unmistakable. Tianxin turned around to look at Jiya, who continued, If you're seeking enlightenment, go elsewhere. If you're seeking death, feel free to stay. Tianxin looked at him and closed his hands. The light of the Buddha shimmered all over him and he said, "Your senses are corrupted and shall need Buddhist methods to cleanse them." "How do we go about that, big brother?" monks from beneath asked. "Through expiating the soul," monk Tianxin answered. "Mercy." The monk beneath nodded. Jia's eyes were incredibly cold. The number 2 and number 3 on the sage ranking seemed to be at each other's throats before the army began fighting. Powerful aura was sensed from far away. Saint Ji and Saint Shihua wore cold expressions. They knew the mighty ones from the Yu clan were 3 as well. With the mighty ones from the 6 Holy Lands about to raise the Holy Ji Palace, the Yu clan at the rear would have been able to mess up the army's formations once the fighting commenced. Saintly might flooded the place at the moment. 2 figures were seen descending at the Holy Ji Palace's direction. It was Saint Xia and Saint Li, leading mighty ones from both the Xia clan and the 9 State College. "We're here to watch," Saint Xia said. Their silhouette came before the Holy Sage Pavilion and said, "This is where the Holy Ji Palace's nobles are. Please don't attack in this direction." Saint Li, "How about a game of chess?" Saint Xia said to Saint Li. "Sure." Saint Li nodded and they both set up the game high above the Holy Sage Pavilion. Students of the Xia clan and the 9 State College were behind them. Lin Shubai and Tong He, extremely renowned students of the 9 State College, were there as well. Their eyes were on the battlefield. When the battle was over, the sage and saint rankings would have been rearranged. They were not alone. Many throughout the 9 states were standing by to watch the battle from far away, not daring to get too close. A figure dressed in white descended quietly at the Holy Ji Palace's direction from the sky. Many eyes looked at the figure and even Yi Futian was rather startled to see him. The sword demon, Sage Daozong, Yu Qi, Zhuge Qingfeng and many others looked at him. They were all very familiar to Bai Luli. Bai Luli simply watched the armies about while saying nothing. "Welcome back to the Holy Ji Palace." Yi Futian looked at him and said. Since Bai Luli was willing to fight for the Holy Ji Palace, Yi Futian had no intentions of being petty with him over what happened in the past. Saint Ji, Saint Shihua, the Sacred King all took the respective corners, at the front of the 3 armies they led. They knew that the mighty ones of the Yu clan were at their rear, but they did not care. They took the same attitude with those from the Vajra region. As for Bai Luli, few even paid any heed to him. The power of one individual was utterly insignificant in a sacred war at such a scale. Only the likes of Yi Futian would have been able to somehow affect the battles. However, if the power difference was too great, he still would not have been able to change anything. The battle that time was to be the true sacred war. Furthermore, one that had 10 holy lands involved just from the surface alone. The scale was simply terrifying. In such sacred wars, the power of one was insignificant unless said one was a saint. "Get into formation," Saint Ji said. The armies of the Shihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty had all gotten into formation, and there were a lot of battle matrices used. The Hall of Holy Light and the Shihua Sacred Mountain were not the only forces available within their state after all. There were also other top forces within their territory. The allied forces of the 3 holy lands of the Ocean State had gotten into formation after all. At that very instant, the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State felt as if they were going to be drowned. The stifling pressure made the place difficult to draw breath. The battle matrices of the 6 major holy lands moved in the Holy Ji Palace's direction. While they had blind confidence of being able to come out on top in that battle, they dared not underestimate their opponents nonetheless. All holy lands were on their guard, as it was a battle with one's life on the line. Any mistake could have easily cost them huge casualties. They intended to win with little to no casualties after all. What they set out to do was to wipe out the Holy Ji Palace with the least cost incurred. "Activate the matrix," Xianxia said loudly. Mighty ones activated the matrices in all different directions as soon as he gave the order. Brilliant light burst from the ground of the Holy Ji Palace in an instant. Boundless patterns appeared, devouring the spiritual qi around in a frenzy and converting them into power of rules, merging with the matrix diagram. The mighty ones from the Holy Ji Palace took the upcoming fight with utmost seriousness. The stifling pressure grew increasingly strong. The ones from the 6 major Holy Lands came above the Holy Ji Palace. One battle matrix after another lit up. Boundless light glimmered before the mighty ones of the Hall of Holy Light at their direction. A very tall celestial god appeared in the sky, shining with boundless light. Its light rained downward and turned incredibly sharp, as if it was raining swords of light onto the Holy Ji Palace. "Activate the Black Turtle Matrix," Xianxia said loudly, and beams of light shot up. A huge gigantic beast seemed to have sprung up from the earth. Loud rumbles were heard, and the entire Holy Ji Palace shook. A boundlessly huge black turtle appeared above the Holy Ji Palace, enveloping everyone within the battle matrix. The mighty ones far away shuddered at the scene. It was worth noting that the Holy Ji Palace was of the size of a small city. One was only able to imagine how large the turtle would have been to envelop the entire Holy Ji Palace. The scene before them was earth-shattering. The Holy Ji Palace had given its all to manifest such a super matrix. The light raining down on the black turtle naturally was unable to do anything. However, the celestial godlike god of light continued to grow in size. An unerringly holy sword of light appeared in its hand, showering the ground below with shimmering light. The sword was one that would have cleaved the heavens. A mountain god appeared at the Xihua Sacred Mountain's corner. Its body was immensely huge as well and filled to the brim with power. The Golden Phoenix Battle Matrix was activated at the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty's side. A golden phoenix out to block the sky out appeared in the air. The flames seemed to have burned the sky as its huge wings flapped. Waves of heat washed all over the place. Even those watching from afar found it unbearable if they were of weaker training. The 3 holy lands of the Endless Ocean brought their powers to bear as well. They either summoned huge beasts or activated super battle matrices, bursting with unparalleled might. The mighty ones of the Yu clan appeared and looked at the battlefield before them, yet they did not make any move. The Moon Saint was the one taking the lead. If the Holy Ji Palace was unable to even withstand the first wave of attack, it would have meant that they were simply too weak. If the ones from the Holy Ji Palace were to be so easily eliminated, it would have been pointless for the Yu clan to join the battle, as they would have simply walked to their deaths. They needed to see that the Holy Ji Palace being able to survive through the attacks and get into very heated stage of the fights, before they saw it to be time to attack. They were to then went all the way to the core of the enemy's camp and finished the enemy off in one go. In that direction, there were still others who watched the battle between the Yu clan and the Holy Ji Palace. The number of such people were few, so much so that their numbers could have considered pathetic in comparison to the armies in the field. They were none other than the mighty ones from Jisheng Cliffs. The figure taking the lead was none other than Saint Ji, and Kong Yao was standing by his side. However, there was still a group of people behind Saint Ji who did not emanate any aura, yet possessed exceptional bearing. All of them wore cold, haughty looks on their faces as they watched the battlefield without being fettered by anything. Murderous intent was seen in Saint Ji's eyes. Yi Futian would have definitely perished on that day. The celestial godlike figure brought the sword of light in its hand down on the battlefield, dropping from high above all the way down to the black turtle matrix. An earth-shattering noise was heard as the matrix cracked like a spider web. At the very next moment, the huge mountain god made its move and the entire Holy Ji Palace shook. Saint Xia and Saint Li, who were playing chess at the moment, had to emanate faint auras to stabilize the game. Both men continued to place their pieces as if the battlefield did not exist. Boom, boom, boom. The continuous rumble rattled their surroundings, and every rumble shook the hearts of all present. "Get the kuei up!" Xianxia shouted his order. Another layer of matrix seemed to have been activated within the black turtle matrix. A kuei after another appeared and devastating storms built up within the matrix. The kueis brought thunderous rumbles ringing about within the Holy Ji Palace, bringing the devastating lightning storm to its critical point, as if the apocalypse was near. Boom! A rumble was heard and the black turtle broke. At the very next moment, the kueis roared at the heavens, and the previously suppressed, devastating lightning storm was thicker than an ancient tree, shooting skywards. In that one instant, that space seemed to be on the verge of total collapse. Terrifying rumbles continued to be heard. The god of light and the mountain god were both torn to shreds right there and then. The golden phoenix was destroyed as well. However, the terrifying light of the lightning seemed to be out to destroy everything like a calamity of the great path, heading straight for the battle matrices of the 6 holy lands, forcing the mighty ones to get into formation and activating defenses. Carry on, St. G said coldly. Since the Holy Ji Palace had matrices laid in place, then all they had to do was simply to bring their armies to bear, destroying the matrices. The mighty ones continued descending as they focused their attacks, launching devastating might in the Holy Ji Palace's direction. Terrifying light of devastation appeared above the Holy Ji Palace in an instant. The matrix of the Kuei was still at work when the weather changed. Everyone in the Holy Ji Palace shivered before a sheet of frost appeared in the air. Their surroundings turned pale white and extremely cold, as if everything was soon to be frozen. Many felt as if the blood in their veins were about to stop flowing in the cold. Their bodies were hardly able to move. What was worse was that even during the cold, lightning and firestorms came nonetheless. Press on, Saint Shihua said, ordering his men. While there had been many who were injured from attacks, but neither Saint Ji nor Saint Shihua seemed to hesitate. They ordered their men to simply press on with attacks. If they were to be held back by the matrices, they would have only suffered greater losses. They did not expect the chess saint's eldest student to survive in the Nether Sword Mound all those years ago and came back to bite them. Those matrices were definitely his work, which had enough weight to steer the direction of the war. But then again, it would have only been so when both sides were of comparable powers. The stifling pressure in the Holy Ji Palace grew increasingly powerful. Their eyes turned towards one direction and Yifutian was seen standing quietly, totally unfettered as he simply looked up at the battlefield in the air. He came to resemble a statue. Seeing mighty ones coming at them, Yifutian stepped up and expanded his spiritual powers. A huge matrix diagram lit up within that spot of the Holy Ji Palace, getting increasingly bright. Heaven-splitting sword will emerged from beneath the diagram in an instant. One sword aura after another shot through the ground and headed for the clouds. The entire Holy Ji Palace was completely lit up at that moment. The swords rang and one sword after another shot through the diagram from underneath the Holy Ji Palace, before hovering above the diagram. Retreat! Retreat! Saint Ji and Saint Shihua and many other mighty ones said at the same time. They all knew about the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State borrowing swords, and they speculated it was for laying out sword matrices. What they had no idea about was how powerful the matrix would have been. However, at that very moment, they felt a sword aura that was so intense that it could have killed everything in its path. At the very least, for anyone below St. Plain, they would have definitely died if they were to be caught at the center of that storm. The mighty ones retreated to the sky. However, at that very instant, countless swords of the Holy Ji Palace circled around the diagram, turning into terrifying vortex of the sword. The immense sword aura shot to the sky. If one were to view from afar, it would have looked as if countless swords were fighting upwards against the current, with full intentions of tearing the sky to shreds. At the same time, boundless sword will gathered at the same place. A giant sword capable of cleaving everything in its path appeared there. Go! A cold word was uttered by Yifutian. The sword flew straight to meet its target as soon as he finished. Blood splattered wherever the sword flew as no one had been able to fight it. Everyone retreated in a frenzy. The surroundings of the giant sword was filled with untold numbers of swords borrowed from all over the barren state. Every single blade was filled with the power of the sword matrix, making them invincible. A rain of blood began to fall above the Holy Ji Palace at that moment. Many were pierced and eerie shrieks were heard everywhere. Regardless of plane, even if one were to be at the pinnacle of St. Plain, there was only one slash from the swords required if one were to find themselves at the center of the storm. Yifutian slowly took to the air. The halberd of space and time appeared in his hand, emitting terrifying killing light. Kill, Yifutian said as he turned into a beam of light, heading straight for the heavens. He was seemingly honoring his promise in a literal manner, always at the forefront at any given moment. Kill! Thunderous noises were heard as the mighty ones of the Holy Ji Palace took the sky. Their enemies' formations were in shambles, and it was a chance as good as any other to launch attacks. The sacred war involving 10 holy lands had finally, and thoroughly, commenced at full force. Yifutian rode hard with the halberd of time and space in his hands, emitting glorious radiance, smacking the powerful cultivators whose formation had been disrupted in the void. However, at the same moment Yifutian took action, shadows levitated alongside him, following closely behind, vaguely suggesting a winged formation with Yifutian out in front and people on both sides of him guarding his flanks. The two closest to him were Hua Jieyu on the left and Yushang on the right. Behind them were Huang Zhoga on the left and Sword Saint on the right. Further back there were two battle matrices, Qin Zhuang and the Nine Swordsmen, who were experts in offense, and the Lord of the Ice Temple, who was excellent at control, were manning the Sorcerer's battle matrix and were responsible for attacks and guarding Yifutian. No matter how great Yifutian's personal strength was, this was a battle between great armies. In any case, nothing could happen to Yifutian. If any mishaps should happen to Yifutian, the morale of the army of the Holy Ji Palace would disintegrate immediately, and what awaited them would be an apocalypse. At this time, an illusion of a saint faintly appeared behind Hua Jieyu. Gold-beating whip in hand, her alluring beauty appeared in the battlefield like a unique landscape. But at this time her body exuded an extremely dangerous atmosphere, so that wherever she passed everyone felt that their spiritual will was extremely threatened. Behind Hua Jieyu a brilliant glory was upon the body of Huang Zhoga, and behind him the life spirit of Runhuang bloomed so that his element increased tremendously. With the Runhuang bow in hand, wherever the arrow pointed to those in the void felt that they had been locked onto. As for the other side, a great demonic power was permeating into the bodies of Yushang and Sword Saint, sweeping through the sky and the void. The group moved swiftly and drove into the army of the opponent in an instant. Numerous cultivators formed a frightening mass, enough to cause fear in many of the beholders. However, under the observation of countless people, Yifutian rushed toward it without hesitation. The glory of the halberd of time and space shrouded the vast void, and the halberd in Yifutian's hands pierced toward the sky. At this moment, the time and space of heaven and earth seemed to be imprisoned and the expressions of many changed slightly. Soon after, the void ruptured and the halberd pierced through the space, and wherever passed the bodies of cultivators were pulverized and exploded, opening a passage of blood by the halberd of time and space. Move forward with the formation. They must be killed at all costs. Saint Ji stood above the sky, his eyes surveying the battlefield where Yifutian was located. Even if he had to sacrifice a large number of people today, he would bury Yifutian here. People rushed in to attack from all directions at the same time, and Hua Jieyu followed Yifutian closely, moving forward step by step, her spirit crown beaming with radiant light just like a goddess. An invisible telekinesis power shrouded the spiritual will of many cultivators. Thunder's mind, heavenly punishment, Hua Jieyu said, and suddenly many felt their spiritual will attacked by a thunder telekinetic power, causing their will to collapse, their bodies to tremble, and their minds stopped working. Buzz. Arrows penetrated the void and directly pierced through the heads of those cultivators. With Huang Zhoga's Runhuang bow supported by Hua Jieyu's telekinesis attack, its power was extremely forceful. From the side, there were cultivators who came to attack Hua Jieyu and Huang Zhoga. These two were also extremely important targets. Hua Jieyu was the wife of Yifutian, and the Huang Zhoga was the reason for this sacred war, who received the inheritance of Runhuang. As soon as this group was terminated, all this would end. Seeing that many had come in attack mode, the sword diagram appeared between heaven and earth, slaughtering all things. Qin Zhuang and the 9 swordsmen marched forward in the matrix and brought with them the invincible authority of the sacred sword. Great Zhou Sacred King looked bad when he saw this. The sacred sword that was used within Qin Zhuang's matrix was the golden phoenix sword from the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. When Zhou Huang was killed, the sword was taken by Yifutian. On the right side were the battle axe of judgment, wielded by Yushang, and the demonic bladed used by Sword Saint. Wherever these weapons passed through, the heaven and earth seemed to have been split open, not to mention with the help of sorcerers such as Yunshang. Anyone who got too close was sealed in ice, affecting their speed. Cultivators who were lowly had their blood solidified, directly turned into ice sculptures. Individual power was insignificant and completely overwhelmed. Great Zhou Sacred King saw this, and the Golden Phoenix battle matrix turned into an immense shadow of the Golden Phoenix attacking Yifutian, intending on intercepting Yifutian and the others. But a wild and brutal atmosphere came about, and Zhou Mian, who led the Golden Phoenix battle matrix, saw an immensely large golden ape holding the infinite ruler come towards the void from underneath. Yuan Hong led 1,000 or so martial cultivators from the palace, using the 36 heavenly battle matrices as basis battles, forming a greater battle matrix manned by him, and the infinite ruler swept toward the Golden Phoenix battle matrix. This divine implement was also plundered from the infinite palace in the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. The Golden Phoenix wings, like the wings from the sky, smashed down with force. Zhou Mian manned the Golden Phoenix battle matrix and collided directly against the heavenly battle matrix. In the void, infinite ruler and the Golden Phoenix wings collided, and a devastating storm swept across heaven and earth. The void seemed on the verge of being torn apart, and dull sounds were heard. The body of the golden ape was repelled. He leveraged the heavenly battle matrix, and its strength was terrible. However, the Golden Phoenix army was the most elite army of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, its royal army. At this time, the cultivators of the Golden Phoenix army were released the natal spirit of the Golden Phoenix at the same time. The scene played out dazzlingly, and it was once again manned by Zhou Mian. One could only imagine how powerful it was. Booming sounds rumbled like suppressed thunder, the humongous body of the golden ape trembling as it was backing up, and the infinite ruler in its hand waved again, gathering the power of heaven and earth as endless shadows of rulers permeated the firmament, sheltering the sky and sun. Yuan Hong took a step and the golden ape let out a roar that shocked the sky. The infinite ruler, employing the stick method, once again slammed down with the ruler as the stick, smashing with the power that would break the heavens. Boom! Another loud noise, shocking the void, and Yuan Hong was once again repelled. But he seemed unaware, still waving the infinite ruler again and again. The firmament seemed to have been made prisoner of the power that was released from him. Hard to breathe. Continuous strokes of the ruler smacked down, and every collision seemed to tear the void into pieces. All that was left in this space was just the shadows of rulers, with the Golden Phoenix wings chopping down in frenzy, sharper than the sharpest sword, cutting the void, and breaking up the shadows of the ruler, slashing into the body of Yuan Hong. Within the Golden Phoenix battle matrix and the heavenly battle matrix, many cultivators had been killed outright, and many more cultivators spat out blood, their life signs weak. This was war, a sacred war among the 10 holy lands. In this war, it was unknown how many people would perish. After this war, it would change the future power structure of 9 states. Roar! Another snarl came out, and Yuan Hong's body emitted an extremely demonic atmosphere. His body increased again. The golden ape, like a demonic god, shook the firmament with its steps. The infinite ruler that was in his hand swung wildly, and there was a terrible vortex appearing between the heaven and the earth, like a vortex of the great path. Finally, infinite ruler came down with all the force, enveloping the entire sky and covered the Golden Phoenix battle matrix within. At the same time, the cultivators of the Golden Phoenix opened their wings almost at the same moment, and the endless infinite wings smashed down from above the sky, colliding madly with the shadows of the ruler that had populated the sky. The shocking sound of explosions spread throughout the land, destructive storm raged, and many cultivators spat blood at the same time, and many even fell, so the battle matrix had collapsed. The cultivators within the Golden Phoenix battle matrix were instantly split apart and divided, along with the heavenly battle matrix, which also split apart with all the cultivators disrupted. The battle was shocking to behold. Yuan Hong seemed to be not aware of it, the golden blood dripping from his body, but he continued to step towards Zhou Mian, unstoppable. Zhou Mian looked at Yuan Hong's golden pupils that were burning red with demon blood. He had completely plunged into a state of maddened violence. Yuan Hong, at the moment, could probably only see murder in his eyes. When his hand made a grabbing motion, a cultivator of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty was directly torn to pieces, but Yuan Hong did not even take a look at him, simply continuing to move forwards, trampling several top sages along the way. Zhou Mian looked solemn, his eyes equally cold, burning with flames that jumped forward. The two separated from the battle matrices, once again colliding without any ceremony. In another battlefield, the battle matrix led by Jia wanted to intercept Yi Futian personally, but there were cultivators who were continuously flew out in front of them by the shocks. The radiant golden light of the Buddha shone, and as Jiya's eyes turned he saw that 108 battle monks had arrived in front of them. These 108 battle monks stacked together, causing a brilliant halo to form around them, and faintly a shadow of an enormous Buddha loomed, thousands of feet high. All the battle monks put their hands together, with the sound of Buddha lingering in chant, drilling into the eardrums of everyone around. "You bald donkeys are asking for it." Jia looked incredibly frosty. A bright war god started to take shape at the battle matrix where he was, and the light that shone from it had hidden within it a terrible killing power. "I will now bless you into the other world," Monk Tianxin said, and as soon as his voice fell, the glory of the Buddha was even more blazingly bright. Jia said nothing further. The bright war god figure released endless blinding light, and each ray was like an indestructible sharp sword. Even though it was not as powerful as before the matrix was breached, the battle matrix formed by Jiya's gathering of the finest of Hall of Holy Light was equally terrible in strength. Ding! A crisp sound was heard. That Buddha, like the ancient Vajra Buddha, turned into a genuine invincible golden body, hands clasped together at the chest, with its head slightly bowed down, eyebrow chakra touching the palm like a special seal of the Buddha, so that when the endless killing light came to assassinate it was impossible to break the Buddha's indestructible body. The reputation of Vajra region was not gained in vain. At the moment, that golden body was the epitome of the Vajra region. 108 battle monks moved in unison as if one, their lips trembling rapidly, and from the corners of their lips there was a constant stream of the sound of Buddha that turned into Sanskrit and flew out, surrounding the Vajra region so that the light of Buddha was ever more blazing, and the body of the Buddha also became more massive. Overhead, it seemed that a sun had appeared, shining upon the world. The Mahavarakana reincarnate. Monk Tianxin slowly retracted his right hand and then extended it forward, his movement extremely slow. Above the void, that boundless giant Buddha moved exactly the same as he. The palm slowly pressed downward from the sky, and there was a world between the heavens and the earth. There was no huge palm print, and between the heaven and earth there appeared an immense palm print, the palm of Mahavarakana, extremely young and masculine, that could slaughter all evils in the world. Upon the palm of Mahavarakana, great rays of sun bloomed and even overshadowed the light shooting out from the body of the bright god of war. The air seemed to be sucked of its moisture, and the palm that was full of yang and masculine energy slammed down to crush heaven and earth. Jiya was looking solemn. It was rumored that the battle monks of the Vajra region were experts of warfare. Now the 108 battle monks had turned into a matrix, everyone's movements resonating with each other's exactly the same. Obviously, this was the result of long and arduous practice, so skilled that no common battle matrices could be compared. His hand-pinching sword techniques made the light even more brazen. The bright sacred sword slashed out as if to break open the void, like a beam of light that was shot through the sky. An incredibly heavy power descended, and the bright sacred sword and the palm of Mahavarakana collided, creating terrifying light. Above the palm of Mahavarakana there was endless golden glory that continued to press down. The bright sacred sword rubbed against the palm print and cracks appeared but did not pulverize it, and instead it flew backward. Fall! Monk Tianxin spat it out, the palm slammed down, and suddenly the Buddha on top acted in sync. The palm of Mahavarakana, with such a force and sudden increased speed, plowed through everything as if they were just bamboo, and instantly fell on the body of the bright god of war. Great roaring sounds came out, and the body of the bright battle matrix exploded. The cultivators who manned the matrix were all shaken off, and many spat out blood. Jia, who was in the lead, also quickly flew in retreat, the eyes that focused on the battle monks of the Vajra region full of cold intent of murder. Resentment and sorrow are both bitter. Allow me to bless you into the great beyond. which would be a great contribution to the world. Monk Tianxin sounded solemn, and the light of Buddha was burning ever more brightly. But Jiya's face was now more hateful. He ranked second on the sage ranking. That was ahead of Monk Tianxin. If it were one-to-one combat, he felt he would not be weaker than the other, but the Buddha's battle matrix was way too powerful. It was difficult for him to overcome it. Bald donkey, you are full of nonsense. The Buddha has already known of your blasphemy. Now go to hell. Jiya responded coldly. He extended his hand, and suddenly a sword appeared in his hand. The sword was rather curious, with sharp teeth on its body, frightening to behold. Even more terrifying was that when the sword came out, the power in Jiya's body was swallowed madly by it. Saint Ji was determined to want Yi Futian dead. Further away upon the holy sage pavilion, Saint Li, who was playing chess, whispered. Yes, he had handed over the sword of judgment to Jiya. Saint Xia nodded. With the talent that Yi Futian had demonstrated in the imperial mausoleum, if he was not dead, the one who would die might be Saint Ji. Yi Futian's talent was no longer just simply limited to prove the divine path. Saint Ji, ranked 5th among the saints on the sage and saint ranking, had a divine implement, though not of the top 3 in the 9 states. That was also a most tyrannical sword of judgment which ranked 8th on the 9 states' divine implement rankings. The strength of Jiya was impossible to control, and the tenacity of the sword of judgment was that it could swallow the rules of heaven and earth of its own accord and could cause great repercussions against Jiya. His power alone was far from enough. In the hands of Yi Futian, he wielded the 3rd-ranking divine implement, the halberd of time and space, so Saint Ji handed the sword of judgment over to Jiya, apparently as a countermeasure against Yi Futian. However, he was forced to use it in advance by the 108 battle monks of the Vajra region. At this time, Jiya's body shivered slightly, and the power of the endless light rushed into the sword of judgment, creating a terrible vortex in the space surrounding it. Not just him, but many cultivators of the Hall of Holy Light gathered together and stood behind Jiya. Their looks solemn, even pious, allowing their own power to flow into the sword of judgment. The sword of judgment trembled in the void, shooting out endless light as if it could judge all the rules of the great path of the world, and the surrounding area already had a terrible intent of destruction. Seeing this, the monk Tyaxin was no longer looking so relaxed. Once again, he clasped his hands to his chest, Sanskrit chanting came out from his mouth, and endless symbols surrounded him. The 108 battle monks seemed to be psychically connected to each other, and the power of the great path seeped out, and behind the monks and above them 108 materialized. Chanting the sutra at the same time, they resonated with the heaven and earth with unspeakable prowess. These Buddha reached their hands downward at the same time, and their palms sheltering the sky and covered the sun. However, Jiya seemed to not have seen it, completely ignoring it. The tyranny of Sword of Judgment had its advantages and disadvantages. The disadvantage was that it was extremely difficult to invoke, and it could even consume the power of the holder as its own and cause great harm to the holder. But this disadvantage was also its advantage. For this reason alone, he could borrow the power of the sword and magnify his own, without being limited to his own strength. Furthermore, there were many cultivators from the Hall of Holy Light who were attacking with him. The muscles on Jiya's face were faintly distorted, but his eyes were even more indifferent. With him and the Sword of Judgment as the center, a terrible airflow now manifested around them as if the great path of heaven and earth was also to be judged. Countless palm prints slammed towards him, but wherever they impacted the space where the Sword of Judgment was located, the palm prints collapsed bit by bit until they were torn and pulverized. The Sword of the Judgment chimed, and the light that was puffing out from it penetrated the void. Go! Jiya's palm pushed toward the void, and suddenly the Sword of Judgment turned into a light intending to kill, aiming towards the 108 battle monks. Jiya's eyes were filled with rapacious thoughts of slaughter. If these people of Vajra region were seeking death, he would gladly oblige. When the Sword of Judgment was unsheathed, the one who died should have been Yi Futian, but now it seemed that these bald donkeys would die in his place first. The sword chi spewed out far and wide, and people who were battling around it were now flying and backed out from the battlefield. The sword of judgment ran through the void to get to the monks. The sound of chanting was now even louder, resonating with the heaven and earth. Monk Tianxin's lips moving rapidly, and the cassock upon his body swayed without wind, and so were the beads hanging about his neck, flying and spinning, bursting with blinding glare. Along with clear sounds, the string of Buddha's beads turned into individual beads, which numbered exactly 108 in total. Each of the beads had an ancient Buddhist symbol carved on it. 108 beads quickly hit the Vajra region that was above the ancient Buddha, and almost at the same time the sword of judgment shot out and hit right on the head of the ancient Buddha. Clearly Xianxia had no respect for the Buddha, intending to cut off the head of Buddha. The great path seemed to be on the verge of collapse. From the head of the ancient Buddha cracks appeared and creeped downward and seemed to tear and pulverize the Vajra region. However, the light released from the 108 beads was now integrated into the Vajra region, so that despite the cracks, it was still unbroken. Even so, the 108 beads rapidly spun and flew above the head of the ancient Buddha of the Vajra region, blocking the strikes of the sword of judgment. Chop! Xianxia pointed to the sword of judgment. His murderous intent rocketed to the sky, wanting to break the Buddhist beads and split open the head of the Buddha. Om Mani Padme Hum. A string of characters flew out of the Buddhist beads, and suddenly the light of Buddha became more powerful. The sword of judgment collided with the Buddhist beads, and the heavens and the earth were all emblazoned with the light of Buddha. At the moment, the sound of Buddha that came out of the mouths of the 108 battle monks of the Vajra region was the Avalokiteshvara mantra of compassion. The power of the recitation of the 108 battle monks resonated into one. The sound of continuous collisions was sharp and harsh, and the light of destruction turned into a horrible stream of light, radiating outwards. Xianxia took a step back, and the sword of judgment flew back in front of him and chimed. It is no wonder that the Vajra region lord dared to let the battle monks come down the mountain. The Vajra region battle monks are known for their combat power. This monk Tianxin ranked second on the sage ranking. In one-to-one battle, his strength won't be less than that of Xianxia. Now even Xianxia relies on the sword of judgment to gain an advantage. It won't be easy to break through the Vajra region battle monks, Saintly said while still playing chess. Although their eyes were on the chessboard, their hearts were on the battlefield. And it seemed that the battles between the vast worlds were appearing in their minds, and there was no longer any need to look at them with their eyes. The Yu clan launched the offensive from the rear. The cultivators of the Xihua Sacred Mountain were the first to be impacted, and they have had enough. That Lu Zong was indeed the disciple of the three saints, because Saint Xihua really valued him and allowed him to lead the battle matrix. His strength is indeed strong, but unfortunately, the 9 states already had such talents as Yi Futian and Yu Shang, which was enough to overshadow all the others of the same generation. Lu Zong's ambition is not small, otherwise he would not have married Zhou Zi, but unfortunately he was born at the wrong time, and it is no wonder that Xihua Sacred Mountain wanted Yi Futian dead. Saint Xia and Saint Li chatted casually. They knew that with Lu Zong's qualifications it was unlikely that he had fell deeply in love with Zhou Zi. There were still many excellent women in the 9 states. Since he had taken Zhou Zi as wife, it was natural that he had his purpose, and that was to leverage the great Zhou sacred dynasty to serve him. This is indeed the best of times. Yi Futian and Yu Shang aside, look at the disciple of the palace. Gu Donglu was also someone who had conquered the Jutian temple. Saint Xia continued with the game. At this time, in the battlefield, the cultivators from the Zhuge family, Gu Donglu, and Zhuge Mingyue were all fighting together and had now advanced into the crowd. Gu Donglu, who had already entered the sage plane with a borrowed divine implement, had strength that was actually not much less than that of Zhuge Qingfeng. Where are these people from? Saint Li asked. A cottage in the East Baron territory, and the cultivator next to Yi Futian holding the demonic blade is also from there. The fat guy in the crowd who summoned the Tree of Emperor using the Matrix, and the cultivator who used the books as his life spirit, they were all from there. Saint Xia apparently had investigated Yi Futian's past. Among the crowds, Yi Shaoshi had already taken charge of a battle matrix. Even though his own cultivation was not enough, This sorcerer's battle matrix was led by him and had lent its spiritual power to him, and the godly creation of all things had called out an incomparable giant spirit of the Emperor Tree, possessing extremely strong ability of control. Shui Yi and Luofan were at the same place as Yu Qi and the cultivators of the alchemy city. Around Shui Yi, endless pages of books fluttered and turned into sorcery attacks. In the other direction, although the cultivators of the Sword Palace did not have Sword Demon with them, Yi Wuchen, Suke, and the others were able to stand on their own. Along with several top swordsmen assisting, they had also formed a 9-man sword matrix led by Yi Wuchen. The sword that contained the sword will of Renhuang would taste blood each time it lashed out. Although it was not on par with Qin Zhuang's, it was still very strong. Outside the battlefield, a pure and innocent figure stepped forward, and there was not a touch of dust upon this person, just like a fairy out of this world. Every step that was taken, there were pure and innocent lotuses appearing. There were indeed lotuses at every step. A strange look came over the faces of Xianxia and Saint Li, who were playing chess in Holy Sage Pavilion. They turned and looked at the woman who was coming towards them from the sky. "What a beautiful woman," said Xianxia. "That seems to be a Buddhist technique. Although she's dressed in plain clothes, it can't hide her splendor. The barren state is truly amazing." "Is she coming to help out?" asked Saint Li. The disciples of the Holy Ji Palace had incredible potential in today's battle, but were still at an absolute disadvantage in terms of numbers. If it had only been the Hall of Holy Light, Xihua Sacred Mountain, and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, they could have probably handled it, since the Yu clan cultivators were there as well. But there were also the 3 great holy lands of the Endless Sea to contend with. Such an impressive lineup was enough to consume the palace. The woman who was coming was Hua Qingqing, one of the 3 beauties of the Eastern Barren Territory. Her life had been quite tragic. She had become a nun and studied Buddhism under monk Qingdeng. At the Battle of the Palace all those years ago, she had turned into a lotus lantern and had enhanced Yi Futian's spiritual willpower and then left the world of mortals. This time monk Qingdeng did not come with her. She came alone and barefoot, and her white feet were like jade. Everywhere she stepped, lotuses bloomed. She was so beautiful it was suffocating. Even in the midst of battle, her beauty would drive those who beheld her to distraction. Her eyes were clear and pure, and her body shone with radiance and brilliance, illuminating everything. She was surrounded by lotuses in full bloom and a divine light. She seemed to be burning in Buddha's light, turning her into a lotus lantern. Her beautiful figure acted as the lantern's wick, and her endless Buddha light radiated towards the battlefield. Soon, a line of figures were illuminated by the light. The lotus lantern grew brighter and brighter as it gradually lit up some of the cultivators from the palace. The line seemed to enter their heads, just like the light of Buddha was truly shining into the world. When the sacred war had broken out, everyone had an emblem that represented their holy land on their clothes. Otherwise, once this huge battle had become chaotic, it would have been difficult to tell friend from foe. Thus, it was very easy for Hua Qingqing to find the cultivators from the palace. Soon, everyone from the palace felt that their spiritual will had been enhanced and now resonated with the entire world. Not only that, they could sense where all the disciples of the Holy Ji Palace were and what was happening to them. "Is that the Buddhist lotus lantern?" A strange look came over Saint Xia's face. This kind of power was simply extraordinary. It connected all the disciples of the palace together and let them see the overall situation of the battle clearly. They could reinforce each other and avoid danger whenever they wanted, and their personal power had been increased. Although it was subtle, everyone on the battlefield's power had been increased a little bit, and the effect was devastating. "A lamp in front of the Buddha illuminates the road of all beings," whispered Saint Li. He was also quite astonished. Who was this incredible woman? Yi Futian naturally felt Hua Qingqing's arrival, along with her terrible power. The entire battlefield was clearly presented in his mind, as if they all had the perspective granted by Buddha's lamp. He thrust the halberd of space and time forward and pierced through several cultivators. He turned and looked at Hua Qingqing, and there was a warm feeling in his heart. Last time she had also appeared at a time of great danger to help them. He saw that the fight with the cultivators from the Endless Sea was not going well. Since the Yu clan cultivators and the monks from the Vajra region had joined, the place where he was now would be able to hold just fine. He turned around and flashed in the other direction, his body moving almost as fast as light. None could stand in his way. As they saw him flying through the air, several mighty cultivators from the 3 holy lands of the Endless Sea shot towards him. A cultivator from Ocean King Palace was riding a Kuanping, and he swept over everything as he rushed towards Yifutian. But the Kuanping roared as Yifutian's eyes fell upon it, and its massive body began to tremble as it tried to throw off the person on its back. What's going on? The man riding the Kuanping was a very famous figure in Ocean King Palace, and he was very strong. He had taken the beast as his mount, but once it saw Yifutian it became wild. His beast-taming skills were extremely powerful, and he could feel the beast's mood. Its roar grew louder. A storm shot out from Yifutian's terrible eyes and entered the Kuanping's giant eyes, imprinting itself on the beast's spiritual will. It threw off its rider, and then rushed towards the cultivators from the 3 great holy lands of the Endless Sea. It smashed through more than 10 of the, splattering blood everywhere. Evil beast! A sea god halberd descended from the sky and pierced through the Kuanping, making it scream. It fell towards the ground, but at the same time, that powerful figure from Ocean King Palace felt a strong sense of danger. He looked up and felt like his body had been imprisoned. He screamed as the halberd of time and space pierced through him. His body burst apart as Yifutian drove the halberd through his back. Many demonic beasts were taking part in the battle, but even so they were far from enough, and many of them had been slaughtered. The halberd of time and space. The cultivators of the Endless Sea had a special feeling towards this weapon. It was a treasure that had been left in the lost ruins, the weapon of the one who had once controlled the Endless Sea. But now it was in Yifutian's hands. Many more cultivators rushed towards Yifutian, and many attacks came his way. They hoped to bury him under the weight of their assault. Behind him, Hua Jieyu, Yushang, Sword Saint, Huang Zhouge, Qin Zhuang, Yun Shang and others followed him all across the battlefield. Countless cultivators had fallen at their hands. The battle was becoming unimaginably chaotic. A destructive airflow raged all around the Holy Ji Palace, killing countless cultivators. The fighting was fiercest around Yifutian. All of them were very good at killing, and they sent their enemies fleeing in all directions. They were even breaking through battle matrices. The 3 great holy lands of the Endless Sea were taking heavy losses. Many of the commanders had their attention focused on Yifutian. They saw him killing endlessly with the halberd of time and space. He was like a god of slaughter. Ao Feng of Ocean King Palace was a cultivator of the sage ranking, and was number 17 on that list, which could be said to be very high. He was incredibly powerful. He fixed his gaze on Yifutian and said, "Given Yifutian's strength and the strength of those around him, the 3 great holy lands of the Endless Sea will send countless cultivators to their deaths trying to wrest the halberd of time and space from him. Do you have any ideas?" asked a sage from the North Deep. There. Ao Feng pointed to where 2 cultivators were fighting, a man and a woman. The man was wearing black and giving off a poisonous aura. Every punch that he threw carried poison sorcery with it which could kill even a sage in an instant. His manner was so cold that it made people tremble to behold. But the woman beside him was completely opposite. She was like a fairy. Countless colorful butterflies flew around her. But they were killing butterflies with wings sharper than knives, and they were highly poisonous. As a disciple of Saint Jiang, Little Butterfly had of course not only studied the healing arts. She was also good at killing people, otherwise she would be in big trouble whenever she ran into enemies. Saint Jiang's disciples, Su Chehan and Goddess Dai. If we take them we can force Yifutian to hand over the halberd of time and space. If he is really as magnanimous as the rumors say, that he could even give Renhuang's inheritance to his sworn brother, then he will definitely give up the halberd. Ao Feng looked down at them coldly. And if he doesn't, Su Chehan and Goddess Dai will hate him for it, and may even turn against him. Either way it will be to our advantage. Excellent. The cultivator from the North Deep swept his gaze over Little Butterfly and licked his lips. Such a beautiful woman. We should take her away for some extra cultivation. You'd best put that idea out of your mind, and we can only capture them, not kill them. Otherwise you will die without even knowing how, warned Aofeng. I understand, said the cultivator from the North Deep. Saint Jiang only had 2 disciples, and he ranked 12th on the saints' ranking. The 3 holy lands of the Endless Sea could not afford to provoke him. If he bore a grudge against them, it would be a disaster. Let's go, said Aofeng, and suddenly he swooped down, along with many other figures, towards where Little Butterfly was fighting. All of the ones who swooped down were extremely powerful. Su Chehan had been by Little Butterfly's side, protecting her all along. This scene was a little embarrassing for them. They had originally been following Yifutian, but as the battle had grown fiercer, they had become separated. Such a beautiful woman should be taken away for some extra cultivation, came a cold voice. A hand reached out for Little Butterfly. A terrible force swept out, swallowing up all the flying butterflies. A figure appeared before Little Butterfly. It was Su Chehan. He went up with that devouring force, letting his opponent's vortex pull him in. A poisonous fog poured out from him and was swallowed up by the vortex and his opponent. The cultivator from the North Deep's face changed, turning ashen. Be careful. Great Teacher Su is an expert in poisons, Aofeng reminded him. The cultivator from the North Deep suddenly stopped the storm coming from him, and he shot forward like a bolt of lightning, slamming out with his fist. There was no way a cultivator from the North Deep could be weak. There was an arcane secret hidden in his fist. Su Chehan rushed towards his opponent and collided with him without hesitation. Now that he had cultivated to the top of the sage level, he saw himself as worthy to enter the saint ranking. He had cultivated with his master in the medicine garden of 9 States College. Most people only knew him as Saint Jiang's disciple and did not know how strong he was. Boom! Their fists collided, and suddenly a mysterious darkness rushed over Su Chehan's arm. It seemed to freeze. A poison flame that contained extremely cold qi had been thrust into his arm. You've lost. The cultivator from the North Deep stared at Su Chehan coldly. The mark that his opponent had left on him was quite soft, as if he did not pose a threat to him at all. Was this truly Su Chehan, who was so skilled with poisons and was Saint Jiang's disciple? He had overreached himself. The poison flame raged with the cold qi within Su Chehan. He looked at his opponent indifferently, not even breathing. He waved his hand and let the 2 forces erode his body until they finally extinguished each other. How can this be? The cultivator from the North Deep's facial expression changed, and then went pale. The breath within him quickly withered away until he soon became a skeleton lying on the ground. Su Chehan still had no expression as he swept a glance across his opponents. Little Butterfly was calm and undisturbed, as if this was something she took for granted. Only she knew how strong her sworn brother was and how much he had experienced these past few years. Aofeng saw the fall of the cultivator from the North Deep, then looked at Su Chehan. The 9 states had been peaceful for many years. He had thought that would change during the Battle of Proving Holiness, but happened even earlier. People who were younger than him were already on the road to greatness. Su Chehan had a special status at 9 States College. His reputation was not as good as that of Tong He or Lin Shubai. Now that he had entered the upper levels of the Sage Plane, he would use this battle to amaze the world. Besides him, many others were displaying their incredible combat ability. But the cultivator from the North Deep whom Su Chehan had killed was not ordinary. The North Deep would not just let him get away with it. The wind howled as a line of cultivators from the North Deep rose into the sky and looked down at the skeleton below them. Saint North Deep's face fell, and a terrible killing intent burst out from him. The one whom Su Chehan had killed was his son, the one whom he hoped would inherit his mantle and alms bowl in the future. But he had been poisoned to death by Su Chehan. The divine implement armor that he wore had not helped at all. More and more cultivators gathered together until they covered the sky, trapping Su Chehan and Little Butterfly. The cultivators from the North Deep all had wings, and an evil airflow came from them. It looked like the apocalypse. Little Butterfly's face changed a little bit. How could this be? They were not important figures. Why had this army surrounded them? Was it because of the one that had been killed? She and her sworn brother Su Chehan had been cultivating in the medicine garden with Saint Jiang all along, so they did not really understand what was going on in the outside world. They did not recognize the cultivator from the North Deep. People from the palace rushed over to help, but Ao Feng waved his hand and suddenly a bunch of cultivators from Ocean King Palace intercepted them, not letting them get closer. He would not act against Saint Jiang's disciples, but if the people from the North Deep wanted to, that had nothing to do with him. The three great holy lands of the Endless Sea had formed an alliance, but all of them had their own intentions. What Ao Feng was doing could be said to be very sinister. He is skilled with poisons. Don't engage in close combat. Use spells to attack him, said a cultivator from the North Deep. Terrible black lightning shot out from him. The space around him was covered in dark clouds, as if it was about to be destroyed. He was not the only one among them who was extremely powerful. Many of the other cultivators from the North Deep released spells into the sky with destructive power that would completely envelop Su Chehan and Little Butterfly. Little Butterfly went pale, but she saw Su Chehan standing before her, his black robe fluttering wildly, and with a cold, killing look in his dark eyes. He did not know why his master had asked him and Little Butterfly to help Yifutian, but he had given an order, and so he would obey. Su Chehan had been born into a noble family, and had been quite talented from a young age. His father was the head of the family, and had a very high reputation. His mother was a proud daughter of heaven, beautiful and graceful. When he was born he was destined to have a glorious future, until one day his father was poisoned by his brother, and his mother had killed herself out of shame. His father had used his dying breaths to carry him out to a deserted mountain. He still remembered his father kowtowing in front of a thatched hut on the mountain until the poison killed him. Afterwards, he had seen his master for the first time. Later he found out that his master was a famous saint of medicine, and a master of poisons. His master had asked him if he wanted to study the way of medicine or the way of poison. He had chosen poison without hesitation. His master had told him that if he chose poison he would have to suffer unimaginable pain, but he still persisted. Thus, Su Chehan was sent on the path of studying poison. He had studied it with his own body, and then killed all his enemies with it. He was so cold as to have almost no human feelings. Many people called him Great Teacher Su, to which he made no reply. Everyone knew the great disciple of Saint Jiang, but only he knew how strict his master had been towards him, and how cruel. Perhaps in his master's eyes, Little Butterfly was his only disciple. Everyone called him Great Teacher Su, and were even more in awe of him due to him being a disciple of the medicine garden. But in the depths of his soul, Su Chehan felt inferior, especially when facing his master and Little Butterfly. He knew that although his master was known as a master of poisons, he had later learned to love medicine. He heard that it was the masteress who had changed him, so when he had chosen poisons from the start, the master was probably unhappy with him. Who could love someone who was filled with poison? The thing that had left the deepest impression on Su Chehan was that his master had once warned him that he could die at any time, and that no harm was to ever come to Little Butterfly. He understood that, in the master's heart, he could not compare to Little Butterfly. The master looked at her as his own daughter, and she probably reminded him of the masteress. He also knew that the master never let anyone go to the garden behind the house where the statue of the masteress was kept. But he did not hate his master because he felt the same way. He could die, but no harm should come to Little Butterfly. There were only two people in the world worth protecting with all his might: the master and Little Butterfly. Little Butterfly, protect yourself. Don't worry about the battle, whispered Su Chehan. A burst of butterflies with wings as sharp as steel appeared around her, shining faintly with the light of a divine implement. Su Chehan stepped forward into the air, blocking her off from the attacks coming from the sky. Apocalyptic dark lightning streaked down towards him. Su Chehan stood in front of Little Butterfly, and his dark eyes were full of desire to kill. Everyone in the sky felt a burst of corrosion rule power. Boom! A dark lightning bolt slammed into Su Chehan, causing him to shake. but he still stood firmly in the air as if he had felt nothing. Crack! A terrible cold light slashed down, turning into a dark storm that tore through the air. Su Chehan did not dodge it, and even greeted its power, letting it all fall upon him. Another storm went around him and went towards Little Butterfly, tearing through her curtain of colored butterflies and causing her to tremble. Everyone looked at Su Chehan with amazement. How strong was his body? An attack of this level would have killed even a top-level sage. Some of the people in the air's bodies were eroded by poison fog, and their skin and muscles were eaten away. This poison sorcery could not be removed. It infiltrated into your internal organs, corroding everything inside. Those who had not cultivated up to the top of the sage level would soon be killed. Be careful. Everyone put up a light curtain around themselves, and even more violent attacks descended. Su Chehan spat up a mouthful of blood. He looked down and saw that Little Butterfly had been sent flying. Even with a divine implement to protect her, she was still bleeding from the mouth and had gone pale. Su Chehan flashed down to protect her. Powerful attacks descended once again, and his body continued to shake as blood poured from his mouth. "Don't worry about me, brother. Attack them," said Little Butterfly. She knew that he had the power to kill them all. She knew that there was one other person in the world besides Yi Futian. He had withstood her master's medicine trial. Her sworn brother. But the medicine that he had taken was different than Yi Futian's. Yi Futian's was the medicine necessary to forge a perfect body. But her sworn brother's was the medicine that would forge a poisonous body. "They all must die," whispered Su Chehan. A cold light shone from his handsome face, but it became exceptionally warm when he looked at Little Butterfly. "Use what our master taught you to defend yourself. Don't let my poison hurt you." "Brother, no." She shook her head. She seemed to sense what he was about to do. Tears filled her pure eyes. "The master said you would die. My life isn't worth your tears." Su Chehan reached out as if to touch Little Butterfly's face, but he hesitated and then took it back. He stood up and turned to look into the sky. He thought, am I going to die? Will that disturb the master even a little bit? Probably not. As long as Little Butterfly lived, what did it matter if he died? Su Chehan continued upward, as if he were purposely trying to go far away from Little Butterfly. He was worried that he might poison her. Rule power continued to rumble, and blood continued to flow, but Su Chehan seemed not to care. He had endured thousands of poison baths, and life and death no longer mattered to him. What did this little bit of pain matter? He gazed indifferently at those in the sky. It was like he was looking at dead men. Break the seal. He closed his eyes, and the blood roiled in his veins. A terrible black mist spread out from him and reached up into the sky like dark tentacles. His blood seemed to be integrated into it. Poison chi exploded from his body as if a seal had been broken. At this moment he seemed to be a container from which years of accumulated poison was being released. Behind him appeared a dark figure like a god of poison that ignored everything. The world went dark as the poison mist filled the sky. Even rule spell defenses were gradually eroded. Their spiritual willpower went numb and their thoughts stopped. Once a little bit of the poison gas got into their body, they began to turn black as their internal organs were eaten away little by little. Their bodies began to fall from the sky. There were no more violent attacks, just bodies falling. Su Chehan's face had also gone dark. There was no emotion in his eyes, but as he stood there no one could get close to Little Butterfly. "Brother!" Tears streamed from Little Butterfly's eyes. Su Chehan smiled when he heard her voice, and a tear rolled down from the corner of his eye. His whole body was poisonous. He could not be by her side. From the distance, Yi Futian shot over towards them. He had obviously seen the situation here. Saint Jiang had asked them to come and help him. He could not just watch them die. This part of the battlefield had attracted much attention, including that of Xianxia and Saint Li. Saint Jiang is quite severe. Saint Li shook his head. What is going on? How could he let both of his disciples fall into this situation? Asked Xianxia. Saint Jiang had always cultivated at 9 States College. Saint Li was the one who knew him best. I'm afraid that Su Chehan has always thought that Saint Jiang looked at Little Butterfly as his own daughter because she reminded him of his wife. But he does not realize who he himself reminds him of, nor what position he occupies in his heart," said Saintly. A strange look came over Saint Xia's face as he guessed the answer. "Saint Jiang," he said. Saintly nodded. "Yes. Is Su Chehan not just a younger version of Saint Jiang? His severity towards Su Chehan is really him being severe towards himself." "What is Saint Jiang trying to do?" asked Saint Xia. Saintly smiled bitterly and shook his head. "If the palace manages to get through this catastrophe due to this battle, then all the time I spent trying to get Saint Jiang to come to 9 State College will all be for that kid's benefit." What a clever trick. Su Chehan did not see Saint Jiang's game. How could he? The poison cloud spread over the battlefield with Su Chehan at its center. Killed everything it came across. Bodies were piled up on the ground. More than 100 cultivators had died at his hands. Among them were many sage-level cultivators. This type of large-scale poison sorcery attack was truly terrible. Of course, not many of those who were skilled at poison sorcery were good at defense, but Su Chehan was. His body was incredibly strong, so much so that other people's rule spells could not kill him. Moreover, at this moment, he could be said to be completely poisonous. No one dared get near him. That was why he could not grab Little Butterfly and break out of there. Otherwise, the poison bursting from him was enough to cut a bloody road through his enemies, and none of them could stop him. But he couldn't leave, he could only stay and protect Little Butterfly. His face grew darker and darker as his handsome features grew horrible. His arms were turning black as well. This terrible poison sorcery was turning against him. "Brother!" Tears streamed down Little Butterfly's face continuously as the little details of her and her sworn brother's life together flashed through her mind. She naturally understood his inner nature and knew that although others called him Great Teacher Su, he was still very hard on himself. Once the situation involved her, he would always do the most important thing and stand before her to protect her. Just like now, as he stood before her in the air. Poison filled the air, but in her eyes, his figure was majestic, almost divine. "He can't hold out for much longer," came a voice from the sky. He had killed so many cultivators from the North Deep that as far as they were concerned, they wanted to kill him despite the fact that he was Saint Jiang's disciple. Terrible rule spells continued to descend upon him. Su Chehan reached up and the poisonous mist reached out from him like a tentacle. It instantly turned into a terrible dark shadow that wrapped around his opponents. In a flash, there were more blackened corpses. Su Chehan still stood there, weathering their attacks. Yifutian was still rushing towards them, cutting a bloody road through his enemies. Yun Shang, Qin Zhuang, and the others had been intercepted by the cultivators from the Endless Sea, so Yifutian was charging forward alone. He was coming extremely quickly, and his clothes were soaked in blood. Aofeng watched him as he came. Yifutian had been so strong at the Imperial Mausoleum. As one of the top 20 on the Sage ranking, Aofeng wanted to try him and see what level Yifutian had reached. A trident appeared in his hands that seemed to have waves rolling over it. He thrust it forward and the air rushed past it with a sound like the ocean. Divine power spread out from the trident. It was clearly a divine implement. He looked ahead and saw Yifutian rushing towards him. He stepped forward and the air trembled. An invisible power rushed out like a slap in the face. It was like thousands of huge waves were rolling over Yifutian, slowing him down. He looked at Aofeng and realized that he was facing a truly fearsome opponent. However, at the moment that he slowed down, Yifutian stepped forward and a terrible storm wrapped around him, tearing through the air. It rushed forward and tore through the ocean wind. He rushed forward and stabbed out with the halberd of time and space, making it collide with the silver trident. Time and space seemed to freeze as the halberd pressed forward with an indomitable will. Space and time were torn, and everything was about to be destroyed. But the silver trident had boundless power, and thousands of waves swept out. Its majestic power made Yifutian tremble, as if his body were being beaten over and over again. Even the starry defense light curtain was broken. His rushed attack gave him a temporary advantage, but even so, Ao Feng felt a strong sense of danger. He was thrown backward at the instant of collision, and the space where he had stood was no exploding and tearing. Yifutian rushed past him, not getting entangled with him. Ao Feng looked back at him angrily. At that moment he felt like he couldn't move. A deadly attack had descended and time and space froze. This was enough to make him feel desperate. He did not want to feel like that again. Several figures rushed by him. Yifutian broke through rows of enemies and finally reached Su Shihan's side, entering into the poison mist. A line of dark mist wrapped around him and seemed to enter him. At this moment Yifutian could feel his breathing stop. He looked back and said, "Don't come any closer." He then continued on toward Su Chehan. Su Chehan looked at Yifutian with his dark eyes. His entire body had turned black, and it seemed that he could die at any moment. On seeing his condition, Yifutian said, "You should cut off the poison and take a rest." Su Chehan shook his head and said, "I can't. Take care of little butterfly for me." On saying this, he fell out of the sky and the poison mist spread uncontrollably from him in all directions. But it was not as powerful as before. Yushang, Hua Jieyu, and the others who had dared to come this far were still following Yifutian. "Brother!" Little butterfly caught Su Shihan's body as tears fell. Su Chehan looked at her and smiled. It was a tragic scene. "Little butterfly, when I'm not here anymore, the master will have to take care of you." "That won't happen." Little butterfly shook her head. Su Chehan looked at her, and then looked up at Yifutian who was protecting them up in the sky. He whispered, "If you really love him, little butterfly, then let him give you a good status." "You idiot!" scolded Yifutian. As he said this, he reached into the air and the attacking cultivators were imprisoned by stars. He thrust out his right hand and a beam of light pierced the sky, destroying the starry prisons and making it so that the ones rushing towards them did not dare come closer. "Protect them both," said Yifutian to Yushang and the other three. They all nodded. They divided themselves up to protect Little Butterfly and Su Chehan. More cultivators were coming. In addition to the ones from the North Deep who had come to deal with Su Chehan, all the cultivators from the Endless Sea came. Yifutian and Huang Zhouge were there, so that's where the halberd of time and space and Renhuang's inheritance were. Yifutian's face grew ugly as he looked at them gathering together densely. He was strong, but if they restricted his movements he would be in trouble. It was just like it had been for Su Chehan. No matter how strong you were, you could not endure limitless attacks by yourself. Violent attacks rained down, and Yifutian stepped forward, guarding the air where he was. He truly became a choke point for the enemies. When he heard Yifutian's words, Su Chehan looked angrily at him. But when he saw what was happening, the anger in his eyes disappeared. As he watched him standing resolutely there in the air, he felt a warmth that he had not felt in a long time. Maybe that guy's poison came only from his mouth. "Brother, you can't be hurt." Little Butterfly looked at him and shook her head. "Little Butterfly, the poison pellet contained the poison that I had cultivated over dozens of years. Now that has been released, it cannot return." His voice seemed so weak. The poison sorcery had damaged his organs and every part of his body. "I have a medicine pellet." Little Butterfly smiled brightly through her tears. Then she lowered her head and kissed Su Chehan on the lips. He looked stunned as if he had forgotten how to think. As he felt those tender red lips kissing him, he felt a powerful medicinal force enter his body. Their eyes were as close to each other as could be. Su Chehan shook his head, wanting to stop Little Butterfly. He had a moment of fear. Doing this might kill her. But Little Butterfly held on to him, closed her eyes, and a black line appeared on her face. However, a sacred radiance shone from her body. Tears flowed from Su Shihan's eyes. At this moment he could die without regret. He suddenly understood why Yifutian had looked at him like that and said those cruel words to him. He had probably already seen what would happen. That damn guy. But at this moment, Su Chehan could not hate him. Two pellets seemed to be suspended between their bodies, one black and one white. One was poison and one was medicine. But now the two intersected, and black and white merged. Blackness flowed across Little Butterfly as the blackness on Su Shihan's body decreased. His skin turned white again as his body's vitality was restored. The sound of a terrible collision came from the sky. It was the battle that Yifutian was fighting. But Su Chehan seemed not to feel it. Up in the air, a powerful figure stepped forward. Saint North Deep swept his gaze over the one who had come with an ugly look on his face. It was Saint Jiang. North Deep, I wish to take away my disciples. Do you have any objections? Said Saint Jiang. Look at all the corpses down there, Saint Jiang, said Saint North Deep. Saint Jiang seemed not to hear him. He said, I hereby announce that I am entering the sacred war. If the 3 holy lands of the endless sea will let me through, then I will not target them. Otherwise, Saint North Deep's face grew hard. As number 12 on the saints' ranking, this man who had once been a master of poisons was still quite powerful. Ocean King Palace will let you through, said Ocean Saint. Since the 2 people down there were leaving the battle, they had no need to make an enemy of Saint Jiang. The celestial cliffs were the same and said that they would let him through. Only Saint North Deep's face remained firm. Most of the people that Su Chehan had just killed had been his, including one of his sons. In his heart, he cursed the unruly bastard. But Saint Jiang's calm words had been so forceful. If you don't let me through, I will threaten the saints of the endless sea. Do you dare to try and stop me? Emperor Xia had said that anyone in the 9 states could freely launch a sacred war. They did not need to notify him, and they did not need a reason. I'll let you through, said Saint North Deep with his face held hard. Saint Jiang would firmly fight him if it came to blows, even at great cost to himself. The cultivators in the air made a path, and Su Chehan and Little Butterfly separated themselves. Su Chehan was already much better as he looked up at Saint Jiang. Master! Both of them called. Saint Jiang's gaze fell upon Su Chehan, and he said, Chehan, from now on you will study the way of medicine. Su Chehan looked like he had been struck by lightning. He knelt there for a while, then finally reacted. He bowed down and touched his head to the ground, and the sound of sobbing could be heard. Thank you, Master. When he looked up, his face was covered in tears. How could he not understand his master's good intentions towards him now? His master had always cared for him. He let go of all the darkness he had accumulated over the years. His heart was clear, and his emotions had been released. Su Chehan was the great disciple of Saint Jiang. Saint Jiang brought Little Butterfly and Su Chehan to Holy Sage Pavilion, and no one dared to stand in his way. After all, he only had 2 disciples, and he was not a target for the 6 great holy lands, and so there was no need to anger him by killing Little Butterfly and Su Chehan. After all, out of all of them, only Saint Ji was higher up on the saint ranking. The 3 of them reached Holy Sage Pavilion, and Saint Jiang personally saw to his disciples' wounds. He also integrated their powers together. Little Butterfly had practiced medicine, and she was very fragile, while the poison all throughout Su Shihan's body had made him too forceful. Integrating their powers had benefits for both of them, and in the future they would both be able to practice both kinds of power. This in and of itself was his expectations for his disciples. Saint Xia and Saint Li looked at Saint Jiang. Saint Li said, Saint Jiang, you're too harsh on your disciples. Su Chehan was like a young Saint Jiang, and he knew that Saint Jiang saw him this way, so he didn't really want him to die. There is no making without breaking, responded Saint Jiang. He was the one who understood Su Chehan best in the world. There had always been something lacking in him due to his harsh life. If he did not have a great awakening, then even with all his talent he would never set foot on the divine path. And so he had put pressure on Su Chehan for all these years to try and have him make a breakthrough. Humph! Saint Li snorted with displeasure. You can't have done this just to test one person. Was the test for Su Chehan not also a test for Yifutian? Saint Jiang did not answer. Li Shang looked out at Yifutian as he fought and said, If the palace can avoid this disaster, are you planning on cultivating in the barren state in the future? He had sent his disciples to fight in the sacred war and had himself announced that he would join. Saint Li definitely understood Saint Jiang's intentions. Moreover, He knew St. Jiang's wishes better than anyone. St. Jiang knew where St. Li's resentment was coming from. He had lived at 9 States College for so many years and yet had never done anything for them. I am like a drifting cloud or a wild crane. I seek to cultivate everywhere. I apologize for having imposed on you these past few years. St. Jiang looked up into the sky, then whispered, "Moreover, you know what it is that I want." "Has he succeeded?" asked St. Li, clearly talking about Yi Futian. He had previously said that bringing St. Jiang to 9 States College was actually to Yi Futian's benefit. Very nearly, and he is only a lower-level sage. If he continues to improve, then there's no doubt he will. In fact, even without me, he would doubtlessly become a saint. But this is at least a start. From now on I will put all that I have into this, whispered St. Jiang. You wish that all the cultivators of the world would not be hampered by the divine catastrophe. The Great Path has no place for sentiments. That is against the rules of the Great Path, whispered St. Li. He sighed. This is easy enough to say, but it will take a long time. If I do not live long enough, there are always Chehan and Little Butterfly. St. Jiang looked off into the sky with a resolute look on his face. There was a magnificent figure there. The person who he loved the most had died due to the Great Path catastrophe. He did not want Little Butterfly to repeat the same mistake. In fact, he did not want anyone in the world to do so and experience the same despair that he had. This was the reason that he had agreed to help Dozhan avoid the Great Path catastrophe when Yi Futian had brought him to him all those years ago. He had proposed conditions for Yi Futian to undergo the medical trial. It was only one test, but he had never thought that Yi Futian would become as legendary as he was now. St. Li said nothing. He looked out at Yi Futian. If Yi Futian did not die in the battle, then the Holy Ji Palace would become the foremost holy land in the 9 states. Sometimes war could truly change many things. Minds, beliefs, and even the moment of enlightenment between life and death. Of course, most of what war brought was just death. After Su Chehan and Little Butterfly had left the battlefield, Yi Futian and his companions had become the new targets for the 3 great holy lands of the Endless Sea, especially the North Deep. Their armies pressed in and their commanders ordered all their forces to attack Yi Futian. It seemed that they were venting all their rage on him. Battle matrices filled the sky and surrounded Yi Futian and his companions, even sealing themselves in. Such determination was strong indeed. On the other side of the battlefield, the one who had slaughtered the most cultivators from the Holy Ji Palace was not Jia. He had been pinned down by cultivators from the Vajra region. Nor was it one of the top figures from Xihua Sacred Mountain. Most of their sages had died at Yi Futian's hand. Nor was it someone from the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. Zhou Ming was leading the Golden Phoenix Army and Yuan Hong commanded the Heavenly Battle Matrix. Instead, it was Lu Zong. Most of the cultivators from Xihua Sacred Mountain were fighting the Yu clan, but Lu Zong led a team of elite cultivators to intercept Yi Futian's men. Lu Zong was skilled at forming matrices, and the men behind him were in position. They looked like an ancient tree. Their power flowed and descended upon him. Lu Zong waved his hand, and it was like a willow branch slashing down. It seemed to have no strength, but it was the sharpest weapon in the world. It cut through several cultivators in front of him. Lu Zong, came a furious voice. He looked and saw a line of cultivators in formation rushing towards him. One of them was his old acquaintance, the disciple of Chess Saint Villa Xianxia. The celestial dragon matrix? Lu Zong looked over the matrix that Xianxia led with interest. His eyes gleamed with the desire to wreak havoc. You're all old men from Chess Saint Villa. When I cracked the celestial dragon matrix, I was invited to meet with Chess Saint, and you all followed by my side. Now you want to kill me? Asked Lu Zong mockingly. If Li Kaishan had not deliberately let you, you would not have been the one to enter the villa. Every time Yang Xiao thought of this, it hurt him so much that he no longer desired to live. If it had not been for Li Kaishan's betrayal, only Yi Futian would have seen the master. And given Yi Futian's character, would everything not be different? Moreover, Yi Futian had the ability to bring the master to Nether Swordmound. His wife and his sworn brothers would not have died. Is that so? Lu Zong's look became cold. In that case, why don't you see if I can break the matrix now? He had been so strong back then, how much stronger must he be now? What was more, those who followed him today were comparable to those who had followed him then. This time he did not need to study how to break the matrix, he just had to force his way through and kill all of them. Two powerful auras rose up from this area of the battlefield. The two matrices were extremely strong. A huge golden dragon appeared with Xianxia at its center, and its eyes were full of majesty. The matrix that Lu Zong had formed looked like an ancient tree. Each of the cultivators hung there like a branch or a leaf. Crashing sounds rang out as endless vines covered the sky. The dragon roared and slashed out with its claws. His 5 claws were like hooks. They were so sharp they seemed to be able to tear through space itself as they rushed towards Lu Zong. Numerous vines swept out from the ancient tree and wrapped around the claws, but the claws tore right through them. However, the vines were endless and they wrapped around the claws, slowing them down. Xianxia, all the sage-ranking cultivators of your generation should stand down. Lu Zong's voice was cold. As he spoke, numerous crashing sounds came from the leaves and branches, and then there was a flash of radiance as they shot out towards the oncoming claws. Each branch and leaf seemed invincible. They all contained the rule power of the Great Path, and they tore through the dragon's claws little by little. The cultivators of the younger generation had all grown up by now, and many of them were sages. Yifutian, Yushang, Gu Donglu, Su Chehan, Lin Shubai, and others. Many of the higher-level sages had been killed by Yifutian, and so Lu Zong's words were not wrong. Just as waves rose and fell, the sage ranking would have great changes. Many people would stand down and never reach the sage level, and then they would be replaced. This was the cruelty of the world of cultivators. If you did not advance, you must step down. The celestial dragon's claws were torn, but Xianxia did not look disturbed. There was only fury in his eyes as he stared at Lu Zong, and a desire to kill. Golden light shone from the celestial dragon's abdomen, and a giant sword appeared there. The celestial dragon's sword. Dazzling light shone from the sword, and it seemed to be invincible. Lu Zong glanced at it indifferently, with disdain showing in his eyes. He could bring to bear all the combat power of his battle matrix. With this much power, there were few in the 9 states who could match him. Among them were Yifutian and Yushang. Both of them were powerful enemies, and if he didn't have the matrix they could sweep him aside. But besides them, there were very few people he had to worry about. Even though Xianxia was on the sage ranking, he was not worthy of Lu Zong's attention. A sword? I can do that too, Lu Zong said casually. As he spoke, countless images of him appeared on the leaves and branches of the ancient tree. A terrible power swept out, and the leaves and branches turned into swords. In a flash, thousands of sword wills pointed towards the celestial dragon matrix, and there was a faint sound of shrieking sword chi. Lu Zong used the pinching sword technique, and the language of Buddha rang out. Heaven and earth resonated, and the sword chi of thousands of swords shrieked. A terrible storm of sword chi appeared in front of him. The 3rd disciple of Xihua Sacred Mountain was skilled at many things. The celestial dragon's sword slashed through the air, but a dazzling light appeared in Lu Zong's eyes. His thousands of swords burst out at the same time, becoming a terrible vortex of sword chi. Thousands of sharp swords smashed into the celestial dragon sword, creating an ear-piercing sound. The celestial dragon sword was worn away bit by bit from tip to blade. In the end, it was completely destroyed. The terrible sword chi continued forward, and the dragon roared. Golden light bloomed, protecting that space. The thousands of swords struck the light, making the celestial dragon matrix tremble. Cracks appeared in their defenses. You want revenge, Xianxia, but you're not good enough, Lu Zong said arrogantly. He stepped forward. The moment when Lu Zong's voice faded, the ancient tree that was centered near his body had numerous leaves flying between heaven and earth. There were no rules for the leaves that flew in the sky, shrouding the space, covering the sky, and instantly enclosing the space where the celestial dragon matrix was located. Sharp, sizzling sounds were heard, particularly grating to the ears. Every leaf turned into fierce shards of sword will. Each shard contained the ripping rule that was meant to cut all things, subtly intending to tear the entire space to pieces. Lu Zong still stood there quietly without the slightest bit of emotion on his face. A very barbaric spiritual power exuded from him, and numerous remnant illusions of Lu Zong appeared as if the world was filled with him. The Buddha said that each flower was a world in itself, and each leaf signified the entire tree. He had made these endless leaves turn into slaughtering debris, and even if the celestial dragon matrix had unparalleled defense, it was still going to be crushed within. Xianxia clearly felt the immensity of this power. He looked up and saw that the whole world seemed to resonate with Lu Zong's spiritual willpower. Lu Zong at this moment was like the master of this space. Once, Xianxia had been quite impressed with Lu Zong. He was able to crack the celestial dragon chess game under those conditions. Even if Li Kaishan deliberately threw the game, it was still a remarkable accomplishment. So he chose not to say anything, but leave the choice to the master. He had never thought that this seemingly insignificant detail would now change everything. But regret was too late now. All he could do was kill Lu Zong and take revenge. A muddled sound came out from the dragon, and the celestial dragon matrix that was centered on Xianxia kept marching forwards like a golden divine dragon rushing forwards, its claws reaching forth intending to tear everything that was in front of him. Seeing what was in front of him, Lu Zong understood what Xianxia was trying to do. Fight with him, but did Xianxia qualify? The endless leaves turned into a devastating storm, slaughtering toward the dragon. The celestial dragon made an incredible angry roar and kept moving forward in Lu Zong's direction, aiming to kill. Lu Zong stretched out his palm and suddenly clenched it in Xiao's direction. With a cold voice he spat out, "Die!" As soon as he finished speaking, the storm vortex slashed into the golden divine dragon, and every leaf was turned into the sharpest blade in the world, cutting at the body of the celestial dragon and slowly chopping off the immense body of the dragon bit by bit. Within the celestial dragon matrix, many had blood flowing out of their bodies, and those terrible leaves were cutting directly on their torsos. However, the people inside the celestial dragon matrix seemed to have forfeited their lives and continued in the direction of Lu Zong without hesitation. A flash of coldness crossed Yang Zhao's eyes, and he released his spiritual willpower to the maximum. The storm covered the world with destruction and annihilated everything within it. He did not believe that, with this level of rule sorcery, he couldn't kill his sworn enemy. The body of the celestial dragon gradually shattered, and the leaves like sharp blades crossed the void, cutting toward the body of Xianxia. There were crunching sounds that were heard, and bright red blood bloomed. A sardonic smile emerged on Lu Zong's face. This battle should have ended now, and the people of Chess Saint Villa should have all perished. Looking at the leaves flying toward Xianxia, his smile was somewhat evil, but at this time, there was suddenly an incomparable thunder clapping, sweeping through the sky. In front of him, a thundering authority suddenly exploded around Xianxia and everything was destroyed. After the celestial dragon matrix was torn apart, Xianxia had even made a thundering war matrix that destroyed everything in front of him as easily as breaking bamboo. It was a matrix that would kill the enemy no matter the cost. In the hands of Xianxia, a divine implement appeared. It was a silver-long halberd, which was the divine implement used by Gufeng, who was the leader of the 9 warriors of Jisheng Cliff's kill. The divine implement moved forward, no matter the cost, just to kill Lu Zong. For this reason, Xianxia even deliberately feigned weakness, causing the illusion that he was about to be torn and shattered. He even had many wounds on his body, bleeding, demonstrating his strong determination to kill Lu Zong. Condensate. Lu Zong's palm moved forward, and the endless leaves formed a vortex that gathered in front of him, turning into a metallic defensive wall, blocking Xianxia. But how could such a hasty defense block the attack of this thunder? With a shockingly thundering boom, the defensive force was instantly torn apart and shattered. The long halberd pierced into the body of Lu Zong directly, and the destructive thunder extinguished all signs of life, completely cutting off Lu Zong's escape. Die! Xianxia screamed with anger. He looked crazed at the moment, his eyes fixed on the figure in front of him. Lu Zong's body became blurred as if he might be shred to pieces at any time, under the destructive lightning and thunder of the sky, killed by a single blow. However, at this moment Xianxia seemed to have an illusion. Lu Zong's face was changing constantly. Sometimes it was Lu Zong's and sometimes it was another person's. His facial expressions turned from leery to condescending as if to be sarcastic. Why would it be me? With a chilling scream, the body exploded and was annihilated under the rays of the thunder. Yang Zhao's face was stern, and his eyes turned to look at the person on the side. It was Lu Zong who stood there. Not only him, but everyone currently within the matrix was staring at Lu Zong as well. He felt a coldness that bit through the bones. How is it that he didn't die? Yang Zhao's eyes stared at Lu Zong. How was this possible? He saw with his own eyes that the divine implement had pierced into Lu Zong's body. But why was it another who died? Not only was Xianxia unable to understand it, but even those within the matrix could not understand it either. But at this time they also felt very cold. The dead, like them, were all top figures from Xihua Sacred Mountain, but they took Lu Zong's place to die. What in the world was going on? Lu Zong, what is going on? A cultivator questioned coldly. Lu Zong did not tell them anything about this situation. At Xihua Sacred Mountain, Lu Zong's status was extremely high. He had been taught by all three saints, who prepared him to be the future master of the Xihua Sacred Mountain. They were also willing to assist, but that did not mean that they were willing to be set up by Lu Zong and die in his stead. After all, Lu Zong did not yet have the charisma for others to give up their lives for him. Yi Futian had elevated the status of the Holy Ji Palace in the barren state so much that it now has its current appeal. Lu Zong merely enjoyed the success of the others, so it was impossible that there would be top figures who were willing to die for him. Don't blame me, senior brothers. This is the matrix sanctioned by the master for killing. As long as I am alive, this matrix will keep running and remain invincible, killing on the battlefield. So I have to beg your pardon, Lu Zong said. The faces of those cultivators in the matrix had changed. Lu Zong's meaning was easy to understand. In the matrix, they were his pawns. As long as he was there, keeping the matrix running, it meant that everyone else could die, except him. Then they remembered that in the Nether Sword Mound, this junior brother of theirs had used great capability to help the Chess Saint escape, and if it were not for it being destroyed by Yi Futian, he would have only been a step away from succeeding. At the time, Chess Saint had arranged a matrix, but it was a sacrificial matrix that used the disciples of the Chess Saint Villa as sacrifices. It was because of this that Xianxia and Lu Zong now had a vendetta. Furthermore, the sacrifice at the time was not only limited to the disciples of the Chess Saint Villa, but also included the cultivators of Xihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. So today, this matrix, when they thought of this, they felt a cold shudder. No need to guess, senior brothers. This matrix is based on a tree. The roots of the ancient tree take all the nutrients and spread its branches and leaves. I am the root of the matrix, so naturally, you brothers can lend your power to me through the matrix. It is the same with your lives. Lu Zong continued. This battle is very important for Xihua Sacred Mountain, and all you senior brothers are fighting for Xihua Sacred Mountain. If you die in the battle, Xihua Sacred Mountain will not forget you. Xianxia saw that this scene and did not immediately react. He stared hard at Lu Zong and the people of Xihua Sacred Mountain. How ironic. It seemed everything that had happened in the Nether Sword Mound was once again repeating, but this time Lu Zong was even more ruthless. There was a cultivator of Xihua Sacred Mountain who attempted to break away from the matrix, but found that he was unable to do so. His power was uncontrollably flowing to Lu Zong, even with his spiritual will. At the time of setting up the matrix, they did not have any hesitation and never doubted Lu Zong, voluntarily lending their strength to Lu Zong. They didn't expect that it would be used to bind them now. What a good junior brother, one person said coldly. Senior brother, I have said that this battle is very important for Xihua Sacred Mountain, and this matrix was also sanctioned by the master. If senior brother refused to cooperate, then it is equivalent to betraying Xihua Sacred Mountain. Don't be surprised when I discipline the traitors. Lu Zong was aggressive in his stance, and he waved his palm. The person who had spoken suddenly appeared pale in the face and was attacked by a powerful spiritual will. He couldn't help but groan. Sure, of course. I will cooperate with my junior brother. That cultivator of the Xihua sacred mountain was filled with hate in his heart. Saint Xihua was so cold-blooded. Although they were not disciples of saints, it was not easy to cultivate to their level today. But in the eyes of Saint Xihua, none of them were as valuable as one Lu Zong, and they could all be sacrificed for Lu Zong. In this case, first kill Xianxia, then go get Yifutian, Lu Zong said. As his voice fell, his eyes once again looked toward Xianxia, his look filled with terrible killing intention. He was careless before. If he had already set up this matrix, that blow would have been enough to kill him. Xianxia wanted to butt heads with him. Rustling noises were heard, and the branches of the ancient tree covered the sky, covering the space. It fully wrapped Xianxia and the others inside. The branches and leaves swung in the void at will, but a terrible rule's power of ripping permeated from them, as if once it chopped down, they would be able to chop through people. You can die now, Lu Zong said, and suddenly endless branches and leaves slashed toward Xianxia. Xianxia, who was covered in blood, had the coldest eyes. Although he still had a terrible intent to kill, he was beginning to understand that with Lu Zong's setup of the Matrix, he had no chance to kill him. This great vendetta, was there no way to avenge it? He was full of hate. He held the divine implement tightly in his hand. Even if he knew that he would die, Xianxia would still try his best with his last breath. Kill! With a loud scream, Xianxia rushed to the front, and the willow branch came down, pouncing on him. Here, behind him, a voice came, and then an immense sword will swept from the sky. Behind Xianxia, there was a river of swords coming. At the same time, there was another force descending, and it was a powerful spiritual willpower that could control this entire space, affecting the speed of that branch that was coming down. The willow branches that contained ripping rules were invincible, and the sound of rustling was heard between heaven and earth. But at this moment, it seemed to be bound by an invisible force. The sword river followed close behind, breaking all things and blocking the willow branches that continued to drop down. Seeing this, Xianxia did not waste the opportunity. The long halberd in his hand immediately extended. The lightning that annihilated all things bloomed and completely pulverized the willow branches. On each side of Xianxia, two people appeared. Both were handsome and striking, with extraordinary temperament. The one on the left was slightly huskier, while the one on the right seemed more on edge. These two looked at each other across Xianxia, and then looked away as if on cue and just focused on Lu Zong, who was in front. Bai Luli, Gu Donglu. Lu Zong looked at the two. They went on the trial with Xia Qingyuan. Bai Luli was the cultivator from Jixia Holy Palace, and Gu Donglu was the third senior brother of Yi Futian. Both were extremely outstanding figures. Bai Luli qualified for the heavenly chosen ones, and if Gu Donglu did not forfeit, he also could have. He did not know that Bai Luli and Gu Donglu could really be considered old friends. When Gu Donglu entered the Barren State from the Eastern Barren Territory, the first thing he did was challenge Bai Luli, the most famous figure of Barren State at that time and the one who had entered into the top 10 of the Barren Sky ranking at a young age. Although he was defeated, the name of Gu Donglu became known for the first time by people in the Barren State. The second time the two fought was at the Zhuge family's Crouching Dragon Mountain, at the engagement banquet of Bai Luli and Zhuge Mingyue. Gu Donglu had returned from traveling and cultivating and set foot on Crouching Dragon Mountain, disregarding his own life. In that battle, Gu Donglu flat out beat Bai Luli, achieving thunderous fame in the Barren State. Interestingly, these two rivals had appeared here at the same time. Of course, it was not intentional. Bai Luli had seen how Lu Zong had chased and killed the people of Barren State, so he had followed him this way. Gu Donglu saw that Xianxia was in danger, so he also followed him. So the two men glanced at each other with Xianxia in the middle, and then looked away again with great mutual understanding. Palace Lord Yang, can you let us into the Matrix? Gu Donglu asked. He had now entered the sage plane. Bai Luli broke through after 3 days and was now a mid-level sage, and both possessed holy items so they could be considered quite strong. Still, it was still foolish to think that Lu Zong, who now had the backing of the battle matrix, could be beaten by one's own strength. They also saw previously that Lu Zong harvested the power of those within the ancient tree battle matrix so that he could even make others to die in his stead. Fine. Xianxia nodded, and there was light flowing. Gu Donglu and Bai Luli opened up their spiritual power to be led by Xianxia. Soon they could feel that they were integrated into the endless thunder world as if they were part of it themselves. If you too want to attack, just let me know with your mind and I shall assist, Xianxia said. Bai Luli and Gu Donglu both nodded. Lu Zong cast a glance at the few people in front of him, and there was a cold sneer flashing across his eyes. Both Bai Luli and Gu Donglu were charming individuals, and it was too bad that they should die at his hands. How wonderful it would be if he could have used them for himself. Rustling sounds were heard again. Above the ancient tree in front, there were countless silhouettes of Bai Luli. The branches and leaves of the ancient tree extended toward the distance. The willow branches covered the sky, and once again wrapped the battle matrix within. The leaves fluttered and became extremely fierce sharp blades, cutting down towards Xianxia and the others. Bai Luli and Gu Donglu took a step forward at the same time, and Xianxia received the thoughts from both of them in an instant. He could not help but reveal a surprised look, but he said nothing. All the power of the matrix now rushed toward Bai Luli and Gu Donglu at the same time. The eyes of Bai Luli turned black, and the whole world and the void were turned gray. Behind him appeared a pair of terrible eyes. Its tyrannical spiritual will filled the entire void, which was precisely his life spirit, the Eye of Devastation. The leaves that were flying in the space seemed to be imprisoned as the devastating thunderstorm raged and slaughtered the entire space. At the same time, the 9 characters behind Gu Donglu circulated. There was also a terrible power of the spiritual will that covered the void, and a super strong sword chi circulated, turning into a sword river, overhanging, blooming from the body of Gu Donglu, annihilating the void. The endless flying leaves were crushed through and through, and the fallen willow branches, likewise, were constantly being attacked and destroyed. Godly creation of all things, Bai Luli spat out, and the terrible spiritual will had gathered into a thundering ancient god, whose mere glance could destroy all things with lightning that not only attacked the physical body but also attacked the power of spiritual will. Gu Donglu had summoned 9 gods of war, surrounded by 9 characters, all facing forward to launch their attack at Lu Zong. Once upon a time, Bai Luli and Gu Donglu had used these 2 abilities, attacking each other as opponents. Now they were using this method to join forces to annihilate Lu Zong. And even more, both of them seemed to be intuitively connected to release their attacks, without any trace of hesitation or courtesy. Feeling the atmosphere coming from the 2, Lu Zong sobered up. The huge ancient tree swayed, moving forward as if to turn into a tree spirit. Vines that were thick like mountains swept out. Its power was terrifying. It was like a mountain was being picked up and smashed towards Bai Luli and Gu Donglu. On top of the thick vines, there even grew many sharp golden blades destroying everything in front of it. Condensate, Gu Donglu commanded, and 9 gods of war turned into one. The aura of the 9 characters surrounded them. The heavens and the earth resonated. As the 2 echoed to each other, an infinite number of 9 characters appeared around them, and each character turned into an ancient seal, accompanying Gu Donglu palms forward. The ancient god that was born of Bai Luli held the heaven-shaking thunder hammer and smashed it down, intending to destroy the ancient tree. The vines that were as thick as mountains were now exploding wildly, smashed, destroyed, pulverized and disappearing all the way through. But in the same way, the body of the ancient god also collapsed, and the shadow that Gu Donglu had conjured was also destroyed. This space was filled with currents of devastation. "Is that all from you?" Lu Zong spoke arrogantly. The vines upon the ancient tree were destroyed and grew again, still covering the sky and sheltering everyone within it. Lu Zong's power seemed still aplenty, but in his matrix, the breath of everyone else was consistently weakening. Apparently, he had been draining the power of others to launch those attacks. "To kill him, we must breach his matrix," Bai Luli said. He did not look at Gu Donglu, but Gu Donglu knew who he was talking to. This matrix is centered on him, and he could use those in it to replace him in death. To breach it, you need to kill all the others while breaching the matrix so that there is no replacement to be had. Gu Donglu responded, "You want to breach it head-on or you want to lead the offensive? I will breach the matrix from the front, blocking its attack. You can concentrate on the offensive." Bai Luli responded. "Very well." Gu Donglu nodded. The two seemed to have arranged everything in a few words, and now it was like there was nothing more for Xianxia to do. He looked at them with some surprise, obviously not knowing the relationship between the two. But none of this was important. As long as Lu Zong could be killed, Xihua Sacred Mountain could be destroyed. He was willing to do anything. Bai Luli's expression was solemn, and behind him, in addition to the life spirit of the Eye of Devastation, there was yet another life spirit blooming. It was the immense life spirit of the spell scroll. This spell scroll flew out and burst into a terrible light. Bai Luli's fingers landed on the spell scroll, and suddenly, traces of blood appeared, which caused bloody stripes to also appear in the life spirit and made it bloom with even more brilliance. The life spirit of spell scroll flew straight toward the front, suspended in the air, and a giant spell scroll hung from the void. A bloody spell scroll flew out of the life spirit and went toward Lu Zong. "Blood sacrifice, God-killing scroll," Bai Luli spat. At this moment, his spiritual will seemed to be drained. The spell scroll burst out a blood light that filled the sky, like the sorcery of Forbidden Rules spell. Infinite bloody spell scrolls flew about, and when they collided with the fallen leaves and the willow branches, the bloody scrolls were able to penetrate and pulverize them. The light of the life spirit of the spell scroll was directed at Lu Zong, and the god-killing scroll that was suspended in the sky had formed a rule spell from a spiritual will that was capable of destroying everything. Lu Zong's look changed suddenly. Sacred sounds of chanting in Sanskrit were heard, and the ancient tree made shaking sounds. Endless figures appeared at the same time, and in front of him was an incomparably beautiful glory of the sacred tree. And when the bloody spell scroll came down, there was blood-colored radiance dancing among the branches of the immense ancient tree. At this moment, Lu Zong had no time to care about anything else. Gu Donglu had started his move at the same time Bai Luli made his attack. A painting floated behind him, and the life spirit melted into it. It was a sacred painting. Back then at Jisheng Cliffs, it was for this painting that Zhan Shao chased him, wanting to kill him for it. But in fact, this painting was invoked by his will and acknowledged only him as its master. The incomparable aggressive spiritual will flowed into the scroll. A holy authority faintly permeated, and then flying forward. The endless 9 characters shone with glory and madly rushed into it. "Manifest?" Gu Donglu called out, and suddenly a figure was summoned from the sacred painting. Like an enchanted spirit surrounded by 9 characters, exuding brilliance. This figure was based on Gu Donglu himself, but its constitution was more outstanding than his. This time he had summoned himself. Behind Bai Luli and Gu Donglu, the faces of Xianxia and the others were somewhat distorted, their spiritual will mental power seeming to be drained. The attack of these two was too terrible to imagine. Yang Zhao's eyes were glued in front of him. He saw the immortal figure turn into lightning, moving forward, carrying the aura of the endless 9 characters, destroying everything in its path. His body directly rushed within the ancient tree battle matrix set up by Lu Zong. Persistent sounds continued to be heard, and countless vine branches and leaves were snapped and broken. While Lu Zong resisted the attacks from Bai Luli, he was also controlling the branches and leaves to attack Gu Donglu, but he could not block it. The godlike figure madly destroyed the immense ancient tree, and with another sound, a cultivator's body was bisected and blood splashed everywhere. Puff, puff, puff. The continuous sounds signified the continuous destruction of those in the way. They were wiped out by Gu Donglu without any resistance, which made Lu Zong's breath weaker and weaker, causing his face become somewhat mangled. Could such a great battle matrix be broken by the alliance of these 2 men? Although he had no time to ponder, the defense of the ancient tree battle matrix itself was surprisingly strong, and still it could not stop the attack of Gu Donglu and was constantly being destroyed. Saint Xihua had been paying close attention to the battlefield high above the sky, so it was only a given that he had also been able to watch Lu Zong's position. He frowned and thought about where Bai Luli and Gu Donglu came from, as well as why were they able to borrow Yang Zhao's battle matrix and wielded it to such effect. Yang Xiao, who was ranked on the sage ranking, seemed to only support the other two. Go and help Lu Zong out, Saint Xihua told the mighty ones of Xihua Sacred Mountain below. Stay back. A shout was heard on the battlefield where Lu Zong was. It was from a mighty one from Xihua Sacred Mountain in the Matrix. How dare you? Saint Xihua said as he eyed the one who spoke. That person was trembling within the Matrix as if he was to die at any moment. His expression was twisted and his cold eyes glared at Saint Xihua as he said, I'm not afraid of death. We who have trained in Xihua Sacred Mountain became sages after training for so long. We dare not disobey any order from Xihua Sacred Mountain. But you have deceived us and let Lu Zong make one such sacrificial matrix, and I'm very not pleased. We're all cultivators of Xihua Sacred Mountain, yet you see us all as disposable just for the sake of Lu Zong. I regret training in Xihua Sacred Mountain, that person shouted. Saint Xihua extended his hand below, conjuring a large hand and pinned down that person across the vast space. He then said coldly, treason in the battlefield shall be punished with death. Xihua Sacred Mountain shall perish. That person roared and his voice resounded on the battlefield right before his death. Saint Xihua pressed down with his hand. And with a splatter, that person died at Saint Xihua's hand instead of Gu Donglio's. What are the rest of you waiting for? Saint Xihua said coldly, attempting to quell the doubts of those from Xihua Sacred Mountain. However, it became obvious that the minds of many mighty ones from the Xihua Sacred Mountain had been shaken. Saint Xia and Saint Li, who were still playing chess at the side, sighed. Saint Xia then said, Lu Zong is indeed supremely talented and possesses incredible powers, but as a brutal one who can sacrifice anyone or anything just to further his own cause, he will either end up an ambitious hero if he succeeds or a despised loser if he fails. Xihua Sacred Mountain is indeed playing a dangerous game, and it seems that they are being caught in their own trap now. A cultivator trained their mind as well, and there was simply no one who reached sage plane yet had nor developed an incredibly strong sense of self. They would not simply allow themselves to be played by others, and blind loyalty generally did not exist with sages. Saint Xia, you're overestimating him. True heroes require unique charisma to enable others to give themselves entirely to their cause. Lu Zong is far from being able to achieve that. Saint Li shook his head and said, Indeed. Saint Xia nodded and continued, What about Yi Futian then? If he had been in Lu Zong's place, I believe many from the Holy Ji Palace would have thrown themselves into the Matrix willingly. Saint Li smiled and said. Saint Xia smiled in reply and both of them continued to play chess. The game seemed to be a difficult one, and like the battlefield, where it seemed that the allied forces consisting of 6 holy lands had obtained an absolute edge, the ones from the barren state had indomitable beliefs and were united throughout the ranks. They were ready to throw their lives away in their last stand, thus making it possible for them to push their enemies back despite being in a despairing state. That was not to say that victory was theirs, as the 6 holy lands came with an explicit purpose of eliminating the Holy Ji Palace, and they probably had yet to bring out their trump card. Furthermore, there were some others other than Kong Yao who seemed very powerful as well. They were perhaps secret weapons of sorts. None of them moved in and killed anyone. They simply stayed behind and watched where Yi Futian was. Lu Zong was being attacked by Luli and Gu Donglu. The world tree shook in a frenzy. A devouring power burst from him, and in an instant, countless branches of the tree withered at a frightening speed. Worse still, those mighty ones who had yet to be killed in the Matrix by Gu Donglu had their powers channeled in a frenzy into Lu Zong's body. Screams were heard everywhere. Gu Donglu quickly summoned the celestial shadow and the light of the 9 words, heading straight for Lu Zong himself. The dazzling light pierced through all and the sword river of the great path coalesced into a single sword, piercing through Lu Zong. A crisp rumble was heard and Lu Zong's shadow gradually disappeared. Yet vague saintly might emanated from that spot as if there was a spectral mirror there. Countless shadows of Lu Zong appeared there at the very next moment, spreading out in all directions. It was apparent that he had deflected the attack using divine implements. An incredibly huge pair of gray eyes appeared in the air as if they were Bailuli's. The power of rules coursed and countless runes hovered above the blood spell scroll, locking down their surroundings. Shadows of ancient gods appeared in all directions. Terrifying blood lightning powers placed their surroundings in a lockdown. It was the power of the sealing of all creations, a power that Bailuli had developed, but it was obviously far more powerful than what it had been years ago. Killing intent was seen from Bailuli's eyes. There were many of the Holy Ji Palace who had died at Lu Zong's hands. Despite having spent years training in the Jixia Holy Palace, his heart remained with the Holy Ji Palace nonetheless. Countless blood spell scrolls came down, and every single one of them turned into bolts of blood lightning. Gu Donglio's silhouette stood at the raging space. He formed seals with his hands and his garb billowed. Countless shadows of the 9 words fell. In an instant, one silhouette of Lu Zong after another was destroyed. Both of them joined hands with the intention of killing everything within that space, and there was no way they could just let Lu Zong leave. Buddhist chants were heard in the air, and immense mighty power of the Buddha emanated. A golden ancient tree burst forth, looking like a Bodhi tree, growing in a frenzy and reaching out for the bodies of both Bailuli and Gu Donglu. The branches of the tree were torn and cut down in a frenzy. Lu Zong's shadows continued to crumble, yet he seemed to have concentrated all power within one strike. A beam of dazzling light pierced the air, descending upon the matrix that Xianxia had laid. Heaven and the earth resonated as the Buddhist chants continued to reverberate around them. Saintly power emanated from the ancient tree with terrifying might out to overpower everything, extended at Bailuli and Gu Donglu in an unstoppable manner. Lu Zong had concentrated all of the powers that he had acquired from the devouring matrix in that single attack. He sacrificed a holy item and brought out everything he had, just so that that one strike would have been able to kill Bailuli and Gu Donglu. Xianxia saw the scene and turned into a bolt of lightning, lashing out with the silver halberd in his hand like a thunderous calamity of the great path and a thunder dragon, out to tear everything apart. The Buddhist chants reverberated and all mirages disappeared at that very moment, coalescing into one strike from Lu Zong. The force was magnificent as an enormous palm struck down, clashing with the silver halberd. Xianxia spat up blood as the recoil from the strike hit him, sending him flying with a loud boom, but his attack nonetheless nullified Lu Zong's attack. Blood spell scrolls descended from above and a bolt of blood lightning struck onto Lu Zong's original body. Without other powers getting in the way, the Madra of the 9 words struck him almost at the very same moment. Lu Zong's body shook violently as he continued to spit up blood. Saint Shihua's face went pale. No might ones from Shihua Sacred Mountain came in as reinforcements. He did not believe that with so many mighty ones available in Shihua Sacred Mountain, none were able to do so. It became apparent that morale of Shihua Sacred Mountain had been shaken due to Lu Zong's previous actions. His aura was bone-chillingly cold. He had never expected Lu Zong, who had been borrowing the power of matrices, would be caught in such a pinch. Such talents in the way of Buddhism, and yet the wrong path was chosen. "You've been too anxious indeed, Saint Shihua," Xianxia said plainly, causing Saint Shihua to feel speechless. Saint Li sighed deep down as well. Lu Zong had such rare talents and fated encounters. If he had been able to train in the Vajra region, he would have been able to achieve more. Yet Lu Zong seemed to have indeed taken the wrong path. He had been too anxious to fulfill his ambitions quickly. Lu Zong was the student of 3 saints, so there was no problem for Xianxia to chastise Saint Shihua. It was naturally the teacher's fault for not teaching the student correctly after all. Bailuli and Gu Donglu naturally would not have gone easy on Lu Zong, who had gone on a killing spree earlier. Waves of attacks landed on him without pause and he kept spitting up blood. Yet, at that moment, a voice was heard. "I'll end him." Yang Zhao's shirt was bloodstained as he stepped forward. "Very well." Gu Donglu nodded. He and Bailuli took the flanks, blocking any route of escape for Lu Zong. Without reinforcements from the Matrix and having suffered such grave injuries, there was no way Lu Zong would have been able to come out alive, so there was no problem for Xianxia being the one to end him. Xianxia held the halberd in his hand while walking up to Lu Zong. He spared no time with words, and with a single step, he turned into a bolt of lightning, sticking the halberd right into Lu Zong's abdomen. Devastating lightning coursed throughout Lu Zong's body, but it did not kill him immediately, causing his body to tremble frantically instead. He looked up at Xianxia with despaired and frustrated eyes. He was going to die soon. He had immense talent and had been an esteemed student from the very first day he stepped into Xihua Sacred Mountain. Lu Zong remembered the time when he sparred with a senior, who had beaten him due to being of greater plane, then boasted about putting him in his place. Rage got to his head and he brought everything he had to bear and killed that senior. None of his teachers reprimanded him and they took him in as their personal student instead, appreciating him even more. No one in Xihua Sacred Mountain dared to bully him from then on out. His status was unparalleled and his ambition grew considerably. He wanted to create a new era for Xihua Sacred Mountain and unify the entire eastern state, then become the absolute best in all of the 9 states. His teachers acknowledged his goals and put everything they had into nurturing him. However, a young man named Yifutian appeared in the stage of the 9 states, known to be peerless throughout the 9 states. On this day, he had brought an army with him, with the expressed purpose of killing Yifutian, yet he died before Yifutian was even harmed. Bai Luli and Gu Donglu were both exceptional, but he was unable to fathom how they had been able to kill him. Lu Zong, does it hurt? Xianxia twisted the weapon in Lu Zong's body, a testament to the sheer amount of hate he had for Lu Zong. He had personally watched as his wife, brothers, and sisters were sent into the sacrificial matrix and died in the Nether Sword Mound. He felt his heart bleed. He wanted nothing more than to let Lu Zong have a taste of that. Lu Zong glared at Xianxia and blood continued to ooze from his mouth. He smirked all of a sudden in a very demonic manner. He then said with a croaked voice, "Winner takes all. Your wife, brothers, and sisters were but pawns. Their deaths are hardly worth grieving over. How about you then?" Xianxia shouted angrily, twisting the halberd in his hand again. Devastating powers raged in a frenzy and Lu Zong's aura grew increasingly weak. "I didn't lose to you. I lost to you 3 ganging up on me. Pity that I don't get to truly fight Yifutian." Lu Zong looked at Yifutian's direction. He had intended to kill Yifutian himself. "You're not qualified," Gu Donglu said coldly. "That's so?" Lu Zong glared at Gu Donglu. "You're not qualified indeed," Bai Luli said plainly. While Lu Zong was indeed powerful, he remembered the day he left the Holy Ji Palace. That battle he had back then rendered him speechless indeed. "Who are you 3 to tell me that I'm not qualified?" Lu Zong roared. His eyes were filled with rage despite being moments away from death, seemingly feeling vexed. 7 holy lands allied just to kill him, yet you, Lu Zong, died fighting right here. "You're, of course, unqualified," Xianxia said sarcastically and coldly. Lu Zong felt his heart turn into ice. "Die already!" Xianxia roared and devastating lightning burst out. Lu Zong's body turned into pieces in an instant, reduced to nothing. The student of the 3 saints of Xihua Sacred Mountain was dead. Saint Xihua witnessed the death of Lu Zong from above. His aura grew increasingly restless and his killing intent increasingly thick. However, everyone throughout the 9 states had their eyes on that very battle. If he dared to interfere in the battles between the sages, it would have ended very badly for him. There was no way Emperor Xia would have forgiven him if he were to break the rules that Emperor Xia set out in the open and before the eyes of the public. There were enforcers who served Emperor Xia and they were terrifying people. It was said that Ji Yuan, who ranked 2nd on the saint ranking, disappeared because of those enforcers. While the upper world seemed to be very far away, he believed that Emperor Xia would know everything happening on his turf. If Emperor Xia intended to watch the battle personally, he would have been able to do so from the upper worlds. Saint Xihua was unable to do anything but to watch as the genius that the 3 saints of Xihua Sacred Mountain had painstakingly nurtured died miserably on the battlefield. Lu Zong had immense talent in the way of the Buddha, which enabled him to easily comprehend all manner of training methods, drawing inferences effortlessly from seemingly different methods. that, in turn, enabled him to master many types of powers. Even though he was taught by 3 different saints, he had learned everything taught to him. As such, Saint Xihua had great hopes for Lu Zong, Gu Donglu and Yang Xiao of the Holy Ji Palace. By Luli of the Jixia Holy Palace. Saint Xihua's expression was extremely cold. Yang Xiao was able to have closure and put behind something that had haunted him by killing Lu Zong. However, things were far from over. He intended to witness the utter destruction of Xihua Sacred Mountain. For Saint Xihua had definitely given his permission to carry out what ended up as a tragedy for him a long time ago. Lord Yang, will you still be able to fight? Gu Donglu asked Yang Xiao. I'm fine. Yang Xiao nodded and stepped forward, heading towards the battlefields with those from Xihua Sacred Mountain. Gu Donglu and Bai Luli took a look at each other after seeing him leave. Both of them seemed to have reached a consensus and turned in the opposite direction instead. The scene puzzled the few mighty ones from the Chess Saint Villa who survived. Those two feel rather off. Things on the battlefield grew increasingly worse. The vast Holy Ji Palace was filled with the raging aura of rules everywhere from top to bottom. Of all the battlefields there, the one where Yi Futian was the most intense. The very targets of the 7 holy lands in the sacred war were Huangjioga and Yi Futian, and they were both on the same battlefield. As such, one could only imagine how intense these battlefields were. Layers of battle matrices locked the space down with Yi Futian and the 4 mighty ones at the center. They were literally caged. It was a given that Qin Zhuang, Yun Shang, and the others were not having a good time being trapped. Qin Zhuang and the other 8 formed a matrix with him taking the lead. He was versed in space rules and his killing abilities were unparalleled, capable of moving like a gust of wind. Yun Shang and the others, however, were all sorcerers. They were quickly forced into passivity when surrounded by the mighty ones. Qin Zhuang and his people were only able to keep moving in that space, preventing Yun Shang and the other sorcerers from being taken out altogether. Even so, Yun Shang and the others continued to be in extreme danger. While she was the Lord of the Ice Temple and was ranked 2nd on the Barren Sky ranking, she was only able to serve adequately as support. Being surrounded by the mighty ones from the many islands of the Endless Ocean's 3 holy lands, things turned extremely dire for her. Many in her battle matrix had been killed. Yu Shang, big brother, get to Lord Yun, Yi Futian said to both Yu Shang and the Sword Saint. Both of them coursed with raging demonic might and hesitated. Yi Futian was being surrounded as well. The ones from the Endless Ocean were the most numerous, and it seemed that they kept coming, no matter how many of them were killed. Get to it already, Yi Futian continued as he sensed how dire things were at Yun Shang's side. Be careful yourself. The Sword Saint nodded and a bolt of lightning flashed, carving a path from the blockade. Let them, the mighty ones outside said, letting both the Sword Saint and Yu Shang off the blockade. Those 2 demonic art practitioners were incredibly dangerous and many died in their hands. Their target in that battle was Yi Futian and Huangjioga. It would have sufficed just to have both of them remain there. Having the Sword Saint and Yu Shang leave the battlefield had actually made things easier for them. Furthermore, other than Yi Futian and Huangjioga, Hua Jiu, Yi Futian's wife, was there as well. There was no way they could have escaped. At the far side of the Holy Ji Palace, powerful saintly might was sensed, and it seemed that a powerful force was growing near. The saints, who watched the battles from above, turned their eyes in that direction and quickly saw a group of goddesses dressed in the same color appearing. The dress billowed and everything else seemed to pale in comparison. You! The sacred king's eyes sparkled when he saw the woman taking the lead. It was none other than the number 1 beauty of the eastern state, the Glass Saint, entering the battle with mighty ones from the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple. They had been at the holy capital of the Sacred Dynasty, holding the forces of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty back, making it so that only the most powerful force of the Sacred Dynasty, the Golden Phoenix Army, could participate in the war in the Barren State. As such, the Glass Saint simply brought her people into the battlefield instead. I never expected the Glass Saint to show up. The chess piece in Saint Xia's hand remained in his hand as he looked at the Glass Saint's direction. Her black hair billowed in the wind, and the usual warm and amicable Glass Saint was nowhere to be found. She looked extremely cold at that moment, but even that was not enough to shadow her immense beauty. The glass saint took a look at the battlefield and cast her gaze at Yifutian's direction, then said, "Go help him out." "Yes, madam." The mighty ones from the lapis lazuli holy temple headed straight to where Yifutian was. "What?" The sacred king stared at the glass saint, never having expected her to lend a hand to Yifutian, who had violated her back in the imperial mausoleum. "Don't be anxious, sacred king. When the battle below is over, you'll have your woman," Saint Xihua said coldly, turning his eyes in the glass saint's direction. "She actually dares show up here today. Well then, we'll just take care of them together afterwards. Intercept them," the saints of the endless ocean ordered. Huge numbers of mighty ones went on to intercept the mighty ones from the lapis lazuli holy temple. The lapis lazuli holy temple forces were of limited numbers, as the glass saint disbanded the lapis lazuli holy temple itself, leaving only a group of elites behind. Furthermore, none of the topmost forces within the region of the lapis lazuli holy temple dared to follow them into the sacred war. From their perspective, it was a losing battle, and they would rather apologize to her for not going. The glass saint did not meet any of them, but she did not fault any of them either. "Ocean Saint, North Deep, isn't it time for you people to pull your own weight?" Saint Ji said coldly. The most powerful force of the Hall of Holy Light, helmed by Jia, was being held back by the warrior monks of the Vajra region. The Golden Phoenix army was being pushed back by Yuan Hong and his people, while the army of Xihua Sacred Mountain was being fought by the Yu clan. Lu Zong was dead. Furthermore, the main army of the Holy Ji Palace was at their side, enabling the ones from the Endless Ocean to suppress Qin Zhuang, Yun Shang, and the others. Presently, only Yifutian, Huang Zhouge, and Hua Jieyu were left at their side, and the ones from the Endless Ocean still stood by and did nothing. Things would only turn more dire for them if they continued to drag things out. The morale of Xihua Sacred Mountain was shaky. If it had not been for Saint Xihua being present, all of them would have probably left the battlefield. The Yu clan retaliated fiercely, and Hua Qingqing turned into a Buddhist lamp, shining light onto all of the mighty ones, enabling the army to gain endless power. With the lapis lazuli holy temple joining the fray, no one knew what would happen if they were unable to take Yifutian out quickly. "Will do," the Ocean Saint replied, and turned his eyes to Yifutian and the other two who were heavily surrounded. If it had not been for Su Chehan holding them back, things would not have dragged on for so long. Mighty ones flashed by and arrived above where Yifutian was. At that moment, Yifutian and the other two stood in the air, and he had an enormous screen of the stars around him. Terrifying rule spells bombarded it, and yet they were unable to shatter the screen. 3 battle matrices appeared in the air. While there were not actually many, they all consisted of the most elite, the absolute core figures of the 3 holy lands of the Endless Ocean. It was also the secret weapon prepared specifically for that battle and for taking down Yifutian. The mighty ones from the Ocean Palace were right before Yifutian. The one taking the lead was named Aofeng, who ranked 17th on the Sage ranking. He led an elite battle matrix. The ones at the left were of the North Deep, with the one taking the lead being Kuan of the North Deep, who was also ranked on the Sage ranking, the most powerful figure among the North Deep who was not a saint. The one at the right was Xianxia of the Celestial Cliffs, also a sage ranked on the Sage ranking. The most powerful sage plane figures of the 3 holy lands of the Endless Ocean led elite battle matrices and stood before Yifutian and the others. It was a testament to how determined they were. The 3 armies spread out and surrounded Yifutian and the other 2 below in a triangular formation. The 3 mighty ones held divine implements and pulsed with terrifying holy light. They looked at Yifutian with eyes saying that there was no way for him to escape. Yifutian had actually let the Sword Saint and Yushang go the aid of others despite his predicament. It was like he was digging his own grave. Aofeng borrowed the power of the Matrix, and the aura of the elite army behind him gushed into his body, making him look even taller and more imposing. His huge battle form was a towering height, and a huge divine beast-life spirit appeared behind him. It was a silver dragon. Terrifying might swept through the place with him at the center. He held a trident divine implement in his hand. The pointed tip was thrust downwards, bringing terrifying waves with just a single move. Silver lightning bolts crackled and fell downward, bombarding the light screen of stars with raging force. Cracks were heard continuously as the starry defense continued to crumble. Yi Futian, hand over the halberd of space and time, and Huang Jioga. Surrender and I shall spare your wife. Ao Feng pointed the silver trident at Yi Futian like an ocean god. The huge silver dragon continued to circle above his huge body, overflowing with limitless power. Yi Futian felt the pressure and his expression was solemn. He held the halberd of space and time and amplified his power using the battle matrix. Ao Feng, who was ranked in the top 20 of the sage ranking, felt even more overbearing than Jia alone at the moment. Everyone who stood behind Ao Feng was an absolute elite from the Ocean Palace. Yi Futian's aura boiled within his body, and he took the battle form of a rock. He seemed to have turned himself into a giant divine bird, imposing and proud. Beams of terrifying light shot through his body as he opened the 7-star acupoints in his body. His blood howled with the might of the dragon as his body became filled with frightening power. He felt the upcoming battle to be the true showdown. Saint Ji stood at the far side, and behind him, Kong Yao and a group of mighty ones were looking down on Yi Futian. They did not go to fight elsewhere and had instead chosen to keep an eye on Yi Futian. They were hoping that they were not so weak as to be taken down by the ones from the 3 holy lands of the endless ocean. It would have complicated things when it was their turn to rob Yi Futian. We'll call it a day. Saint Xia threw the piece in his hand on the chessboard, messing up the game. Saint Li looked up at Saint Xia feeling rather aghast. So you just give up when you're about to lose? Saint Xia did not seem to be aware of Saint Li's gaze. He was watching the battlefield where Yi Futian was. Not only that, but all of the Holy Ji Palace's armies were heading there as well due to them being able to sense each other regardless of position. The entire battlefield was shaken and the whole place seemed to begin to contract to a single point. Stop them, Saint Ji and Saint Shihua both commanded. And suddenly the great army that had the advantage of numbers reverted from attack to defense. All for intercepting the cultivators who were moving in the direction of Yi Futian. Finally, Yi Futian was separated from the guardian circle of Qinzhuang, Yunshang, and Sword Saint. There were only the 3 of them now, surrounded by the great army. How could they allow Yi Futian the chance to escape? This time he would die. As soon as Yi Futian died, this sacred war would be over. The great alliance of armies would collapse immediately. No one at the Holy Ji Palace would be able to hold on to any of their convictions. At this time, Ao Feng saw that Yi Futian had the halberd of time and space. Without a response, from his eyes there bloomed with a blue luster. He raised the divine implement, the silver trident, and his giant body releasing a shocking force. Its momentum created violent waves that pushed downwards from the sky, and there were even sounds of tsunamis, like a storm full of shocking waves. Ice, Ao Feng said indifferently. Heaven and earth were frozen. The whole world was turned snowy white, and just like that, ice sculptures appeared. Yi Futian's body seemed to be also frozen between heaven and earth. Ao Feng stepped down, like a giant sea god. The trident in his hand slammed down, and a stunning spiral storm appeared in the void. The trident came down and the ice sculptures were broken. Everything inside seemed to be torn into pieces. There was a loud bang. The defensive light screen around Yi Futian was pulverized, and the brilliant shadow of the rock crossed the void and attacked toward the sky. The halberd of time and space vaguely emitted the rules of time and space, intending to solidify time and space. Breach! Ao Feng roared within the violent tsunami, silver rays piercing through the space and slamming down with immense power. In the eye of the storm, there was a trident that sped forward to pierce through the space, and upon the trident, there was a silver dragon hovering on top, swooping down along. At this time, Yi Futian, who was down below, had a hallucination. He felt like he was being crushed by heavy smashing waves that madly impacted his body. The halberd of time and space in his hands lanced forward and made violent sounds of collision. It was clearly in the void, but it was like he had penetrated the huge waves in the sky, from which there was a boundless force that landed on the halberd of time and space, shocking his arm. But the powerful force did not make his arm waver. He pierced through huge wave after wave, also forming a terrible spiral storm working upward. The halberd of time and space and the trident finally collided. A huge wave of horrible storms swept the surrounding area. A silver dragon and the rock rushed out at the same time and turned toward each other. The firmament was shocked by it. Boom! A loud bang and the two separated. Yifutian was shocked backward. Likewise, Aofeng was also shocked by the void. The immense body continued to retreat, his arm shaking slightly, and he felt a subtle force of tearing that almost pulverized his arm. With one man's strength, he faced off a small but elite army led by Aofeng. Many cultivators were shocked and thought to themselves that it was no wonder he was considered unparalleled in the 9 states. Aofeng alone was ranked 17th on the Sage and Saint ranking. Aofeng stared below, his heart extremely shocked, but quickly, it was once again composed. No matter how strong Yifutian was, he would not leave here alive today. At the same time, Kuan of the North Deep also gathered the power of the battle matrix. He held the dark spear, which emitted a terrible destructive power. The battle matrix also gathered into the shape of the Kuanping, who opened both wings that seemed to want to swallow up mountains and rivers. Xianxia, of Celestial Cliffs, dragged a golden sacred pagoda behind him that burst with dazzling brilliance and stunned the eyes. In the 3 major directions, 3 opponents of the Sage Plane all carried battle matrices, ready to attack Yifutian at the same time. A truly suffocating pressure had fallen from the void, as if there was no power to deter it. At this time, there were streams of light flowed from afar to Yifutian, Huajieyu, and Huangjoga, like the light of the Buddha. A lotus lamp lit up at the brow chakra of each one. With the 3 of them as one, their spiritual power once again increased and expanded. Yifutian knew that this was Hua Qingqing, who was trying to bestow more power upon the 3 of them. The other cultivators in the battlefield had pulled back some of their power. The halberd of time and space was being clenched tightly in his hand. Yifutian looked up at the cultivators in the void. The blood in his body boiled and he roared. As if affected by his thoughts, Huajieyu transmitted her voice to him. Don't. She knew what Yifutian was trying to do, but until it was absolutely necessary, she did not want Yifutian to reveal his strength. Especially at this moment when all eyes of the 9 states were watching, and it was even possible that Emperor Xia had people who were observing this battle. If Yifutian revealed his secrets, both the upper and lower worlds would know, and she did not know what the consequences might be, but it would very likely be disastrous. Yifutian also understood that his life was no longer just his own, but belonged to the entire Holy Ji Palace. If something happened to him, the entire Holy Ji Palace would also perish. So, unless it was absolutely necessary, he would not do so. But now the 3 holy lands of the Endless Ocean were dead set on killing him. The 3 Supermax battle matrices could not be breached, except by burning the will of the Emperor. We will have a chance, Huajieyu whispered softly. From her body came an immense telekinetic power, and her spirit crown bloomed. Threads of telekinetic force spread out between heaven and earth. She closed her eyes as if to completely let go of herself. Glimpses of glory sprinkled from the sky, falling upon Huajieyu's body. Her mind seemed to perceive an unknown world where there was an unparalleled figure sitting above the sky, like the Joqian goddess. Behind Huajieyu, an illusion of the Joqian goddess gradually emerged, and it was extremely radiant. There was a powerful storm of telekinesis appearing in this world, with the wind whistling. Everyone could feel the existence of that power. Jieyu. Yifutian looked at Huajieyu. What ability was this? He had never heard Jieyu mention it before. Move! Xianxia spat. From that telekinetic power, he actually sensed danger. The golden sacred pagoda in his hand fell straight down, and in a flash, the sacred pagoda quickly enlarged and turned into a golden mountain. Many radiant light screens hung down from it and crushed everything. At the same time, the spiritual power of the cultivators of Celestial Cliffs transformed into one, and all of it was poured into the sacred pagoda. Endless glory poured down, suppressing and erasing all existence below. Yifutian saw that the sacred pagoda blast towards Huajieyu, and in a flash, he walked into the void and appeared instantly in the sky above Huajieyu. The vast space created a horrible space solidification rule force, affecting the speed with which the sacred pagoda was traveling. But the golden brilliance that erased everything crushed the rules and smashed toward Yifutian. Loud booming noises rumbled, and the brilliance of the stars was also shattered. Roar! A thunderous roar was heard, and the divine ape appeared behind Yifutian, whose body flew back. The halberd of time and space in his hands turned into a long stick, and a golden star appeared around it, aiming directly to the sacred pagoda. A loud dinging sound rang out. The sacred pagoda rocketed to the sky, but Aofeng and Kuan of the North Deep also launched their attack and did not intend to give Yifutian another chance. There were turbulent waves coming, and the trident gathered a terrible storm. Where Kuan of the North Deep was, a Kuanping flew on widespread wings. Kuan of the North Deep stood in front of the Kuanping, spear of darkness in hand, and slammed it down. A destructive black hole that could swallow all things creeped out. All the storms of destruction now pushed toward Yifutian, wanting to place him in despair without giving him any chance to fight back. Boom! At this time, the shadow of a saint appeared behind Hua Jieyu. Her long hair flew in the wind, her spiritual will released to the limit. Her beautiful and radiant eyes opened and turned skyward, and those deep eyes suggested an enchanted beauty, as if every strand of will between heaven and earth was presented in her mind. At this moment, the cultivators of all three holy lands, who were attacking Yifutian, felt an invisible power of telekinesis shroud them. It was as if it was everywhere, threatening their spiritual willpower. Moreover, that power of telekinesis had subtly converged into a savage spiritual storm. Telekinesis of thunder. Hua Jieyu's eyes released purple lightning. In this instance, an invisible storm of destruction was born between heaven and earth, directly attacking all the cultivators from the three holy lands who were in the space, just like the ravages of the divine path. All the cultivators' minds experienced a fierce shock, and their spiritual will was unsteadied. Huang Zhuge also felt this power. His body also seemed to start burning up. The most sacred Renhuang Bao shot through the void toward the cultivators, aiming to kill. Yifutian's palms stretched out toward the void, releasing his spiritual power all the way, and he shouted, "Star prison." A star was directly buried in the void, as if drowning all the cultivators within it, and he turned himself into a lightning bolt and blasted directly into the prison. Boom! The stars exploded instantly, and the trident and the spear of destruction appeared at the same time. However, Yifutian had already rushed into it. This blow was not to prevent the opponent's attack but to interfere with their judgment. The force of time and space solidification appeared as if to completely seal the space. The speed of the spear of darkness slowed, and Yifutian rushed past the spear of destruction. A terrible black hole vortex was pierced by the halberd of time and space, torn and pulverized, but that attack also madly hurt Yifutian. Kuan of the North Deep saw Yifutian come straight for him, and he pulled his body back. The Kuanping's sharp claws grabbed him back while Yifutian continued his charge forward. However, he did not attack him. Instead, he attacked the belly of the Kuanping battle matrix, the halberd of time and space slashing out. Boom! The destructive power that smashed everything bloomed, and the body of Kuanping shattered and the battle matrix collapsed. Naturally, Hua Jieyu would not let such an opportunity go to waste. Her eyes of enchanted beauty swept to that space, and at this moment, within the collapsed battle matrix of the Kuanping, those cultivators only felt that their spirit had no defense and they were in the middle of a storm. Over yonder, there seemed to be a goddess appearing, staring at them, the brilliant lightning them right in their minds. The bodies of the cultivators swayed violently. Arrows crossed the sky, and with a sharp sound, they shot through the heads. In the void, the bodies of cultivators exploded and were blasted into dust, and the North Deep instantly lost many of its fighters. The battle matrix completely disintegrated and collapsed. How could Yifutian miss such an opportunity? The alliance of three major battle matrices had mighty powers, and now there was an opportunity to breach one of them. His speed was beyond fast, crossing the void and aiming for Kuan of the North Deep. Kuan of the North Deep was already attacked by the power of telekinesis, and in his mind appeared a Kuanping that was guarding him. But the shadow of the goddess appeared directly in his mind as if a catastrophe of thunder rules had descended, madly attacking the power of his spiritual will. His head felt heavy and confused. He found it difficult to concentrate and detected a strong sense of danger from the outside world. His body quickly retreated using pure instinct. The life spirit of the Kungpeng opened its wings fully, and in a flash, it was gone. But in that instant, he felt as if all of time and space seemed to have solidified. His body seemed to be trapped in the mud. Radiant lights burst into the air, and when he saw that the halberd of time and space appeared in front of his eyes, it was impossible to escape the solidified space he was in. Without the battle matrix to expand his power, although Kuan of the North Deep was in the ranks of the sages under this force, it was still difficult for him to move. The two wings of the Kuanping tried to close with great difficulty to shroud the body within. Yi Futian descended with the speed of lightning, and with a loud boom, the wings of the Kuanping were torn apart. The horrible vortex of madness could turn everything into ruin. The wings were shredded, and the halberd of time and space penetrated through them, sliding against the spear of the darkness and stabbing toward the other's head, not giving any chance to Kuan of the North Deep. Die! Kuan of the North Deep roared, and the spear of darkness pierced towards Yi Futian's heart. However, Yi Futian did not evade even slightly, and the movement was completed in one attempt extremely fast. There was a popping sound, and the halberd of time and space directly pierced through Kuan of the North Deep's head. His skull exploded and he was killed instantly. The spear of darkness swiped against Yi Futian's body and made sharp sounds. As the spear was not able to pierce through his body, it only left traces of blood, showing how strong Yi Futian's body had become. Saint Jiang was also looking at the battlefield. The third round of the medical trials had not been carried out for long, and Yi Futian's own realm was only at the level of a low-level sage, yet his flesh had already reached this level. If Yi Futian stepped into the top sage level and completed the medical testing, then even if he was not a saint, he would be like a saint. The divine catastrophe to Yi Futian would have no destructive power whatsoever, and this was what he wanted to achieve. Those with enough talent to set foot in the saint plane would not be destroyed by the divine catastrophe. Crack! Saint North Deep clenched his fists, a chilling air exuding from him. The strongest cultivator from the North Deep just under the saint plane, Kuan of the North Deep, had just died in the battle. The battle matrix disintegrated and the divine implement was plundered, with many dead at Huang Zhouge's hands. It was the equivalent of an early strikeout for the North Deep. Before, Su Chehan had also killed many of his cultivators from the North Deep. Among the three holy lands of the Endless Ocean, the North Deep suffered the most. Kill, Hua Jieyu said coldly. Her slender finger pressed down in the void, and the figure of the goddess behind her seemed to follow her movements as well. Her eyes were unfathomable, like an abyss, and as this finger pressed down, it felt like a catastrophe. Those cultivators from the North Deep, who were still alive, actually felt that there was beautiful purple-golden lightning running through their spiritual willpower, piercing and destroying it with brutal and total disregard. What is going on with this girl? Saintly looked at Hua Jieyu. There were two shadows of illusion behind her. One was the illusion of a saint, residing within the body of Hua Jieyu, but the other one seemed to have been summoned and shone with radiance. Just a simple look at that illusion was enough to give people a sense of holiness, in addition to a strong sense of slaughter, to compel those around it to worship her. Xianxia also gazed at Hua Jieyu. He vaguely felt that the power Hua Jieyu used was not that of her own, but the ability of the one summoned. However, no matter how much spiritual will that he employed, he was still unable to clearly see who had been summoned. But the feeling and the energy that had been casually revealed was enough to let him know that it was unfathomable. This feeling, Xianxia had only ever seen it on one person, and that was the master of the upper and lower worlds, Emperor Xia. Could it be that this girl had some kind of a fortuitous opportunity? Hua Jieyu had also gone to the trial with the little princess, Xia Qingyuan, but he did not hear from anyone from the Xia clan about anything that had happened there to Hua Jieyu. Bang! A loud noise brought back Saint Xia and Saint Li's back. Yi Futian and the others had joined forces to destroy Kuan of the North Deep. The cultivators of the celestial cliffs and the ocean palace were not sitting idly. The two battle matrices launched attacks at the same time. The silver long spear turned into a dragon and blasted forward while the pagoda crushed and wiped out everything. After Yifutian killed Kuan, he rushed to resist the attack, but his body was knocked away. He spat up a mouthful of blood and his breath was shallow. How can his resistance be this strong? All the saints were staring at this battlefield. Saint Ji and the others had a terrible look. Such an attack was incredibly overpowering. The light of the pagoda came down with force. Not only did it crush and suppress the flesh, but also the spiritual will. But Yifutian only spat out a mouthful of blood. Even peak-level sages did not have such defensive power. Apparently, the power of Yifutian not only relied upon the attackability of the halberd of time and space. The pagoda was suspended in the air like a golden mountain. Layers of glory continued to press down, like rounds of golden ripples. Yifutian had an illusion that his spiritual willpower was being strongly squeezed, and his spiritual defense seemed to be chipped away little by little. At the same time, a power like a great mountain of horror suppressed the space in which he was in so that he was unable to move. There seemed to be an invisible storm upon Hua Jieyu, a storm of spiritual will that moved the elements between heaven and earth. She walked in the void, toward the cultivators from celestial cliffs. Lin Qi's eyes revealed his wariness. Although he was inside the battle matrix, Hua Jieyu had disregarded the battle matrix and invaded the power of spiritual will with the power of telekinesis. It was an extremely uncomfortable feeling. Yifutian naturally knew what to do at this time. There was a sacred power in his mind that was guarding him. The sound of rustling in the life palace came out, the ancient tree of the world swaying, and a curious force spread out and extended to the entire area that immediately surrounded them as if everything in this world was under his control. An infinitely large shadow appeared, and the immense body of the divine ape seemed to turn into a demon god, surrounded by the power of infinite stars. This divine ape directly stepped out from behind Yifutian. Space freezing. The ruthless rules sorcery were released, and suddenly, the space where Yifutian was became a space of absolute stillness. The rotational speed of the giant golden pagoda slowed down overhead, and with one great roar, many were shocked to find that the demon-like figure rose to the sky, arms wide open, and directly grabbed the huge golden pagoda. All the cultivators showed a look of surprise. The pagoda madly rotated, releasing beams of light, slowly shattering the force of the rules that froze the void bit by bit. At the same time, the demon-like divine ape descended, and its arms grasped the sacred pagoda, starry laws exploding, locking it within its power. Bang! 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 The power of starry rules was smashed in madness, but the great divine ape still had the sacred pagoda in a tight grip. In the other direction, Ao Feng of the Ocean Palace smashed down. The giant silver dragon with the trident fell. Its momentum was explosive, aiming straight at Yifutian for the kill, that space being suppressed without ceasing. Go! Yifutian let out a scream, and a sacred dragon swooped up and went straight to the silver dragon, bringing the thundering rule power with the space-shattering rule hidden within, pulverizing everything. Collided with Ao Feng's attack. The thunder dragon and the silver dragon collided, and the two dragons fought violently. Yifutian himself had turned into the rock, charging straight to Lin Qi and other cultivators from the celestial cliffs. The golden rock spread its wings like brilliant lightning, faster than the eyes could behold. Back! Lin Qi yelled, wanting to recall the sacred pagoda. All of their spiritual wills were poured into the sacred pagoda, and within it was the core of the battle matrix. But at the moment, the sacred pagoda was bound, while the storm of telekinesis from Hua Jieyu was shrouding them. In addition, Yifutian had now come to attack this side, and at this instant, Lin Qi felt a strong sense of danger. Brilliant glory exploded from the sacred pagoda and smashed everything, and the immense divine ape gave a shockingly loud scream. The enormous body contained unparalleled power, but at the moment, it was slowly torn into pieces. The roaring thunder dragon, likewise, was also undergoing a devastating attack, but at the same time, There seemed to be a divine telekinesis power descending from the void. Lin Qi and the others only felt that the catastrophe had fallen, blasting them in their minds, and the battle matrix was moving unsteadily. In the front, with the halberd of time and space in hand, Yifutian dashed straight ahead, his whole person wrapped up in the brilliance of the glory. The divine rock ran through the void and slaughtered everything. Boom! A loud bang and the halberd of time and space descended, a direct hit to the front of the battle matrix. Breach! Lin Qi screamed. The pagoda spun and returned, and the body of the divine ape exploded. But the golden rock turned into a light that annihilated all things, and went right through it, rushing into the battle matrix, and a golden path opened up, the space shattering and eliminating all obstacles in front. At this moment, bloody rain spread out from the sky, and many, without so much as a chance to scream, had their bodies torn into pieces. Even the strongest of them all, Lin Qi, who also had his body pierced by the halberd, died without any thought. On the battlefield, countless people witnessed the brilliant glory slaughtered from the front of the battle matrix to the back of it, destroying the battle matrix with the most brutal method possible. Even a few of the rest had been shot in the head by the arrows that came from below and were erased without a trace. This time, the cultivators in the battle matrix of the Celestial Cliffs were killed more simply than the cultivators of the North Deep. Madness! The hearts of many beat violently. Yifutian wagered his life spirit and used the most direct method to destroy the battle matrix of the Celestial Cliffs. But to take this route, wouldn't he die for sure? Could he bear the cost of the destruction of his life spirit? Bang! With a loud bang, the thunder dragon was torn and destroyed by the silver trident. Eo Feng's body emitted a terrible air, but there was no look of excitement on his face. He turned his eyes, and the cold swept toward Yifutian. Over yonder, the cultivators of the Celestial Cliffs had been completely slaughtered. The three great holy lands of the Endless Ocean had assembled 3 battle matrices, and now 2 out of 3 elite battle matrices had been eliminated by the joint attack from Yifutian and Hua Jieyu. This was a major tactic prepared just for Yifutian, with all the cultivators battling madly outside just to kill the cultivators of the Holy Ji Palace, thus isolating Yifutian inside. Under this absolute advantage, it could be said that anyone lower than the Saint plane would undoubtedly die. Even cultivators on the Sage and Saint ranking would suffer the same fate. But even so, to have the 2 battle matrices destroyed was evidence of the incredible offensive power that Yifutian possessed. Once the battle matrix had been disintegrated, no one could resist, and any cultivator would be killed with a single blow, including those on the Sage ranking. Of course, the way of the telekinesis attack from Hua Jiua was also extremely terrible, mysterious, and seemingly unsolvable. Not only Ao Feng but all the saints above the void and the cultivators of the Holy Ji Palace on the battlefield were closely observing Yifutian. Through Hua Qingqing's ability, they could clearly see what was happening with Yifutian. His life spirit had been destroyed, which was absolutely considered fatal for cultivators. Once Yifutian was gravely injured, even his cultivation would regress and he would die a very horrible death. Even if by a miracle he survived, if his cultivation was limited in the future, what would the meaning of being unparalleled in the 9 states be? Everyone from the Holy Ji Palace felt that their hearts were about to stop from extreme nervousness. Even those who were fighting were no exception, paying attention to what was currently happening to Yifutian. Cough. A soft sound was heard, and this subtle sound actually affected the mood of the cultivators across the entire battlefield. When they saw that Yifutian had coughed up blood, the cultivators of the Holy Ji Palace felt their hearts shaking. Those who were of a weaker plane had already expressed a desperate look. That legendary palace lord, who had brought the palace to its present status, such that 7 holy lands joined forces to fight against it, who caused turbulence across the entire 9 states, would today be the end of his legendary existence? If this legend was to wither, the palace would also follow along and cease to exist. As for Saint Ji, Saint Shihua, and the others, they wore a look of indifference and couldn't wait for Yifutian to die. In the vast palace, the storm of destruction on the battlefield remained, but many felt an incredible silence as if in the entire battlefield, there was only Yifutian standing there. A frenzy of wind blew over, moving Yifutian's long hair. His white garments were stained with blood. His face seemed a little pale, but he still looked so handsome. At this time, Yifutian wiped the blood from the lower corner of his mouth with his left hand. He extended his hand and reached into the void and took the ownerless sacred pagoda. Then, under the gaze of the people, he pointed the halberd of time and space in his hand at Aofeng, a cold smile appearing on the corner of his mouth. He asked, "Ready to die?" The golden-winged rock shone with dazzling brilliance and seemed to announce to all that even if his two life spirits were destroyed, he still had others. He was still the unparalleled Yifutian of the 9 states. How is it possible that he is fine? Aofeng looked bad, his eyes fixed on Yifutian, who was still exuding a very strong air, albeit with some fluctuations. But he had not been affected much at all, still as strong as before. However, even if he had a variety of life spirits, with 2 of them destroyed, how could it have no effect on him? People who were on the side of the Holy Ji Palace were excited, and they seemed even more violent when battling. All of them were full of the great spirit of war. 2 out of 3 battle matrices had been destroyed, and all of them had been slaughtered. Only one last battle matrix remained, unable to block Yifutian and Hua Jieyu. As long as Yifutian came out to attack, he would still be the target, and everywhere he passed, except for the strongest battle matrix, no one could counter him. Yifutian was indeed injured. Although the Thunder Dragon and the Demonic Ape were born out of meditation, they were life spirits, after all, cast by the spiritual will. So it was impossible to be unaffected by their destruction, and the injury was not minor. But he was the keystone of the entire Holy Ji Palace, so no matter how heavy his injuries were, he could not reveal the extent of it in order to protect the resolve of the entire Holy Ji Palace. An injury so serious that it would hinder his ability to fight and cause the regression of his cultivation was naturally non-existent for him. These life spirits were born out of meditation and not his true life spirits, so the injury did not hurt his foundation, or else he would not have risked it only to breach a battle matrix and slaughter the cultivators of the celestial cliffs. Right now, for the endless ocean, only the battle matrix headed by Ocean Palace led by Aofeng was left, which could not really threaten them. The halberd of time and space exuded terrible space-shredding rule power. The illusion of the golden-winged rock shrouded his body, and Yifutian stepped forward. The body of Hua Jieyu floated in mid-air, appearing behind Yifutian, her enchanting eyes regarding Aofeng and the others coldly. An invisible storm of telekinesis coursed out, shrouding the space, and everyone's face changed. They now began to understand just what the cultivators of Celestial Cliffs and the North Deep were facing. This ability completely ignored the defensive power of the battle matrix and seemed to be able to attack the spiritual willpower of every cultivator. They even had an illusion as if what they were seeing was not just Hua Jieyu, but a queen who appeared directly in their minds and needed to be worshipped. That feeling was like being in an illusionary world, a world of spiritual will with countless destructive spiritual storms raging, turning into purple golden lightning. It was like some punishment from the heavens so that their spiritual will had nowhere to hide. "Keep a hold on your spiritual will," Aofeng said, and he could feel the threat. The will of the cultivators within the battle matrix seemed to integrate into one, resonating with one another, thus forming a spiritual barrier between heaven and earth to defend against Hua Jieyu's spiritual attack. But precisely at this moment, the devastating spiritual storm swept through. Within the void, that devastating storm of spiritual telekinesis directly rushed into their minds. Yifutian and Hua Jieyu were connected in their minds. At almost the same time, Yifutian's body moved. One step across the void, and the golden-winged rock pierced the space with its shadow. Countless particles of brilliance were in front of the halberd of time and space. Every brilliant particle was like a star, not only possessing tyrannical starry laws but also the terrible power of shredding rules. Aofeng let out an angry roar, the silver trident slashing through the air, and like a sea god, he swooped down and the attacks of the two once again collided. In the void, horrific light waves expanded toward the distance and then exploded. The bodies of many powerful cultivators, who were battling afar, were knocked over by the waves, demonstrating the severity of their attacks. Yifutian's body was knocked back, and as if he deliberately leveraged the momentum to fly backward. With wings open, the divine bird passed by in a beautiful arc, its body dancing in the void. There was a terrible storm gathering between heaven and earth, as if all the power of this heaven and this earth were to be used by him. Aofeng was not much better. He groaned and the battle matrix fluctuated and seemed a bit unstable. Hua Jieyu's telekinetic attack was constant and they much mobilized great spiritual will to defend. Therefore, they were a little exhausted. Yi Futian himself was already so powerful that one could not completely concentrate when fighting with him. The consequences were unimaginable. The beautiful golden brilliance was blinding, and all that people could see was a golden-winged rock swooping down again. Above the firmament, there was the illusion of a giant, boundless bird, completely indomitable. The halberd in time and space emitted an unparalleled brilliance and once again pierced down, stronger than the power of the previous attack. The expression on Aofeng's face lost the confidence it had before, and he looked bad. Even so, he still gathered the power of the battle matrix, carrying the momentum of the tide of the tsunami, and launched another attack. Again, it was a frontal collision. Boom! A terrible fissure appeared in the battle matrix, and Aofeng's body, even though it was like a sea god, was stunned into retreat. Many groaned, even spitting out blood. Everyone's faces were pale as paper. Looking forward, they saw the golden-winged rock still spinning in the void, the wind and clouds whistling with great power as if all the power of the heavens were to be gathered within Yi Futian. In the void, Ocean Saint looked blue in the face. They knew that the battle matrix could no longer withstand the force. Yi Futian was actually fighting more and more fiercely under the condition of his broken life spirit. How did the 9 states produce such an enchanting figure? If they couldn't do away with Yi Futian today, for them, there would be a greater disaster in the future. Today, all 7 holy lands had come in alliance to lay siege. Could be said that this signified a great grudge. If the 7 holy lands could not destroy the Holy Ji Palace in the future, he would most certainly challenge each and every one of the holy lands. Which one of them could withstand it? At this moment, the wind whistled and the golden-winged rock swooped down again. The beautiful light above the sky ran through it. The people seemed to see the space being torn from a slight gap, and then the gap increased, shredding everything. The battle matrix collapsed and many screamed, not only from the attack of Yi Futian but also from the powerful attack of the telekinetic power. With both forces attacking at the same time, it was absolutely destructive. Brilliant lightning flashed through, and everyone watched as Aofeng's head, the man ranked 17th on the sage ranking, exploded. It was pierced by a blow of the halberd as if Yi Futian had concentrated all his power into this one hit, aiming for an instant kill. 3 great battle matrices, all destroyed. The hearts of many trembled when they saw the beautiful golden-winged rock, witnessing every one of the cultivators of the Ocean Palace destroyed under the halberd of time and space. The husband and wife together were enough to destroy all 3 great battle matrices. Who else could stop them? Would the 7 holy lands return in defeat today? In the void, Kong Yao, who had been observing the battlefield, wore an extremely frosty look. His eyes never left Yi Futian, and he hovered not far from them. They did not join forces with the 3 holy lands. They were just watching from the sideline. A cultivator behind Kong Yao said, "We can close the net." When the voice faded, they stepped forward at the same time. As one among the top 10 on the sage ranking, no matter if it was by true strength or judgment, Kong Yao was extremely sharp. He had been watching the previous battle. Although Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu had jointly defeated the 3 battle matrices of the Endless Ocean, he could see that Hua Jieyu was leaning upon a powerful external force, and Yi Futian himself had expended a great deal of energy and suffered heavy injuries. Even if he had multiple life spirits, 2 were destroyed and he just could not believe that Yi Futian was not injured. Even if he was not fatally wounded, he was injured heavily and was hiding it. He had repeatedly erupted with the power of killing and destroyed Aofeng and the others. But behind this great momentum of eruption, Yi Futian was absolutely in a state of exhaustion. His most powerful attack was released by the burning of his own power, thus destroying the cultivators of the 3 battle matrices of the Endless Ocean. Moreover, although Yi Futian had expended a lot of energy, his injury was not overwhelming. With the strength of him and Hua Jieyu, it was not impossible for them to fight it out and converge with others from the Holy Ji Palace. There was still no solution to block them. From the battle inside the Imperial Mausoleum to today's great battle, even though they were enemies of life and death, Kong Yao had to admit that within the lands of 9 states, of those under the Saint Plain, no one could suppress Yi Futian, and he had not yet reached the peak of the Sage Plain. If he was allowed to continue to grow, he would only be even more invincible. However, no matter how strong Yi Futian was, he still couldn't escape his fate today. He would die here. Kong Yao had felt just how strong these people behind him really were. Maybe in one-on-one combat, Yi Futian could not be suppressed, but with joined forces, they were truly invincible to anyone below the Saint Plain, enough to crush anyone. Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu would be no exception. Therefore, they did not participate in the battle, just quietly watching as the 3 Holy Lands exhausted Yi Futian's combat power. Now that the battle matrices of the 3 Holy Lands were completely destroyed, they could finally make their move. As if detecting something, Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu looked up at the same time and saw Kong Yao and the others stepping down from above. There were 9 cultivators behind Kong Yao who scattered directly in 9 different positions, vaguely in some formation. The 9th position covered the space of the battlefield where Yi Futian was located. Moreover, the same powerful instruments appeared in the hands of these 9 powerful cultivators. They were similar to swords but resembled long needles, extremely thin and hard to detect at first glance, like a slender golden thread. What was shocking was that the swords of needle held in these 9 powerful cultivators' hands were filled with holy authority, as if they were all divine implements that were exactly the same. "Who are they?" Saintly frowned and asked. Within the 9 states, there didn't seem to be anyone who used such a weapon. These 9 cultivators exuded the air of the top-level sages. The 9 seemed to be one. Though standing in 9 different positions, their air was surprisingly similar. Xianxia also frowned. Jisheng Cliffs was recently annihilated by the great army led by Yi Futian, and almost everyone there of the Sage Plain was completely exterminated. Even the leader of the 9 warriors, Gufeng, was killed on the spot. Afterward, the only cultivator that mattered was Kong Yao. These cultivators obviously were not from Jisheng Cliffs, but now they appeared with Kong Yao. Moreover, they had witnessed Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu destroy the cultivators within the 3 major battle matrices. Yet they were still dared to come forward. What did this mean? Obviously, these people did not harbor good intentions, so he couldn't help but wonder what or who they were. This divine implement seemed to be cast especially for this matrix. The 9 divine implements are a set, and these 9 people are similar in their air. It is very likely that they are cultivators specially groomed for killing. Xianxia furrowed his brows tightly. He seemed to have smelled something unusual. He had lived a long time and had seen many things and had a great range of knowledge. But in the lower worlds of the 9 states, he had never seen anyone with such a grand stance. Well, Saintly gently nodded, and, of course, he also felt that when such formidable figures such as these 9 joined forces, even the divine implements they used were in a set. They were absolutely people to be feared. Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu had just destroyed the cultivators of the 3 great holy lands of the Endless Ocean, and the emergence of 9 such strong cultivators was definitely not a good omen. Not just Xianxia and Saintly, but many cultivators had sensed the strangeness. At this time, horrible golden threads fell down from the swords of the needle, madly intertwining in that space, crisscrossing, and turning into straight lines shooting downwards. They did not touch Yi Futian and the others but just landed around their bodies with countless golden lines arranged like a great net, completely locking down the space. 9 in a matrix. Everyone looked at this scene with great shock. Jiang Shang, who had been treating Su Chehan and Little Butterfly, also stood up and stared at that space. He had a bad feeling. Saint Xia, they may not be people from the 9 states, Saint Jiang said. Saint Xia nodded, but these people were indeed within the realm of the sage and they came with Saint Ji of Jisheng Cliffs. So, as part of Jisheng Cliffs, there was no fault they could pick as it was in observance with the rules set by Emperor Xia. And the war was erupting. They had no time to investigate it. Never mind the saints, even Yi Futian, who was within it, had felt a strong sense of crisis. He looked up at the 9 cultivators. Although they were in different positions, there were endless golden threads connecting them so that the 9 were one. Each golden line faintly emitted an extremely strong shredding rule, incredibly sharp, enough to cut through the space. Not only that, but Yi Futian even felt that his power of spiritual will was being greatly threatened. The spiritual willpower that he released, intending to mobilize the rules of heaven and earth, were cut off and annihilated when it rushed into that net. "Jeyu, Joga, watch out," Yi Futian said softly. Hua Jeyu's enchanted eyes gazed at the void. She had been exercising the power of telekinesis and had also felt the power of shredding that disrupted her attempt to condense the telekinetic powers as they were constantly being cut and chopped. Yi Futian looked up at Kong Yao and Saint Ji, who were in the void. He looked terrible. He had thought that destroying the 3 battle matrices of the 3 Holy Lands would be enough to decide a victorious outcome for the sacred war. But he did not count on the intervention of such a group of mysterious cultivators. This kind of ability, whether it was spiritual or physical, attacking and destroying together, was without weakness. Saint Ji and Kong Yao's eyes were cold, sweeping toward Yi Futian, as if regarding someone who was already dead. Even if Yi Futian had some energy that was greater than the sky, he would not escape today. These 9 great cultivators indeed did not belong to the Jisheng Cliffs, but their presence still abided by the rules. If these saints intervened, Saint Ji, Saint Shihua, and Great Zhou Sacred King were not kind and easy people to deal with and would definitely move to kill Yi Futian. But who dared to be the first one to break Emperor Xia's rules? Even if Saint Xia favored Yi Futian, he would not dare to intervene. Watching more and more silk lines cutting and covering this space, Yi Futian's body finally moved. The illusion of the golden-winged rock bloomed brilliantly. Clenching the halberd of time and space, he thrust it towards the sky, and the storm in the space was continually cut off and shredded the silk threads while Yi Futian aimed straight for the 9 powerful cultivators in the void. The 9 great cultivators stood in different positions in the void, holding the divine implements and making the same gestures. They lifted the divine implements that resonated with the heaven and the earth, and the endless golden lines fell down. Then they dropped their arms, and the divine implement pointed to Yi Futian. At this moment, endless lines cut through everything and cut towards Yi Futian. Yi Futian saw radiant golden lines in front of him, and the starry light screen appeared around his body. But as soon as it appeared, it was immediately chopped into countless pieces and had no use at all. This strong and powerful defense at this instant was completely useless. The halberd of time and space madly destroyed the golden lines that slaughtered forth. But these golden lines seemed inexhaustible, and the lines were cut from the blind spots of Yi Futian's attacks and aimed toward his body. Psst. There was blood. No matter how great the strength of Yi Futian's body, it was cut when the lines in the space hit it. The blood came out of the places where his clothes were torn, and the blood stained his clothes a bright red color. However, the lines were not able to cut through his body, which demonstrated the might of his physical defense. If it was any other person, they would probably already be chopped into countless pieces. Moreover, the other party did not only target Yi Futian but also launched an attack against Hua Jieyu and Huang Zhoga at the same time. There was a shocking power of telekinesis around Hua Jieyu. Her strong telekinetic power wanted to break through the defense but was constantly being cut and shattered, unable to break the siege laid by the 9 cultivators and unable to attack those who stood in the void. Jieyu! Yi Futian seemed to sense something. His body turned into golden lightning and rushed toward Hua Jieyu. The halberd of time and space opened up a path, letting the attack cut his body, but moving forward without hesitation to get in front of Hua Jieyu with incredible speed. Seeing those golden lines attacking toward them, he let out a roar, and the golden-winged rock turned into a real demonic beast and opened both wings to wrap Hua Jieyu inside. Pest! Pest! Sharp and harsh sounds were heard, and the body of the golden-winged rock was cut and chopped to pieces little by little. The 9 cultivators in the void gathered into a matrix to continue the attack. The 9 divine implements pointed downward, intending to kill Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu on the spot. These 2 were not the main targets and could be eliminated directly. Their eyes were indifferent and without any trace of emotion. All this was just a mission for them. With their power, those under the Saint Plane, how could they not die? Countless people from the Holy Ji Palace showed a look of despair. How could this be? Not long ago, Yi Futian had destroyed 3 elite battle matrices of the Endless Ocean. Just when victory seemed apparent, how did it change so quickly with these 9 terrible characters? Who were they? Any one of the 9 alone would be a top contender, definitely ranked high on the sage list. And these 9 moving as one, along with a complete set of 9 divine implements, were simply a killing machine. Anyone below the Saint Plane, no matter strong in spiritual willpower or with an invincible body, would most likely perish just the same. Even Hua Qingqing, who wanted to use her power to help Yi Futian, was cut off by the network that covered the sky and earth. There was really no solution. In the vast battlefield of the Holy Ji Palace, countless mighty ones rushed to the battlefield where Yi Futian was once again. Every single slash the sword saint dealt resulted in a rain of blood and gore. Yu Shang did his best to break through the barricade at his side, intending to return to Yi Futian. The 9 over there made them feel that they truly held the power to kill Yi Futian. Get him! A cold voice was heard from the air. The mighty ones from the 3 holy lands of the Endless Ocean barricaded the place where Yi Futian was in layers, making that particular battlefield unusually packed. They cordoned the place off both in the air or on the ground, forbidding anyone from getting near. While those saints had no idea who those 9 people that came with Saint Ji were, the mighty ones from the battle matrices consisted of members of the Endless Ocean that were all killed by Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu. The consequences would be dire if they were to let Yi Futian and people successfully break out. With the people being able to kill Yi Futian, it was only a given that none of them minded. To those from the other holy lands, they were determined to kill Yi Futian even if the Renhuang lineage were to never fall into their hands. His survival would have posed a huge, lethal threat to all of those holy lands. Huang Zhouge became coiled by endless golden threads at the moment. His training had been somewhat lacking, and there would have been no way he could just transform into something else altogether in such a short period of time, for he had yet to master the Renhuang lineage that he had just acquired. Not even Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu would have been able to deal with the 9 mighty ones, which meant that he stood no chance at all. Yi Futian turned into the rock and covered Hua Jieyu with his wings, protecting her. The countless golden threads continued to gnaw at the rock's body, intending to end both Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu right there on the battlefield, showing no mercy at all. Astounding sword will zipped by in the air from outside, streaking into the battlefield. Many saints turned their eyes in that direction and they frowned. They saw 2 figures riding holy swords and joining the battlefield. One of them was the saint of the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State, the village chief of Tombkeeper Village. The other was a young woman who was about 18 years old. She tied her hair in a ponytail and came barefoot, looking young and rather immature. However, her eyes seemed to be the sharpest swords that the world had ever produced, seemingly able to pierce anyone with just one look. The young woman was apparently Yaya, who had spent several years training within the Nether Sword Mound at Tombkeeper Village. She swept the battlefield with one look and charged into the fray with the holy sword. Mighty ones at the outside sensed a powerful sword will and turned around, but were only able to see the holy sword streaked past like a bolt of lightning, zipping past the air, and splattering sounds were heard in just one instant. The heads of tens of mighty ones rolled and were crushed. The saints in the air all turned their eyes to Yaya. The sacred king and Saint Shihua frowned. She, who was suspected to be a sword spirit by the Tombkeeper Village, had unexpectedly returned. She had disappeared for several years, and there were speculations about her isolating herself in training in the Holy Ji Palace, as well as her having transformed into a sword spirit. She had then emerged as a sage at the pinnacle of her plane. Her speed at training was frighteningly fast, quicker than even Yi Futian. However, the Sacred King and the others knew that her case was not a case of a person's speed at training, but the rate of growth of a sword spirit. "Take her down," the Sacred King said coldly. Speaking of which, it was due to her that he and Yi Futian went from resenting each other to becoming archenemies. He wanted to take the Nether Sword Mound and went to Tombkeeper Village personally, ordering his men to kill Yaya's parents. Yi Futian killed mighty ones from the Great Zhou sacred dynasty on the spot in retaliation. The sacred war broke out after that. The sacred king thought it would be an easy feat to destroy the holy Ji palace back then, never expecting things to turn out as they were at present. One figure after another charged in Yaya's direction, trying to intercept her. The holy sword continued zipping forward in an unstoppable manner, heading straight for the spot where Yi Futian was. Many evaded the holy sword right away and came before Yaya herself. Some mighty ones from the Great Zhou sacred dynasty transformed into golden phoenixes, descending upon her with flaming golden claws. Yaya continued to move forward. Her deep eyes took one look at the mighty ones coming at her. They felt as if they had been thrust into the abyss within an instant. A blood-colored abyss with countless swords lying in wait. The blood-colored sword was hanging high in the air. Boundless sword will emanated from the sword, cutting up their spiritual will. Their faces turned pale and they felt their spiritual will being destroyed on the spot. The barefooted young woman took one step and zipped past the crowd before her. Wherever she happened to streak past, mighty ones dropped like flies to the ground one after another, reduced to dead bodies that did not even know how they died. As such, the battlefield turned extremely eerie. The holy sword flew before a barefooted young woman as she walked, carving out a bloody path in the extremely raging and chaotic battlefield. Furthermore, the rate at which it was done was frighteningly fast. Countless perished where she was present. "Take her down," Saint Ji and Saint Shihua said. They felt that the emergence of the barefooted young woman posed a threat to the 9 mighty ones. If she was able to make it all the way there, Yi Futian might find an opening that he could exploit. They needed only mere moments more to kill Yi Futian. There was no way they would let any unforeseen circumstances get in the way of that happening. She must be stopped at all cost. Intense rumbling was heard from above. One huge mountain after another appeared on the battlefield, dropping onto the holy sword. The blade penetrated the mountains in mere moments. Thousands of sword will weaved about like spider webs. The mountains were crushed right there as the holy sword continued to move straight in its course. It rang intensely with the barefooted young woman in tow, and anyone who dared to stand in her way was quickly thrown into the blood-colored abyss with no way of escape. The seemingly long battles actually happened with a very short period of time. The barefooted young woman soon arrived near the battlefield that Yi Futian was in. It had only taken her mere moments to arrive on that battlefield itself. Saint Ji's, Saint Shihua's, and the sacred king's expressions, as well as the saints from the endless ocean, turned sour. Things are actually still changing on the battlefield at this point. Saint Ji turned his eyes to Yaya and shouted with an ashen face, "Kong Yao!" Kong Yao stepped out and headed towards the holy sword as soon as he finished. There were few throughout the entire battlefield capable of intercepting Yaya, as everyone was fighting their own raging battles. They had been giving their all to intercept other mighty ones from the Holy Ji Palace out to back up Yi Futian, meaning that none of them had much time nor power to spare for intercepting her. Kong Yao, who ranked 9th on the Sage ranking, was no doubt one of the top figures left on that battlefield. Divine elephants appeared as he walked. The huge elephants pressed down on the place surrounding him as he was clad in armor-type divine implements. When the holy sword came at him, he launched a flash of the punch. The elephants moved and they went out to intercept the holy sword. Boom! A rumble was heard and the entire place shook. The divine elephants were torn to shreds one after another, as if no one would have been able to stand in the sword's way at all. It went all the way before Kong Yao. Doom! Kong Yao took one step with a solemn expression. The step seemed to be harnessing endless power. The force of the divine elephants burst with him as the epicenter. While the holy sword was not blocked, its speed was somewhat slowed. Another punch was thrown to the air before him. Holy light burst and an extremely huge divine elephant walked, clashing with the holy sword coming at Kong Yao. The sword was finally halted that time, unleashing boundless sword will and tearing at the divine elephant's body bit by bit, intending to destroy it altogether. Yaya then emerged from behind and cast her cold eyes at Kong Yao. One look from her made Kong Yao feel intensely threatened. "Take them out already." Saint Ji frowned and took a look at Yaya. before addressing the 9 mighty ones below. The light emanating from the divine implements in the 9 mighty ones' hands burst with greater intensity. The dazzling golden threads tearing at the air tore the rock's body bit by bit. Both wings were cut down and they were about to get to Yifutian and Hua Jieyu, whose deaths seemed to be mere moments away. Countless held their breaths. None of the mighty ones who were fighting were in any mood to fight after sensing what was happening there. Both sides were actually very clear that the key to the sacred war rested on whether Yifutian ended up living or dying. If he were to survive, all 7 holy lands that ganged up on the Holy Ji Palace would be in great peril. If he were to die, the Holy Ji Palace would be no more. The legend that spanned a short period of time would have been a piece in the annals of history that inspired regret. Powerful aura coursed around Yifutian's body. His arms were open to embrace Hua Jieyu. The devastating threads cut his body, staining his white robe red with blood. Hua Jieyu felt the warmth in Yifutian's hands. There were tears at the corner of her eyes. She lowered her head and the crystal-clear tears dropped onto Yifutian's bloodied robe like pearls. At that moment, she sensed the boiling power within Yifutian's body. She knew what he was about to do. There did not seem to be any other better option. If he continued to hold back, what awaited them would be the end of their journey, where there was no future to speak of. However, she did not know what would happen to Yifutian if he were to do what he was planning to do, or whether or not he could bear the consequences of such things happening. She did not think about any of that, as there was simply no point to thinking about any of that at such a juncture. They gave their all and it was just them. The entire Holy Ji Palace gave their all as well. Everyone held the same beliefs of protecting the holy land of the barren state. Even the Yu clan, the Vajra region, the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple, and other forces participated in the sacred war to help them. They had done their best to hold back the attacks of the 7 opposing Holy Land's forces. They tore through the adversity at hand and things brightened bit by bit until they were able to break the barricade formed by the 7 Holy Lands, taking out the strongest elites from 3. The end of the sacred war seemed to have been within their grasp. However, another 9 mysterious mighty ones emerged all of a sudden, hunting them down. It was apparent that the 9 were not of the 7 Holy Lands, but outsiders coming from the Runhuang lineage that Huang Zhouge had inherited. They gave their all and their opponents returned fire with equal fervor. Their enemies did everything they have been able to just so Yifutian would end up dead. If that's the case, then all of you shall die right here, right now. There was a group of people sitting quietly at a restaurant outside of Zhongzhou City, drinking wine. The restaurant was empty and there was no one else around. All cultivators within Zhongzhou City came to the Holy Ji Palace and went nowhere else that day. While they might not have been able to see the sacred war taking place outside the Holy Ji Palace, some who were of higher training among them were able to catch a glimpse somehow, so much so that they had a complete view of the battles taking place. As such, there was a possibility that they could learn of the sacred war's outcome as soon as it happened. It was an affair that would rock the entire 9 states. The restaurant was exceedingly quiet. The young man who took the lead was a dashing man with an exceptional bearing. All the others had to stand while he was drinking. The few cultivators who were standing behind him were exuding powers of unreadable depths simply by standing around. A figure was seen sitting before that young man, who did not even dare breathe loudly. There were a man and a woman, as well as an older yet beautiful lady, as well as a fairy young man who was of noble plain training. His face resembled Saint Ji's somewhat. "Sir, will they succeed?" The beautiful lady turned her eyes to the young man and asked in a rather alluring tone. The young man looked up at her. She was about 30 years old with supple skin and looked ravishing. She caught his eye and lowered her head somewhat in embarrassment, making her look even more attractive. The young man spun the cup in his head for a bit and sported a rather sheepish smile. He knew what the lady was up to. While she was indeed pretty, she was not enough to be able to seduce him. His status was such that he could have had any woman he wanted, and he would not have been so thirsty as to eye someone else's wife. "No problem if any accidents happen," the young man said plainly. "I've sent people there. When the deed is over, you all will be able to leave." "Thank you, sir," the young and beautiful woman said softly. She rescinded her previous thoughts after seeing that the young man wanted nothing from her. It was apparent that she knew what was going on, and she had actually only been doing that to stay alive. She was living under the roof of others at the moment after all, and it would only take a single word from the other party to decide her fate. As such, she deemed it necessary to at least try, as to enable herself to have a better life. The young man smiled as he took a look at the woman, saying nothing. In actuality, the rate of success of what he was pulling was incredibly high, making failure almost impossible. The key was what he would do with it after getting his hands on it. The rate of failure, in that case, was extremely high. In his case, the true battle for him probably lied elsewhere instead of with the Holy Ji Palace. But then again, it was nonetheless the Renhuang lineage, and he was the one who opened it personally. It was vexing for him to have done something only to benefit others. He could not rest well until he had tried getting it back at least. Furthermore, he would have attempted to do that while still playing by Emperor Xia's rules, as angering Emperor Xia would have dire consequences. It was the 9 states that belonged to Emperor Xia instead of his own turf after all. Countless mighty ones, either from Zhongzhou City or other places all over the 9 states, gathered outside the Holy Ji Palace. Other than a few top-notch figures who dared to get near the Holy Ji Palace to watch the battles, most stayed far away at the border to watch as the battles unfolded. They still felt the weight of the raging battles in their minds nonetheless. They had just witnessed a saint of the Holy Ji Palace bring a young woman to the place. The barefooted young woman streaked through the air and killed her way into the heart of the battlefield, shocking all who watched it. There were countless terrifying figures in the sacred war that day. The battlefield was extremely fiery, and it seemed that the mighty ones on the outskirts had all gone to the center of the Holy Ji Palace, packing the battlefield up. It was unknown what had actually caused a commotion of that scale. Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu stood at the center of the battlefield with their arms around each other. The 9 mighty ones pointed at both of them with divine implements. The devastating golden threads tore through everything and were about bring about the last slaughter, killing Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu on the spot. At that moment, they felt that Yi Futian's aura seemed to be rising and growing stronger. The devastating golden threads were unable to completely cut his body. The blood in his body seemed to be howling and boiling, almost burning. Slivers of formless power coursed about his body, making his physical defense seem to increase in strength. The halberd of time and space pulsed with light of greater intensity. The divine implement that ranked 3rd on the divine implement ranking burst with increasingly bright light. The 9 mighty ones in the air seemed to have sensed the ever-increasing aura on Yi Futian, and they frowned. What the hell is going on here? He's actually still alive? Worse still, they seemed to be able to sense a terrifying telepathic storm emerging in the air. Their surroundings stirred, and with their battlefield serving as the center, slivers of intent out to tear everything apart appeared. Is he trying to break through our spiritual power-cutting arts? They turned their eyes to him again and saw that the woman in Yi Futian's arms was hanging her head. That power actually came from her. Her psychic powers seemed to be burning. Her crown life spirit emitted a brilliant light, and even the shadow behind her seemed to be changing. Jieyu! A voice was heard from within Hua Jieyu's mind. It was the saint within her body conversing with her. I'm sorry, teacher, Hua Jieyu replied telepathically. She leaned on Yi Futian's body with tears rolling down her cheeks. The saint went silent and a sigh was heard from within Hua Jieyu's mind. All right then. The sighing voice seemed to be harboring a bit of reluctance. At the very next moment, the shadow behind Hua Jieyu seemed to burn, emanating dazzling light. It quickly turned into countless spots of light, melding with Hua Jieyu's spiritual powers. I'm sorry, Hua Jieyu said gently. She recalled all that she had been through with her teacher in the past few years. While her teacher seemed to have never existed in the world and no one else knew of her, she trained quietly under said teacher's tutelage nonetheless. While she knew that her teacher was simply doing as she was told, her teacher nonetheless was genuinely trying to help and protect her. If it had not been for her teacher when she was on her pilgrimage with Xia Qingyuan, she might have actually perished out there, and she would not have gained that encounter. Her teacher knew that it was wrong for her to train in those kinds of powers, yet her teacher did nothing to stop her. Presently, her teacher was actually willing to sacrifice herself just to keep Hua Jieyu in one piece, with no other intention than to protect Hua Jieyu. Hua Jieyu felt as if she was being stabbed and twisted at the moment. Her tears wet the bloodied robe on Yi Futian's body. There was nothing else she could do. The one who was holding her in his arms to protect her at all costs was the love of her life. Yi Futian naturally felt the changes in Hua Jieyu's body. Furthermore, there was a gust of extremely powerful psychic storm shrouding him, channeling spiritual powers to him. Extremely dazzling light shrouded both his and Hua Jieyu's bodies, looking incredibly holy and regal, like the light of Ren Huang, overpowering even the light emanated from him by burning imperial will. His heart shuddered violently. Jieyu, are you overpowering the imperial will for my sake? Jieyu. Yi Futian lowered his head and looked at the person in his arms. Hua Jieyu slowly moved away from his arms and looked up. Her eyes were filled with tears and looked incredibly tender, which, in turn, belied formidable determination. What are you doing? Yi Futian's voice shook somewhat. Hua Jieyu's teary eyes shined with a tinge of an incredibly tender smile before she looked up at the heavens slowly. A terrifying psychic storm grew increasingly intense. Boundless light rained from above. Forbidden art, divine advent. Hua Jieyu's voice was extremely solemn as she uttered those words. As her voice rang in her surroundings, a bolt of lightning split the heavens, bringing forth boundless spiritual powers as the sky was cleaved. Slivers of terrifying psychic powers descended and entered Hua Jieyu's body. She stood with her hair billowing in the chaos as her eyes turned increasingly demonic. The shadow that she had summoned behind her gradually turned tangible and its light reached towering heights, looking like a queen of unparalleled regal bearing. Kill them! Hua Jieyu turned her eyes to the 9 mighty ones in the air. Her billowing hair and cold eyes were filled with endless killing intent. Slivers of devastating psychic light of calamity burst through the endless golden threads, heading straight for the heads of the 9 mighty ones like a calamity of the great path. The 9 mighty ones grunted at the same time and their attacks seemed to have been stifled. The divine implements in their hands shook at the same time, lashing out at Hua Jieyu. A streak of extreme spiritual cutting powers slashed at Hua Jieyu's psychic attacks, shattering them. The power unleashed by Hua Jieyu had surpassed her limit. She was fighting the 9 figures at the pinnacle of their training, and that served as the testament of the tremendous power she came to wield. It was at the very cutting edge of the plains below Saint Plain, as if she was borrowing powers that were not hers. Why are you doing this? Yi Futian paid no heed to the magnitude of power that Hua Jieyu had unleashed. The light emanating from her body overpowered the ones coursing through his. Yi Futian naturally knew that Hua Jieyu was fighting for her sake and that she was paying a hefty price to do so. He had no idea what doing so would cost, but being able to surpass his own power meant that the cost was extreme, more so than what he had to pay by burning his imperial will. Forbidden art, divine advent. Yi Futian's heart shook. He actually felt fear and his eyes looked pained. His spiritual will was cranked to its limit. Everything under the heavens seemed to be of impeccable clarity. Jieyu's power seemed to be amplifying his own powers as well, and he was able to clearly sense how powerful her psychic powers were. The extension of spiritual psychic powers seemingly enabled him to see the faces of countless people in the battlefield. He saw every single golden thread, and was even aware of every single minute changes in the space. Spots of light coursed on the halberd of time and space, seemingly having merged with his own spiritual powers. Boundless spiritual power oozed from within his mind, turning into thousands of spiritual particles. Every single particle seemed to emanate incredible destructive powers. A frightening spiritual power storm seemed to have gradually whipped up with Yi Futian at the center, tearing the golden threads around him apart. Die! Yi Futian lifted his head and howled. A devastating spiritual storm whipped up as his voice was heard. The devastating light of the particles was converted into golden lightning, streaking through the space and hitting the minds of the 9 mighty ones. Boom! The 9 shuddered violently, feeling as if their brains were about to explode, as if they were about to be torn to pieces. Yi Futian was a martial artist and a cultivator. as well as a spiritual elementalist. He had 2 spirit elemental life spirits. The Guqin and the life spirit that Yi Qingdi had given him in the past were both spirit elementals. He had always been good at spirit elemental attacks, but he had never tapped into this skill too deeply. More often, he still used his spiritual energy to communicate with the world's rule power or use his powerful body. Hua Jieyu was good at spiritual energy attacks, but now Yi Futian felt his mental power increasing. As his mind blazed, his spiritual energy's perception changed. He could do the same thing as Jieyu and directly integrate rule power into his spiritual will and attack his enemy's spiritual energy in the most direct manner. He floated in the air, holding the halberd of time and space. A violent, all-consuming storm appeared around him, pierced through the golden lines. He swept his gaze over the 9 cultivators, and they all felt like they were sinking into his eyes and falling into Yi Futian's mental prison. They all clung tightly to their spiritual willpower, but they still trembled under Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu's attack, making the attacks that they unleashed increasingly unsteady. Even more frightening, the image of a god appeared in the air. It looked like an empress had descended into the world. It made the mental storm rage even fiercer, continuously destroying their will. Even when they used their divine implements, they could not stand against the whole storm and could only block part of it. "What kind of power is this?" said Saintly as he looked over the battlefield. His heart trembled. "The forbidden art of divine advent," whispered Xianxia, and his heart was troubled. "I heard that those with great abilities can project divine spirits onto themselves. Could this be it? That divine figure has a certain quality that even saints can't match. It's like an empress. Do you mean that the divine spirit of the empress has been projected onto Hua Jieyu?" "This is the forbidden art of divine advent," said Saintly. "It's possible." Xianxia nodded. "It looks like Hua Jieyu made great gains during the trials. But this is summoning a figure from the upper worlds from far away. Even though it is only a single thread of a divine spirit, what must it be costing Hua Jieyu to do this?" Xianxia did not know if this power had already exceeded his expectations. Previously, the saint behind Hua Jieyu had burned a divine spirit to help her. Perhaps this was in order to protect her? This sacred war was truly thrilling. Even though they were saints, they still felt every up and down. It was impossible to remain calm. All of this had happened in a flash. The battlefield around Yi Futian was extremely intense. Kong Yao gathered his divine power to block the barefoot girl. There was an incredibly strange look in her eyes as she looked at Kong Yao. Kong Yao felt the world change. It was as if he was no longer on the battlefield at the Holy Ji Palace, but was instead in some blood-red space. A sword of blood was suspended in the sky. Countless swords gathered together and flew towards him, trying to annihilate his spiritual will. Kong Yao stepped forward and roared, and the divine spirit turned into a divine elephant. But the barefoot girl stepped forward at the same moment, and the divine sword slashed forward with all the power of heaven and earth. There was a loud crash as it pierced through the image of the divine elephant. And not only that, but swords fell wildly from the heavens, piercing the divine elephant. Finally, the sword of blood fell and cut through the elephant that had been formed of Kong Yao's spiritual will as well. The wind blew as the barefoot girl continued forward. With each step, the divine elephant was pierced by another sword, both in the outside world and within Kong Yao's spiritual will. Cracks appeared in it as it was slowly cut apart. Blood flowed from Kong Yao's mouth and his face was pale, but he still stepped forward, each step increasing his power. He would fight with his life just to stop the barefoot girl for a while. The 9 cultivators did not need long to kill Yi Futian. He only needed to buy them a little time. The terrible storm caused the barefoot girl's ponytail to sway in the wind. Even stronger sword wills burst forth as she continued forward. Kong Yao spat out a mouthful of blood, but his whole body seemed to be burning. This was the end. He had no way to retreat. If Yi Futian did not die, then he would. Boom! Kong Yao took a great step forward, and the divine elephant did as well, slamming its foot down on the barefoot girl. But it seemed like her frail body was not affected. In her eyes, a sword of blood pierced through Kong Yao's spiritual willpower. At that moment many scenes flashed through Kong Yao's mind. He remembered the first time he had set foot upon the soil of the barren state. How arrogant he had been as he brought Qin Zhong to the Holy Ji Palace. The palace Lord Lu Chan had welcomed them, and yet he had ignored it all, believing in his heart of hearts that the Holy Ji Palace was not worthy of his attention. He had attacked Crouching Dragon Mountain and surrounded Yifutian, but had been blocked time and time again until Emperor Xia appeared. But even then he had thought that he would destroy the palace sooner or later. Did they think that delaying the battle of proving holiness would change anything? In that battle, he would slaughter the top powers of the Holy Ji Palace. However, he had never thought that before the battle of proving holiness came the barren state would rise to prominence, and the Jisheng cliffs had been subjected to slaughter. Now even 7 great holy lands joining together to overwhelm the Holy Ji Palace had become mired in a terrible situation. He had never thought that the next time he fought on the soil of the barren state would be the last battle of his life. And the one who killed him would be a young girl with a ponytail. Elsewhere, another fierce battle was raging. Yushang seemed to have turned into a demon. As he moved forward, a destructive dark airflow raged between heaven and earth, consuming all the power there. Below him were the countless corpses of cultivators from the endless sea. Before him was a huge battle matrix. It transformed into a huge black dragon that sprouted 2 gigantic wings, blocking his path. His body was covered in blood. Heaven and earth shook with every step that he took. Everyone in the dragon battle array felt their hearts tremble. A terrible dark halberd shot out, but the dragon swung its tail, shattering it. Boom! Yushang took another step forward, and his demon body transformed again. It grew bigger and was about to turn into a true demon. The dragon roared and swept out its wings. Every scale on its wings turned into an extremely sharp dark blade, and they all slashed out towards Yushang. But he seemed not to see them as he stepped forward once again. Boom! Demonic power filled the sky as he sucked in all the energy around him. His demonic form changed once again. His aura grew stronger and rippled out in powerful waves. With one step he had reached the sage level. He watched the dark wings slashing towards him and stretched out his hands, grabbing them. He roared and began to tear them apart, causing everyone in the battle matrix to scream in pain. Boom! Yushang seemed to feel nothing as he continued forward. The cultivators in the dark dragon battle matrix felt their hearts tremble with fear as they watched his still changing demonic form. They wanted to kneel before him and worship him. They saw him reach out with battle axe of judgment, which suddenly demonized. It grew darker and an astonishing power stretched out from within. All the cultivators in the battle matrix shook. Time seemed to stop. Yifutian held the halberd of time and space as the 9 cultivators pointed divine implements at him. A giant net descended on him from the sky, but he seemed not to see them. He stepped into the air with golden lightning bursting from his brow, turning into a destructive spirit elemental storm. It collided with the encirclement, and he managed to break through the net. Blood stained his clothes, but he seemed to feel nothing as he rushed towards the 9 people in the sky. Hua Jieyu followed behind him, her mental storm becoming a destructive power that rushed towards the 9 cultivators. Freeze time and space, thought Yifutian. The 9 cultivators felt the area around them enter a static state, and in the next instant, Yifutian appeared in front of them, thrusting the halberd of time and space at one of them without hesitation. Kill! His murderous intent filled the skies as the halberd shot forward. The cultivator tried to flee but found that he could not control his body. Even though his will was under serious attack, he still thrust his sword forward and it flew out of his hand towards Yifutian. The divine implement's speed seemed to slow as it collided with the halberd of time and space. It was shocked backward. The cultivator screamed as his chest was pierced, and he instantly burst into pieces. Kill! Seeming to have been infected by Yifutian's shout, Yaya stepped forward as well. With that step, the divine elephant's body cracked open as it was pierced. Kong Yao's spiritual will was also pierced by the sword of blood. Although he had already foreseen this ending, he still issued an angry roar. Kong Yao, number 9 on the sage ranking, would really die like this? The divine sword pierced through and the divine elephant burst apart. The sword continued into Kong Yao's body, making him break apart as well, finally turning into nothing more than dust. Kong Yao, number 9 on the sage ranking, had died in battle. The barefoot girl continued forward. There was no one to stop her. There was a scream from the other side of the battlefield as Yushang's battle axe of judgment fell. The cultivators in the battle matrix watched it fall helplessly. It cut through the black dragon from head to tail, and blood fell like rain as the cultivators within the matrix were cut open. Countless cultivators were lost in an instant. The dragon had been slain by the battle axe of judgment. Yushang stepped past it towards where Yifutian was fighting. The weather changed upon the battlefield. After he killed one of them, Yifutian stared at the other 8 cultivators. At the same time, Yaya and Yushang arrived on the scene and swept a cold glance across them all. A suffocating pressure pressed down on all of them, making them feel a slight chill. They all glanced at Yifutian and Hua Jieyu. Could they still kill the 2 of them? They all looked at each other and seemed to have the same thought. They all moved at the same time, flashing towards Yifutian with their swords held out towards him. Endless killing light shot towards him, seeking to tear apart the space around him. Hua Jieyu was still behind Yifutian. Their spiritual energies had merged together and had transformed into golden lightning. It rushed into the minds of the 8 cultivators like a divine catastrophe. Brilliant light burst from the halberd of time and space, freezing the space around them. The 8 cultivators were caught within and felt that their movements were constricted. Yifutian swept the halberd of time and space out in an arc, and endless space-tearing power shot out towards the cultivators. Endless particles cut through the enemy's golden lines. He had used an attack to meet an attack. The particles exploded in front of his opponents, and each one was transformed into a terrible killing force. The 8 cultivators waved their swords, blocking the oncoming particles as they retreated. At that moment, a terrible aura descended. The sound of a swinging sword pierced through the air. One of them turned around and saw a divine sword coming towards them forcefully. He slashed out with his sword, turning it into a line that could cut through anything. But the huge divine sword continued forward, crushing everything. There was a loud noise as his body was pierced by the divine sword and he died. Although these 9 great cultivators were strong, even stronger than sages, what they were good at was attacking. Whether they were targeting the flesh or the mind, they were formidable, especially when they had formed a matrix. At that point, it would take a god to stop them. But now their matrix had been broken, they were suffering mental attacks, and they had been knocked back by Yifutian. How could they block Yaya's attack? Thus, one of them had been killed. Yushang had also arrived with his demonic form. He descended in front of one of the cultivators, letting his terrible sword will tear across his body. He seemed to not even feel them. He slashed out with his battle axe of judgment, cutting his opponent in 2. At the Imperial Mausoleum, Yushang had used his upper Magi-level demonization to block Jia, the number 2 on the sage ranking. Now he was a sage and had demonized again. How much stronger must he be? How could a single cultivator withstand his axe? 3 of the cultivators had been killed in a flash. Yifutian, Hua Jieyu, Yaya, and Yushang surrounded the 6 remaining cultivators. It seems that the tables had turned completely. The 6 of them turned pale. Were they really going to be defeated? Yifutian stepped forward with the halberd of time and space. He tilted it and it reflected a brilliant light. He was filled with murderous intent. There was a strange look in his eyes, and golden lightning flashed out, trapping one of the cultivators within it. Whoosh! A mighty wind rushed out, and Yifutian stepped forward again. He seemed to ignore the distance between them as he appeared directly in front of his opponent. He struck out with the halberd of time and space without hesitation, piercing his opponent's throat. Another cultivator was dead. The sound of a whistling sword filled the sky as Yaya stepped forward. Her sword of blood pierced her opponent's will, and the divine sword descended. The 5th cultivator was slain. Boom! Yushang stepped forward with his intimidating demon form and brought down the battle axe of judgment, cleaving through the sky and the 6th cultivator's body. Cut him in 2 and blood went flying. The battle seemed to stop as everyone's eyes turned to this part of the battlefield. Everyone's heart beat wildly. They had each been killed with one attack. 6 of the 9 great cultivators had been killed so cruelly and swiftly. The once unmatched 9 cultivators were now powerless. "Can we finally tell who is going to win?" whispered Xianxia. The battle had been too suspenseful. Just as Yifutian had been on the brink of death, the barefoot girl had appeared. Yushang had broken through, and Hua Jieyu had used her divine secret power. Yifutian and those around him had truly shown that no one could match them. Their white clothes were now covered in blood. Who could stand in their way? Moreover, after the deaths of the 9 great cultivators, the 7 great holy lands' morale would break since no one could kill Yifutian. Saint Ji, Saint Shihua, and the great Zhou sacred king all looked extremely angry. All these attacks and they still had been unable to kill Yifutian. Would Yifutian really survive the attacks of the allied 7 great holy lands? On the other hand, the cultivators from the Holy Ji Palace completely relaxed. Yaya and Yushang had arrived. With them helping Yifutian, no one could kill him. They would win this battle. They were filled with confidence. The 7 great holy lands would not destroy the Holy Ji Palace today. Thus, they would use the power they had shown today to make it so that there was no one left in the 7 great holy lands below the saint level. Boom! Yifutian stepped forward again. He was not excited by this battle at all. He only felt an infinite coldness. He did not know what this battle would do to Jieyu. There were only 3 of the 9 cultivators left. He did not even spare a single thought about letting them leave alive. No matter who they were, they would die for coming to this place. One of them saw Yifutian coming and felt the all-consuming destructive power of the halberd of time and space. He turned pale and roared, "You still won't get involved?" Everyone paused when they heard this. Was there someone else? In this situation, no one could kill Yifutian. There was no one in the 7 holy lands who could do it. Who was going to get involved? Saint Xia frowned and looked up as if he had thought of something. His expression changed. He looked into the sky above Yifutian and saw Saint Ji coming down. "Careful, Saint Ji!" shouted Saint Xia. A powerful divine force swept out, covering the space where Yifutian was standing. His anger was clear on his face. A thought appeared in Saint Xia's mind. Would Saint Ji really dare? He was a saint. Would he really trade his life for Yifutian's? Saint Xia's voice pierced through the clouds, making everyone on the battlefield's hearts tremble. A strange look also appeared on Saint Ji's face. He reacted quickly, turning into a beam of light and shooting over to Saint Xia. "Are you also planning to get involved in this sacred war, Saint Xia?" came Saint Ji's voice. He was deliberately intercepting Saint Xia. But as he spoke, Yifutian felt a truly suffocating divine power in the sky above him. And not only him, but everyone in the same area of the battlefield that he was in felt it as well. They all looked up and saw Saint Ji descending. A saint had gotten involved. Everyone turned pale as they saw Saint Ji coming towards Yifutian. The people from the Holy Ji Palace looked on with despair. Why would a saint dare to get involved? By breaking Emperor Xia's rule, Saint Ji was on the path to destruction. They did not understand, and neither did Yifutian. Even though he wanted to get revenge for the attack on Jisheng Cliffs, was he really willing to trade his life for Yifutian's? Yifutian, Hua Jieyu, Yushang, and Yaya all looked up and saw Saint Ji's figure descending. They felt like their blood had ceased flowing and they could no longer breathe. They were truly despairing. Moon Saint, Saint Jiang, and even Glass Saint all stepped forward at the same time in that direction. An incomparably strong divine power swept out, but it seemed like they would be too late. Time seemed to stop. They were frozen in despair. Saint Ji descended, and his huge hand came down with all the power of the great path. The air trembled as the hand covered the sky. It was about to destroy everything. Saint Ji's eyes were strangely calm, with a sense of determination. As a saint, his mind was extremely firm. Once he had decided something, he would not waver from that course of action. When the prince of Emperor Li's realm had found him, his fate had already been decided. Perhaps today, Saint Xia and the others would not dare to make a decision without authorization, but when Emperor Xia sent people to investigate, he would have no way to escape. Sometimes as a saint you really had no choice. His fate was fixed, but before he died he would take Yifutian with him. It seemed ironic to him. A powerful sage like him would stoop to trade his life for that of a lowly sage like Yifutian. How tragic. A beam of brilliant light descended. Saint Ji had not been the only one standing by. The village chief was there as well. When he saw Saint Ji act, he had instantly flashed through the air and transformed into a sword as he shot towards Saint Ji. Saint Ji wore no expression, and the look in his eyes did not change at all. Even as the sword pierced through his hand, it continued downward. Blood stained his palm, but Saint Ji seemed not to feel it as he continued to press down on the village chief. Even though the sword had pierced him, he did not cease his attack. His bloody palm covered the sky. There was a loud boom. Everything under his palm was destroyed, utterly crushed to dust. "Die!" yelled Saint Ji. Heaven and earth shook and Yifutian's spiritual will trembled. Looking into Saint Ji's murderous eyes, he felt true despair. They had won everything and even defeated a true saint. But could someone who had just entered the Saint Plane really compare to the master of Jisheng Cliffs? "Retreat!" yelled Yifutian, but he did not know if they would be able to. Moreover, Yushang and Yaya did not retreat. At this moment they seemed to act from instinct. Not only did they not retreat, but they advanced. Yushang raised his axe and slashed it into the sky. Yaya raised her sword to meet the attack coming from above. Hua Jieyu's eyes were full of despair, true despair. They had already used all their power, killing powerful opponent after powerful opponent. But in the end, they had lost it all because a saint had gotten personally involved. She turned into a mental storm and rushed up into the air. Just like Yaya and Yushang, she did not only not retreat but instead went up to meet the attack. They seemed to have a single thought: block the attack from hitting Yifutian. As for whether or not they could stop it, they did not think about it. Nor did they think about what would happen if they did stop it. They just hoped that Yifutian could live. Boundless imperial brilliance swayed, with nothing to disguise it. Yifutian saw his friends acting. How could he retreat? He lifted the halberd of time and space and went to meet Saint Ji's destructive attack. This was what life was all about. What more could one ask for? If heaven would not have mercy on him, then he would die. He had done all he could. Everyone in the vast battlefield stopped fighting and turned their eyes in Yifutian's direction. Every single saint had undergone divine catastrophes and their attacks were imbued with the rules of the Great Path. Saint Ji, the Saint Lord of Jisheng Cliffs, had climbed to the second level of the divine path steps, making him unpredictably formidable. He was ranked 30th on the saint ranking, so no one would have expected him to trade lives with Yifutian. The bloody palm print shrouded the heavens, and under countless watchful eyes, he continued to press down on the village chief, who had taken the form of a sword. The sky seemed to have been brought down along with the palm print. Blood stained Saint Ji's palm, yet he pressed forth as if he felt no pain. He had cast away concerns about his own life so that any small injuries did not faze him at all. He had to see the holy Ji palace go down with him before he ended up dead. He had to kill Yifutian, Yushang, Yaya, and Hua Jieyu. Regardless of what happened in the immediate or near future, the holy Ji palace had to go down. Yifutian and the others looked comparatively puny under the palm print. While they were indeed peerless under Saint Plane, the one who wanted to kill them was a saint. They saw Yushang burst with overbearing demonic might and Yaya's ponytail loosen up and billow in the air. They saw Hua Jieyu take the form of a queen, attempting to resist the falling palm print using her psychic powers. They also saw Yifutian burst with blinding light, the light that was forcefully suppressed before. He rose like an emperor and fused himself with the halberd of time and space as he lashed out as if he were to pierce the heavens. Boom! A stifled rumble was heard as the bloody palm print fell onto their heads. Yaya held the holy sword in her hand as the palm print crashed onto them. Her hair billowed wildly as boundless sword will was shattered, which reversed and pierced into her body. Yushang held the batleaks in his hand and his devil-like body brought down the axe on the palm print. The axe was deflected back to his own body. However, he stood his ground tall and proud, striking both hands on the palm print, intending to prevent it from crashing down. Explosive rumbles were heard as his devil body continued to crumble and blood was seen dripping from his body. Hua Jieyu's eyes turned incredibly demonic. It was as if they were no longer her eyes. She fused into a single being with the shadow behind her, bringing a terrifying psychic storm to bear, resisting all powers against them in that space, and intending to prevent the palm print from crashing down as well. That weak body of hers had no fear as it struck, lashing out with the storm. Boom! The halberd of time and space in Yifutian's hand struck, crashing onto the center of the palm print with boundless might as if it intended to tear the palm print apart. However, it was only able to tear a small crack before Yifutian felt as if he was able to be squashed. All his internal organs felt like they were on the brink of collapse. Intense rumbling continued to be heard and the might of Great Path continued to fall onto them. However, the might of the bloody palm print had been considerably weakened. The village chief was attacking the palm print with his sword form, after all, negating a good part of its power. However, that still proved inadequate to stop it. All of their bodies were pinned and they spat up blood as their bodies continued to suffer damage. Saint Ji never intended to leave any of them alive. Hua Jieyu's demonic eyes took one look at Yifutian. Her eyes were teary before and her will seemed to begin burning. Boundless power in the heavens seeped into her body. A force that did not belong to her burst. I offer my body as a sacrifice in exchange for the will of the queen. A solemn and despaired voice was heard and the might of the divine path seemed to burst from her body. A sliver of unparalleled imperial might was sensed and even her eyes seemed to have changed, becoming ones that cared for nothing around her as she looked above. Her will served as the catalyst and her body as the sacrifice in exchange for the will of the queen. The will invoked the catastrophe of the great path above the heavens. Hua Jieyu continued to resist the palm print as her body and even her will were burning. She invoked the catastrophe of the heavens as she continued to move upwards, shattering the palm print bit by bit as she tore through it. Go to hell! Saint Ji roared furiously as he continued to press downward, giving up everything just to kill the ones before him. Yaya's body seemed to have been torn by swords as boundless light of swords burst from her body. She turned around and saw Yifutian and Hua Jieyu, saying to herself, "Brother, Yaya is leaving." Dazzling light of the sword burst with her body in the middle as soon as she finished. An incredibly huge sword diagram appeared on the palm print. Boundless swords appeared in the air all of a sudden. The swords of countless swordsmen in the battlefield rang and flew out of their hands, heading towards Yaya. Countless were stunned as they witnessed the astonishing scene, feeling their minds being rattled. Saints finally made it there at that moment. Both Saint Li and Saint Jiang were there, filling the place with saintly might. However, that barefooted young woman's hair continued to billow in a frenzy. Boundless sword will burst from her body as changes were seen. Even her face and bearing seemed to have changed. While Yaya's face was still hers, it seemed to have grown incredibly fast and had matured, filled with saintly might. Her eyes took one look at Saint Ji in the air, filled with overbearing pride and cold murderous intent. Boom! The palm print finally shattered under the attack of the psychic powers and sword will. Countless swords in the air merged and became a single blade, pulsing with the flash of the sword capable of killing everything. The sword flew and Saint Ji's pupils dilated. At the very next moment, a beam of sword flash pierced him. Saint Ji's body was immediately shattered and reduced to nothing. In a single instant, his soul and mind had dissipated into nothing. The Saint Lord of Jisheng Cliffs was thoroughly reduced to dust, scattered throughout the heavens and the earth. The towering sword will dispersed soon after and the young woman's body fell limply. The holy sword appeared beneath the young woman's body, lifting her up and hovering in the air. The village chief knelt down and prostrated in the air. Tears were seen in his aged eyes. It was unknown if those were tears shed for Yaya's disappearance or for the return of his master, or maybe even both. Yushang's devil-like body dropped from the air and the same went for Yifutian, who fell limply. Blood continued to shoot from his mouth as his teary eyes turned to look at Hua Jieyu and Yaya. "No," he said, his voice croaking. His heart ached very, very painfully. The very reason why he cherished Yaya and had taken her as his little sister was because he had long guessed that that would have been Yaya's end. The end of the pitiful young woman. His speculations became reality. Yaya was gone. The one taking her place might be Yaya, or maybe it was the Sword Saint of the Void, who had once been known throughout the world. He turned his eyes to Hua Jieyu, and his heart felt like it was able to be torn apart. Hua Jieyu's body continued to burn, being reduced to nothing bit by bit. Like him, she fell lifelessly and turned around arduously. Her demonic eyes turned clear as if she had regained her consciousness. Her eyes were teary, and yet there was a beaming smile in them. Everything had finally ended. Saint Ji was dead and the saints came. No one in the entire 9 states would be able to kill him. Isn't this ending beautiful? However, his imperial will continue to burn, and Emperor Xia. He was hoping the emperor would let him off of that ordeal. Boom! Yi Futian's body hit the ground. He extended his shivering hands, attempting to catch Hua Jieyu's falling body. Her body was very light, as if it weighed nothing, continuing to disappear bit by bit. Jieyu! Yi Futian's heart seemed to be bleeding. He looked up and shouted, "Senior Saint Jiang." Saint Jiang took one look down and remained standing where he was. It was too late. Hua Jieyu's eyes continued to smile. She extended her hand, intending to stroke Yi Futian's face as she said, "I guess I can't be your queen after all." "No." Yi Futian shook his head and said, "I disagree." Boundless emerald light was sent into Hua Jieyu's body, but it was entirely futile. Her body continued to disperse. Keep in mind, your next wife cannot be someone as shitty as I'm. Your queen has to become some girl who is unparalleled, even in the heavens. Hua Jieyu's spectral silhouette continued to smile, but somehow, she continued to shed tears. "I promise you this, only you'll be my queen." "You're so dumb." Hua Jieyu then said softly, "But promise me this, don't let her bully you, as I'm the only one allowed to do so in this world." "Only you're allowed to bully me." Yi Futian burst into tears. "Right, I'll be able to rest easy now. But somehow, despite no longer having a heart, I still feel heartache. Can souls cry too?" Her silhouette turned increasingly spectral. It gradually turned into a blurry shadow, yet the tears on her face were just as visible. Boundless light circled around Hua Jieyu's body as it moved to the air around her. Hua Jieyu felt some formless power summoning her. "Is this the call of the Reaper? Promise me, live." Her spectral silhouette dispersed into the air. "No." Yi Futian attempted to catch the last bit of her, but quickly found that he only grabbed nothing. He watched in despair as Hua Jieyu transformed into a beam of light and shot for the heavens. Yi Futian's arms shivered. His eyes were filled with boundless despair. The battlefield was dead silent. Everyone was staring at him. A lotus lamp continued to burn in the air. A vague silhouette appeared on the lamp, and that silhouette was stunningly beautiful. She looked at Yi Futian, who was despairing, as tears filled her flawless face. She turned and looked at that faraway silhouette, and her body burned as well. Countless lotus lamps then took off to the air. One of the lamps came beside Yi Futian, and a voice was heard in his mind. "I was once a lamp before the Buddha. My life came and went as my destiny willed it. I shall protect her in your stead." Hua Qingqing's gentle voice was heard, and Yi Futian watched as the tranquil light of the Buddha took off. He was unable to fathom anything, as he felt nothing but intense heartache at the moment. That concludes the war. Saint Xia's cold eyes swept across everyone on the battlefield. Saint Ji went against the rules and had severely injured Yi Futian and the others. He should have been executed, but he had already perished. "I disagree." An extremely cold voice was heard. Saint Xia looked below and saw Yi Futian standing up. Dazzling imperial light shot forth into the heavens. His body was burning, and it seemed that his killing intent burned as well. Yi Futian's imperial light shot to towering heights, and he held the halberd of space and time as he took to the air, filled with thick murderous intent. His blood-stained clothes seemed to have turned golden and billowed wildly in the wind. Many on the battlefield turned their eyes in his direction. Even saints came to sense an aura that put them on edge. Even though Yi Futian's own powers were limited, the imperial will inherent within his being was still something that demanded respect and worship from all living beings. He was the only supreme being in that place. Saint Xia's heart raced. He thought that Saint Ji's attack would have rendered Yi Futian incapable of standing even though it did not kill him. With Yi Futian, Hua Jieyu, Yushang, and Yaya, the most formidable forces, taken out of the equation, if the fighting were to continue, it would be a disaster for Yi Futian, as everyone wanted to kill him. Saint Ji had broken the balance of the sacred war. It went without saying that as a saint, Saint Xia would have naturally been able to prevent the war from raging on. However, Yi Futian disagreed and stood up again, seemingly burning his own life. What level is that aura that he is emanating now? Saint Xia was speechless. He thought that he would have been able to have some say in the sacred war. He only came to realize then that the fighting on that day no longer had an outcome that he was able to decide. Emperor Xia needed to be the one to decide how things would end. Saint Ji made a move against the rules. Hua Jieyu borrowed the queen's will. The sword saint of the void returned, and Yi Futian was burning with imperial light. Saint Xia was no longer able to control anything going on with the war. Saint Li, Saint Jiang, and the others watched as their hearts raced. That battle exceeded everyone's expectations. Even Saint Ji, Saint Shihua, the sacred king, and the saints of the endless ocean never predicted any of it to go this far. No one had expected the fighting to be that intense and brutal. No one anticipated Saint Ji to trade lives with Yi Futian and to have still failed nonetheless. No one knew what would happen next. He is at the end of his strength. Kill him. Saint Ji's eyes were on Yi Futian. His intent to kill Yi Futian had been taken to another level. Yi Futian was just too dangerous. If he did not agree for the war to end, then he would die. He knew without a doubt that Yi Futian had sustained severe injuries in that day's fighting, and the palace lord was burning all of his own powers to keep fighting. He did not care for the secrets of Yi Futian. He only wanted Yi Futian to die. Yi Futian's survival would have been a disaster for the Hall of Holy Light. Kill him, Saint North Deep said in a manner that was just as cold. The calm battlefield became frenzied once again. Countless mighty ones headed for Yi Futian. They apparently shared Saint Ji's thoughts. With Yi Futian's wife, Hua Jieyu, killed in the sacred war, if he were to survive the war, none from the 7 holy lands who participated in the battle would be able to get out unscathed. Everything had hit a critical point, so Yi Futian needed to die that day, regardless of the cost incurred. Technically speaking, there were 6 instead of 7 holy lands remaining. With the demise of both Saint Ji and Kongyao, Jisheng Cliffs no longer existed outside of the annals of history. That holy land now ceased to exist. The army headed straight for Yi Futian. The sword saint, Qin Zhuang, and the others came to his side. Take care of Yushang and Jioga, Yi Futian requested before his dazzling figure shot up, turning into a bolt of lightning and headed straight for a single direction. There were 3 in that direction who intended to leave the battlefield, the 3 remaining ones of the 9 mighty ones that came from Emperor Li's realm. They turned around immediately after seeing Yi Futian coming for them, lashing out with the divine implements in their hands. Thousands of golden threads headed straight for Yi Futian. A beam pierced through the air and the head of one of them disappeared in a flash. The other 2 were astonished and shuddered. They turned around and retreated at breakneck speed. A terrifying spiritual power attack came straight for them. Their brains felt like they were about to explode and were no longer capable of thought. There was no longer any opportunity for thought as the halberd of time and space pierced through both of their heads, killing them on the spot. Boom! The gathered mighty ones conjured battle matrices and attacked him in the air. Yi Futian took one look at them and an irresistible power washed throughout the space. Space freezing. Yi Futian took one step out and the halberd of time and space pulsed with tremendous light. His imperial will fused with the halberd and brought even greater power to bear. He lifted his arm and lashed out with the halberd. His body turned into a beam of dazzling light. The light of countless particles burst and the space before him seemed like it was about to explode. The bodies of the mighty ones swept by as the force blew up. That beam of light zipped past and blood splattered all over the place, with dead bodies dropping like flies. One strike with the halberd was all it took to take them all down. The hearts of countless raced as they saw the rain of blood in that space. Him, at the end of his strength? No one was able to stand in Yi Futian's way at the moment. All who had wanted to go up and kill him felt themselves shivering. "What are you all still looking at? Can't any of you fight?" Xianxia shouted at the battlefield below. His words were seemingly meant for those from the Holy Ji Palace. Everyone came to their senses. They looked at Yi Futian's crazed silhouette and they burned with intense killing intent as well. "Kill them all! Kill!" Shouts were heard throughout the place. Every single mighty one on the Holy Ji Palace's side began to fight again. The mighty ones from the 6 remaining opposing holy lands felt a shiver run down their spines. Is Xianxia making his stance clear? The golden great ape took to the air. Yuan Hong wielded the infinite ruler and swept at everything around him. The 9 symbols circled around Gu Donglu, with countless clones of the symbols lashing out at his enemies. Yi Wuqian's life spirit hovered, seemingly bursting with Run Huang's sword will, bringing the might of the battle matrix as he ran. Dead bodies of mighty ones before him continued to rise. All of them only had one intention at the moment: kill every single might one from the 6 holy lands. Saint Xia, Saint Li, Saint Jiang, and the Moon Saint stood in the air and kept a close watch on Yi Futian. They had to keep their guard up due to what happened previously. "I shall report what happened to Emperor Xia. If you were a part of what Saint Ji did, Emperor Xia will sentence you himself," Saint Xia said plainly. "What do Saint Ji's actions have to do with me? I was only stopping, seeing you emerging onto the battlefield." Saint Ji replied coldly. "Explain to Emperor Xia yourself," Saint Xia said coldly without looking at him. Saint Ji's expression was grim. He took a look below and saw Yi Futian on a killing spree, glittering with imperial light. The palace lord was actually heading for the mighty ones of the Hall of Holy Light. "He can't keep doing this for long. Use ranged attacks," Saint Ji said coldly. Many mighty ones from the Hall of Holy Light appeared before Yi Futian, bringing their sword will of light at him in a frenzy. Yi Futian seemed to have not taken notice of any of them at all. He continued to charge into the fray, shining with imperial light. All attacks that had gotten close to him were quickly reduced to nothing. His halberd of time and space lashed out, causing yet another rainstorm of blood. No one was able to stand in his way. "Watch out, Jia!" Saint Ji shouted at Jia, who was fighting with Tianxin below. Jia turned around and found Yi Futian heading straight for him. His body separated from monk Tianxin with a rumble. He burst with the most brilliant of holy light after seeing Yi Futian coming for him, heading straight for Yi Futian. His body seemed to be burning as he transformed into a beam of light. A beam of golden light and a beam of white light clashed. 2 beams merged together in an instant before separating. Both Yi Futian and Jia had their backs against each other. The imperial light bursting from Yi Futian continued to shine brilliantly, while the light on Jia continued to disperse. Blood was seen oozing from his mouth and his body gradually came apart. "No!" Jia's body was destroyed as he shouted, turning into nothing. The mighty one who ranked second on the sage ranking was dead. There was simply no sage that Yi Futian was unable to kill. Many mighty ones from the Hall of Holy Light ganged up on him. Yet when they saw the shimmering imperial light about Yi Futian, they stopped and forgot to attack altogether. Yi Futian had truly become invincible under the Saint Plane at the moment throughout the 9 states. Anyone who dared stand before him would be killed by one strike of his halberd. Yi Futian coughed once and blood was seen at the corner of his mouth. It was naturally not an injury dealt by Jia, but one that he had sustained prior. If he had not been burning his imperial will, that attack from Saint Ji would have taken his life. He was already burning power within his body in a frenzy just so that he could stand. The mighty ones from the Hall of Holy Light attempted to move against him after seeing him cough. Mighty aura swept the place and Yi Futian took one cold look at them. He put the halberd of time and space away and sat cross-legged in the air. The Guqin spirit appeared below him, His fingers rested on the strings, and as the first note was played, tears were seen at the corner of his eyes. He recalled the first time he learned to play the guqin. That was back in the little hut in Qingzhou Academy, where his teacher, Hua Fenglu, taught him to play the guqin. The little fox liked teasing him back then. He recalled the year where the love between them blossomed, and as they held hands at Qingzhou Lake. Both of them confirmed their relationship there. He sent Jiu home and stayed there. He was kicked out of the room by Jiu, and so he sat outside the house and played the whole night. He remembered the time in Donghai Academy where the Grandmaster instructed him in the art of the guqin. He played and Jiu lied on his thighs for one whole night. The history between them flashed before his eyes. The tune of the guqin had always been around as both of them came to know each other and fell in love. He was still around and the guqin was still present, yet she was nowhere to be found. The Yukio song was played, and with the imperial will infused with it, the true imperial song was played. Limitless sentiments were infused within the tune. There was boundless sorrow as well as towering killing intent. The mighty ones from the Hall of Holy Light attacked, yet a terrifying storm of the guqin's tune whipped up around Yifutian. The rules of seemingly all methods were dispersed before the tune of the instrument. The tune became increasingly fierce as it rang throughout the entire battlefield. The mighty ones who had surrounded Yifutian felt as if their spiritual will was no longer in their control. The spiritual qi around them was no longer controllable. Rules of space freezing were invoked and their bodies seemed to have been put under absolute lockdown. Yifutian's fingers stroked on the strings and a sharp clanging sound was heard. The tune seeped into the eardrums of the mighty ones around him, transforming into killing power that tore at their spiritual will. Boom! The face of one mighty one became pale as their thoughts ceased. The tune was upon them and their spiritual will was erased. Their body fell lifelessly to the ground. The guqin storm turned increasingly terrifying. Many mighty ones who surrounded Yifutian trembled in a frenzy, and they continued to drop, killed by the formless tune of the guqin. The blood-stained silhouette sat up straight in the air as the tune was played, piercing time and space. Even the saints were dazed at the moment. It was as if they were witnessing the legend of an emperor. Emperor Xia's realm, upper world. Emperor Xia's palace stood in the sky, above the clouds. Between the clouds, the palace seemed to be a fairyland on earth. A figure wearing a golden robe stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes looking forwards. Beside him, there was a handsome figure in man's clothing who was extremely beautiful, and it was Xia Qingyun. Both of them had their eyes on the picture in front of them where there was a huge scene. A palace on top of a mountain, countless cultivators fighting a great battle, but a blood-stained youth sat alone in the void, playing the guqin as if between heaven and earth there existed only him alone. Cultivators around them were continually falling, and the youth had the brilliance of the emperor upon him, extremely radiant. Seeing what happened in the picture, Xia Qingyuan's extremely beautiful eyes showed a slight disturbance. It seemed to have reminded of her the words that Futian said to her that day in the imperial mausoleum. As if to say that she had secret weapons, it was not only her who had them. At the time, she thought that it was just Yi Futian being ignorant and arrogant, but now it seemed that if he had really shown his cards, the loser would still be her. This battle was truly earth-shattering. She did not expect to have such a battle in the lower worlds. This one alone is better than all in the 9 states. Emperor Xia looked at the battle, then waved his hand and the picture disappeared. "Messenger," he said casually, and as soon as his voice was heard, a figure appeared in front of him, kneeling on one knee in extreme piety. "First and foremost, send someone to investigate the past of the palace of the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State, Yi Futian. From the time he was born until now, what he has done, who has been around him, what ability has he cultivated. I want an account of everything." Emperor Xia spoke in an indifferent voice, but there was an unquestionable authority behind it. "Secondly, take people to the lower worlds and keep tabs on everyone who was observing the battles inside and outside of the Holy Palace today, and monitor all of them. Tell them they are to return to their respective holy lands. Unless they have permission, they are not allowed to leave. Violators of the order will be killed without exception. The second instruction of Emperor Xia was equivalent to a total blockade of the news of the battle at the Holy Ji Palace. Everyone inside and outside the palace would be put under lockdown. Third, ask the people of 9 State Guard what they were doing. Who gave Saint Ji the audacity to do what he did? Emperor Xia continued to order. Yes, sir. The man said, when investigating Yifutian, should we control him? No need. Just watch him. Emperor Xia said. Do it as soon as possible. I will go too, Xianxia said. Emperor Xia nodded. Might as well. Then, the man with the command left with Xianxia. Soon, a group of cultivators in Emperor Xia's palace initiated the spatial matrix in Emperor Xia's realm and went straight across the space to the lower worlds. Outside the Holy Ji Palace, there were countless cultivators on the outskirts, but they couldn't see inside the battlefield and could only wait outside for the news. Only the top characters of the Great Holy Lands could get closer to see something inside the battlefield. At this point, the battle had not completely concluded, and there was a middle-aged man who quietly retreated and walked away from the crowd in a flash. His speed was incredibly fast, and he was obviously someone in the Saint Plain. However, when he was still in the area of Thousand Holy Islands, he stopped and frowned. Who is it? As he finished speaking, several figures appeared, and their eyes fell on him. Someone from Emperor Li's realm? Asked the person. The eyes of the middle-aged man were like a knife, sweeping toward the newcomer. Where is Li Yao? The other party continued to ask. The middle-aged man rose to the sky in a flash, trying to escape. He did not flee in the direction of Li Yao but went in the opposite direction. A group of people chased in the void, and it didn't take long before a quiet sacred war broke out in Thousand Holy Islands of the barren state, and someone in the Saint Plain had fallen on the spot and was killed. In a bar outside of Zhongzhou City, Li Yao was still drinking there. On the table in front of him were 9 broken jade tokens. These 9 people were the 9 powerful cultivators who were the subordinates that were specially trained for his purpose. They were expert killers with great strength and were regarded as elite. For the inheritance of Ren Huang, he used the 9 powerful cultivators and the set of divine implements. But today all 9 were dead. In front of him, that beautiful woman was crying, but she did not seem to be inconsolably sad. As for the youth, he showed signs of great hatred. His father, Saint Ji, had fallen. Your Royal Highness? A cultivator came forward with a broken jade token in his hand and said, Something has gone wrong. Sir should withdraw. Li Yao immediately put the glass down, stood up, and made an executive decision. Withdraw. He didn't know what had happened, but if it caused the attention of Emperor Xia, it would be more troublesome. He had intended to end things quickly and leave Emperor Xia's realm. But now it seemed that Saint Ji had failed, and even the people he sent to observe the battle were dead as well. This time, the loss was not a small one, but judging from his status, it was not a big deal. A top divine implement appeared, and a strong air of the void came out of it. It was a ship of the void. They stepped into it and suddenly, there was a light screen shining, wrapping them in it. It even covered up the atmosphere. Afterward, the ship crossed the void directly, disappearing right there in the bar, traveling through the air. There was no trace of them in the blink of an eye. Not long after they left, several figures descended. After a quick look at the bar, they looked up into the void, and the look on their faces was not a good one. It seemed that he was one step too late. Of course, even if they were really arriving on time, there was no chance they could have kept the other party. After all, the power of the 9 states was limited. And this was only because Emperor Xia wanted to observe the battle. Otherwise, even the saint would not be staying. After all, Emperor Xia did not pay much attention to the lands of the 9 states and had always held a casual attitude toward them. At the Holy Palace, on the battlefield, with the Yukio song being played, almost all the cultivators of the Hall of Holy Light were terminated. Even as the music spread throughout the entire battlefield, people were constantly falling, and the cultivators of the 6 great holy lands were steadily killed. Under such circumstances, of course, the 6 holy lands were massacred by the powerful cultivators of the Holy Ji Palace. The sacred war was now, without a doubt, over. Withdraw! Saint Ji spat. Those from the Hall of Holy Light who were still alive tried to retreat. Those from the Temple of Light tried to evacuate, but the sound of the guqin played endlessly, and everywhere the sound passed, death followed. It intended to exterminate all the cultivators from the Hall of Holy Light here today. Of course, the Hall of Holy Light was controlled by the Qi clan, and many cultivators had returned to Qi state to guard, so they were not all here. But even so, Jia had died, as well as many of the top figures from the Hall of Holy Light. One could only imagine what kind of mood Saint Ji was in at this moment. "Withdraw," Saint Shihua ordered. "Withdraw." Great Zhou Sacred King and the saints of the 3 holy lands of the Endless Ocean successively ordered the withdrawal of the army. Even though they were greatly reluctant to do so, they could not watch all their cultivators be slaughtered. Thus, withdrawal was the only option. Today, the 7 holy lands formed an alliance and came to the Holy Ji Palace for war, but they did not capture Huang Zhuge, who owned the inheritance of Ren Huang. They did not capture the halberd of time and space, nor did not they kill Yi Futian. Instead, they left behind countless corpses. Saint Ji, the master of Jisheng Cliffs, had died, so had Jia, Kongyao, and Lu Zong. So many who were known throughout the land of the 9 states had died here. The people of the Holy Ji Palace were still madly chasing and killing, wanting to eliminate all those who tried to retreat. At this time, above the sky, a mighty authority of heaven descended. Countless eyes now watched the sky. It was as if the heavenly army had arrived and the hearts of many trembled. Emperor Xia's people had arrived, and they came fast. Clearly, Emperor Xia himself was personally keeping tabs on the battle of the Holy Ji Palace. No one had ever thought, and no one dared to think, that for many years, no matter what kind of battle, it had never caused such a situation where Emperor Xia ordered a great army to come to the 9 states, even for the likes of Saint Xia, whose heart was beating fast. Was it because of the aura that was released by Yi Futian? How would Emperor Xia treat Yi Futian? Clearly Yi Futian did not release the power before. Because it was not a last resort, he did not dare to release it. Although he did not know what secrets were hidden, he knew this secret was very likely to attract the attention of Emperor Xia. Therefore, Yi Futian did not dare to. But under the attack of Saint Ji, under the threat of death, he had no choice but to release the power. However, since Emperor Xia had personally sent people to come, there was no need for him to go to the upper worlds for an explanation. The great army descended, and the person who was out front was the little princess, Xia Qingyuan. Not long ago, his wife had also perished in this battle. Her gaze fell on Yi Futian and looked at the young man who was playing the ukiyo. By the command of Emperor Xia, everyone of all the Holy Lands should return to their own holy land immediately to await further orders. They are not to take a step outside without permission. Anyone who violates the order will be executed. Next to Xia Qingyuan, a powerful cultivator of the Saint Plain said. His voice spread throughout the palace. Emperor Xia wanted to control everyone because of Saint Ji's move? Or because of Yi Futian? Is it over? Countless people looked up at the sky. At this moment, whether it was Saint Ji, Saint Shihua, or the Great Zhou Sacred King, they all understood that they were defeated and had been defeated thoroughly. They paid a great price for their failure. Even more frightening was that if Emperor Xia allowed Yi Futian to continue on his path, it would be their apocalypse one day. Yes, Saint Ji nodded. Saint Shihua and Great Zhou Sacred King all nodded in agreement. Who dared to not obey Emperor Xia? The sound of the guqin suddenly stopped. The spirit of guqin disappeared, and Yi Futian seemed to have exhausted all his power as his body fell from the sky. Several shadows flashed toward him. Gu Donglu and Zhuge Mingyue arrived first because of, and the two caught Yi Futian. Second senior sister, third senior brother. Yi Futian had tears in the corner of his eyes. Zhuge Mingyue, likewise, was also in tears. Looking at Yi Futian's eyes, her heart hurt for him. Gu Donglu held Yi Futian's hand. He didn't say anything because any words at this moment would be useless. He had tried his best, and so did everyone else. But who could have thought that Saint Ji would intervene? And who could have stopped Saint Ji? If it was not for Jeyu and Yaya, who fought without a thought for their lives, everyone there would have been doomed, including Yi Futian and Yushang. In the distance, inside the Holy Sage Pavilion, there were many people coming toward them, and there were two among them that came onto the battlefield with tears on their faces. They came in front of Yi Futian, who was on the ground. These two people were Hua Fenglu and Nandu Wanin. Master and Masteress. Yi Futian did not let Zhuge Mingyue help him but knelt on the ground. He owed his master and masteress something he could no longer repay. They had given Jieyu to him to care for, but he was not able to protect her. Nandu Wanin pulled Yi Futian up, hugging him with tears in her eyes. Futian, it was not your fault. Likewise, Hua Fenglu also pulled Yi Futian to him. He sat on the ground, and at this moment he looked as if he aged a lot suddenly. He looked up at the direction in which Hua Jieyu had disappeared, and all their shared past rushed to his mind. At that time, at Qingzhou Academy, he lived with his daughter Hua Jieyu, just the two of them. The arrival of Yi Futian added some color to their lives. He took Yi Futian on as a disciple and taught him to play the guqin and the art of engraving. Later he matched his daughter and his disciple. These were all such beautiful memories. It seemed as if they happened just yesterday, but now it seemed to be far out of reach. Many people, such as Sword Saint, Gu Donglu, Zhuge Mingyue, and Yi Wuchen, all descended next to Yi Futian. Seeing Yi Futian, Hua Fenglu and the others had tears in their eyes also. Yi Wuchen looked up and watched the cultivators of the 6 great holy lands, who had begun to retreat in the sky. There were tears falling down his cheeks. He knew Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu since their time in the Kangyi kingdom of the land of the 100 kingdoms. Today, those people had not yet been completely annihilated. Lu Qinyu came to Yi Wuchen's side, pulling on his hand with the same painful tears. Yi Qingxian and Lulan Shui also arrived and were saddened. All the palace lords at the Holy Ji Palace came successively, one after another. There was blood on their bodies. At this time, Sage Wanxiang stopped not far from Yi Futian. He bowed and said, "Palace Lord, the divine spirit of the lady has not dissipated. Perhaps there is still a chance to revive her." Yi Futian looked up with difficulty. It had already gotten this far. Was it possible that there was still really a chance? Sage Wanxiang saw Yi Futian was still without movement, so he extended his hands and then kneeled and worshipped to the sky. He said clearly, "God bless the lady." He had made a divination of the outcome before the battle, but it was undetermined, and he was impacted in his heart and soul as a result of it. The celestial plane carried by this divination had exceeded his ability, and he was not qualified to know its secret. The appearance of the will of the emperor, the descent of the divine spirit of the empress, and the command of Emperor Xia were not something that the likes of him could have deduced. Upon hearing the voice of Sage Wanxiang, countless people at the Holy Ji Palace looked up at the sky. Sword Demon, Sage Daozong, and the other palace lords all kneeled down and shouted, "God bless the lady." All these voices were heard throughout the Holy Ji Palace. Countless people fell to the ground in the direction where Hua Jieyu had disappeared and worshipped. At this moment, a voice was heard throughout heaven and earth. "God bless the lady." In the void, Xiaxia, Saint Xia, Saint Li, Saint Jiang, and Moon Saint all witnessed this scene, and their hearts could not be calmed. To the palace, Yi Futian was the palace lord, its future and its faith. After the battle today, Yi Futian would be the god of the palace. Even Glass Saint, who held great resentment against Yi Futian, experienced a great disturbance inside her heart. She had thought about killing Yi Futian with her own hands, but after today, could she still do it? Everyone had their own lives to live. When she was young, she once dreamed of being like Hua Jieyu, finding someone who truly loved her, and offering everything to each other. But instead, she experienced the darkest part of her life, which had given birth to the Glass Saint of today. Then, after this battle, what would Yi Futian become? As the wind blew, her clothes fluttered, and her long hair flew in the wind. She looked at the sky above the battlefield. As Xia Emperor had ordered, all the Holy Lands had retreated. Even though their intent to kill him was as high as the sky, they still weren't able to do it. Jisheng Cliffs had been destroyed and the cultivators from the Hall of Holy Light were almost all annihilated, and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty also suffered heavy losses. The 3 Holy Lands of Endless Ocean lost more than half of their people with all of their top figures killed. Of course, the Holy Ji Palace also had many who had fallen in this battle. Even the lady of the palace had perished in the battle. Therefore, the Holy Ji Palace, at the moment, did not experience the joy of winning the sacred war, but was instead immersed in sorrow. In this battle, the blood of the palace was enough to create a river. "Return," Glass Saint said, and led the cultivators of the lapis lazuli holy temple to leave. She had thought that the saints would have a chance to fight, but the arrival of Xia Qingyuan interrupted everything, so that saints, after all, did not have the opportunity. Since what happened today had attracted the attention of Emperor Xia, there was no doubt he would personally investigate. Just as Emperor Xia had commanded, before the order was lifted, all holy lands would not be allowed to make any move, so there would probably be a period of quietude. It was just unknown how long it would take Emperor Xia to investigate the matter. All the cultivators left in succession. Saint Xia, Saint Li, and Moon Saint had all left, as well as the people of the Vajra region. Saint Jiang announced that he would join the Holy Ji Palace and thereafter cultivate at the Holy Ji Palace. The Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State now had one more saint added to it, a saint who ranked number 12 on the saint ranking no less. Half a month later, the news of the earthquake in the 9 states and the battle of the Holy Ji Palace swept through the land of 9 states, and many were shocked. It was rumored that Saint Ji had died, and that the Jisheng Cliffs was now under the control of Emperor Xia's people. None of the cultivators were allowed to step out of Jisheng Cliffs. No one knew what had happened or why Emperor Xiang was controlling Jisheng Cliffs. In this battle, the 7 Holy Lands joined forces to lay siege to the Holy Ji Palace and were unable to take it down. It was rumored that blood flowed like a river at the Holy Ji Palace and there were countless deaths and injuries. But what made people tremble the most was that no one knew which cultivators had died, as the news had been blocked. The world only knew the result of this battle, but the details were unknown. It was rumored that Emperor Xia had arrived and all the Holy Lands retreated and were ordered to stay within their own territory. They were all controlled by the cultivators sent by Emperor Xia, who guarded all of the Holy Lands. No one knew why, and those who knew the inside story were too afraid to say anything. Even Saint Xia had returned to the clan without so much a word of complaint, and Saint Li also returned to the 9 State College and did not talk about the battle. All of this shocked the people of 9 states. What had happened in this battle? Everyone in the 9 states wanted to know the inside story of the battle. At the Holy Ji Palace, in the Holy Sage Pavilion, Yi Futian woke up from his coma, and when he opened his eyes, he saw many cultivators. Second Senior Sister, Little Butterfly, Phoenix, Lulan Shui, and Linger were all around him. As soon as they heard the news of him waking up, there were many more people who came from outside. The oldest and 3rd senior brothers, Yi Wuchen, Huang Zhouge, and the like. All these familiar faces appeared. Master Dozhan had also returned. Yi Futian knew that they were worried about him, but at this time his heart was still in great pain. He asked, "How are you, Sheng and Yaya?" Yu Sheng's injuries were not minor, but Saint Jiang is here. Everything will be okay. Yaya is in retreat. Zhuge Mingyue said, "Futian, you should take care of your body. Xia Qingyuan and Emperor Xia's people, are they still here?" Yi Futian asked. Zhuge Mingyue nodded lightly. Yi Futian smiled bitterly. Many people did not understand why he did not release the will of the emperor earlier, but in fact, when he faced the 9 great cultivators, he had released the will of the emperor with Jieyu helping him to disguise it. It wasn't until Saint Ji got involved that they could no longer hide it, because only he and Jieyu knew what kind of secrets were involved in this will of the emperor. Back then, Donghuang the Great had sent people to Qingzhou City to destroy the statue and kill the Snow Ape Emperor. By releasing the will of the emperor, it was basically a death sentence. If he died, then the palace would also perish with him. Now, people at the palace only expected him to recover, but they did not know that Emperor Xia was probably already investigating this matter, and he was not likely to escape the consequences. As the master of the lower worlds, Yi Futian did not believe that Emperor Xia did not know that Donghuang the Great had twice sent people here. It was just at the time he was an insignificant person, and those who were high above were too preoccupied to take a second look at him. For instance, when they took away Mr. Du, who paid any mind to the disciples of the college and the college? Some were of the noble plane or the even lower arcana plane. But now it was different. Looking at all of the 9 states, who could say that Yi Futian was insignificant? Moreover, he had released the will of the emperor in front of everyone. It was impossible for Emperor Xia to ignore it. He now would probably want a thorough investigation on him. The 9 states was under the jurisdiction of Emperor Xia. If Emperor Xia wanted to investigate him, there would be nothing that couldn't be found. He was born in the city of Qingzhou and used to stay in the cottage. Even if there was no hard evidence, Emperor Xia Huang would be able to deduce a thing or two. I am going for a walk. Yi Futian got up and went out. Everyone looked at him. Gu Donglu whispered, "Let him have some quiet time." Everyone nodded and did not follow him, because all could understand the mood Yi Futian was in at the moment. Yi Futian just had a shirt on and walked in the Holy Sage Pavilion. With the wind blowing on him, he actually felt a little cool. Ahead of him, there were 2 people coming toward him. It was the village chief and Yaya. Perhaps she could no longer be called Yaya. Yi Futian looked at the woman who had gone through so much change. She no longer wore pigtails and her eyes were not as clear as they were before. Although she had turned out beautiful, Yi Futian still seemed to prefer the simple girl from before. The woman likewise also looked at Yi Futian. There were some emotions in her eyes. Her lips were moving slightly as if she wanted to say something, but she did not say anything. Yi Futian looked at her and suddenly he smiled. He was dying, so what would he care anymore about status or identities of the world? It did not matter that she was the world-famous sword saint of the void. She was still Yaya. Yi Futian stepped forward and reached out to try to rub her head. She leaned sideways slightly, and Yi Futian's hand stopped for a moment. But he put his hand on her head and rubbed it, saying, "Call me brother." The woman's eyes became sharp for a second and then became soft again. Her eyes revealed some struggle, her lips moved slightly, and then she said involuntarily, "Brother." Her voice was so very faint that it was almost hard to hear it. Once Yi Futian heard this subtle voice, his eyes reddened suddenly. Even his palms were slightly trembling. Was Yaya still there? He held out both hands and held the woman's face. Then he took a step forward and held her in his arms. The woman's body stiffened, but a warmth started from inside her body. This was the emotional instinct brought on by the life that lived for nearly 2 decades. It had penetrated deep into the soul and was not easily changed. She was the sword saint of the void, but she was also Yaya. Perhaps there was no way that she could escape it. Her body gradually softened, allowing Yi Futian to hold her. Behind her, the village chief observed the scene with an awkward expression. This was perhaps the first time someone dared to hold her. Moreover, she did not even resist. He knew that although her current strength was far from the peak of before, it was still an easy task to kill Yi Futian. Yi Futian loosened his arms and smiled at Yaya. To see Yaya in sorrow and despair, one could imagine his mood at the moment. "Village chief, there is something I want to ask you," Yi Futian said, looking at the village chief. "Yes." The village chief nodded. "If I die, please protect the palace for some years. I will let my master take over the palace. If there is nothing wrong with Yushang, he will replace the master to be in charge of the palace as palace lord in the future." Yi Futian said to the village chief as if to dictate his last will and testament. There were too many people in the palace that he was worried about. If he died, everything would fall apart. His brothers and sisters and Wuchen, where would they go? The village chief glanced at the woman in front of Yi Futian and saw her looking at Yi Futian, saying, "Okay." Yi Futian glanced at her and smiled. Stroking her cheek, he said, "Be good." As he was speaking, he walked away. Of course, he knew that Yaya was still Yaya, but she was not only Yaya. When the village chief heard this, his emotions were conflicting. He looked at the woman in front of him somewhat fearfully. The woman turned around and looked at the village chief. The village chief instantly lowered his head. He did not see anything. Yi Futian took a look at Yushang, and then came to where his teacher Hua Fenglu and his wife lived. Hua Fenglu had seemingly aged within the span of several days, losing his dashing looks of the past altogether. Wrinkles were seen on Nandu Wanin's face as well, making her look dejected. Both of them were playing the guqin when Yi Futian arrived. The sound of the tunes matched and melded with each other. But Yi Futian was only able to sense tinges of sorrow from the sounds. They stopped playing when they saw Yi Futian come and they smiled at him. However, Yi Futian felt that their smiles looked rather sorrowful. "Teacher, mistress." Yi Futian lowered his head and said, "Futian, how are your injuries?" Hua Fenglu asked. "They're a lot better now." Yi Futian nodded and said, "It's been 17 years since we ran from Qingzhou City, eh." Hua Fenglu then added, "I still remember you carrying me, a cripple, on your back all those years ago. We crossed the East Sea, returning to Donghai City, and looked for your mistress here. I can't believe it's been such a long time ago. Time flies indeed." Yi Futian did not say anything further. He seemed to be that boy that he once was before Hua Fenglu and Nandu Wanin. "We've out for long enough and we've started getting homesick. Futian, me and your mistress here are thinking of returning to the East Sea," Hua Fenglu said. Yi Futian knelt on the ground with reddened eyes as soon as Hua Fenglu finished. Lowering his head, he said, "I've failed you, teacher." He and Hua Jiu were married in the Book Mountain of the Eastern Barren Territory back then. They both were the closest person to Hua Fenglu and Nandu Wanin, so both of the elders came with them. And now, his teacher said that he wanted to return to the East Sea. Such was his state of mind at the moment. "Futian." Nandu Wanin went up and pulled Yi Futian his feet. She turned around and looked at Hua Fenglu, berating him. "Futian has just recovered. Just what the hell are you talking about?" "I know." Yi Futian knew what was going through the minds of his teacher and mistress. None of the elders blamed him, yet the fact that Jiu was the life of both of them remained. Hua Fenglu came to Yi Futian's side and pulled him over, sitting on the ground with him, saying, "Do you remember that when Jiu left all those years ago it was just me and you, and then we went to Donghai City? But your teacher here seems to have better luck than you do. I still have your mistress here with me and Aunt Tang. So, with Jiu gone now, I know that you're definitely in more pain than me. You have to get up on your feet regardless of how painful it is. Who did Jiu end up passing away for after all? If something were to happen to you, it would have been a waste of her effort. You need to stay strong at this time. You know what you'll be facing after all. Promise your teacher and your mistress. And this is the greatest hope that Jiu had for you as well. Live and thrive." Hua Fenglu knew certain secrets of Yi Futian, and so he definitely knew what Yi Futian would be up against. "Well, you know, teacher, it's all up to fate for me this time," Yi Futian said beside Hua Fenglu. Emperor Xia had sent his people to guard the Holy Ji Palace. If it was his life that the emperor wanted, it would have been all the same for him, be it at the moment or even after he became a saint. Hua Fenglu listened to Yi Futian's words and went silent for a few moments. He shook his head with a bitter smile. He looked up at the sky far away and scolded Yi Futian in a low voice. "You said that you have no respect for your elders and traditions. Then why would I have taken you as my student then? You called yourself a playboy, but you were not as dashing and good-looking as I was. So why the hell did I marry off my daughter to you? I'm really down on my luck for having met you. Indeed. Why the hell were you so blind as to take a liking to me back then? If you hadn't taken me in as your student and didn't marry Jiu off to me, things would have been better off." Yi Futian looked far away and said lightly. Nandu Wanin broke into tears within seconds, seeing the teacher and the student sitting down and talking. Several days passed and Yi Futian had settled some matters of the Holy Ji Palace. That day, a sword flew out of the Holy Ji Palace. The mighty ones sent by Emperor Xia appeared, blocking the sword that was about to leave. Xia Qingyuan stepped forward and her eyes were on Yi Futian. There was also the village chief Hua Fenglu, Nandu Wanin, and Tang Lan there with him. "I'm going to leave for a while. You're welcome to join us, princess," Yi Futian said plainly to Xia Qingyuan before saying to the village chief, "Let's go." Xia Qingyuan eyed Yi Futian coldly. What a bastard. The sword will was activated and they left soon enough. The eyes behind Xia Qingyuan all turned in her direction. Xia Qingyuan then said, "Let me leave. Send someone to keep an eye on him. No need to get in his way. Just let him wherever he wants to." Acknowledged. The one behind her nodded. Several figures looked up at the disappearing sword from the Holy Sage Pavilion of the Holy Ji Palace. Yaya, Zhuge Mingyue, Gu Donglu, and others saw Yi Futian off. The others in the Holy Ji Palace did not know of the secret that Yi Futian kept close to his heart. They had no idea at all what awaited Yi Futian, thinking that Emperor Xia was just investigating the case of the Sacred War of the Nine States. After the Holy Sword left the Holy Ji Palace, it headed east, passing Divine Sky City as they left Zhongzhou City, then passing by the Eastern Barren Territory, Book Mountain, ancient Lulon. It was the journey that Yi Futian took when he first showed up. Yi Futian had no idea when Emperor Xia would act against him. His fate was no longer in his control. That was why he did not bring his teacher back. His speed was lacking and he was worried that he would be caught on the way. So he let the village chief escort them instead. They arrived at the border of the Hundred Lands and there were a lot of familiar memories Yi Futian had with the place. The Kangyi Kingdom, the Nandu Nation, and many more. The Holy Sword kept flying forward, entering Donghai City. Within the small city below lied the Nandu clan and Donghai Academy. Those were places that held a lot of memories for him. Yi Xiang was probably still the headmaster of Donghai Academy. However, he did not stay at Donghai Academy. Nandu Wanyin did not even visit her brother at the royal palace of the Nandu Nation nor the Nandu clan. They passed through Donghai City and the Holy Sword went straight for East Sea, zipping by above the vast ocean, going all the way into Qingzhou City. The island city was where Yi Futian grew up. He thought he would never return after he last left. "You may return, village chief," Yi Futian said to the village chief after he arrived at the shore of Qingzhou City. "Will do." The village chief nodded, and as the sword tore through the sky, he vanished from sight altogether. "Teacher, mistress, where will we be staying?" Yi Futian asked. Qingzhou Academy was probably long taken over by others. Should we pay a visit regardless? His teacher and Jiu had lived in Qingzhou Academy for 3 years. Yi Futian watched Jiu grow up there, so he had special sentiments about the place. "It's best not to disturb others. You decide, Futian." "Anywhere would do," Hua Fenglu said. It was Yi Futian who sent them back after all, and he intended to stay with them for the last of his days. If Emperor Xia or Donghuang the Great wanted him dead, then he would die in Qingzhou City. It was his birthplace after all, and it seemed like a good choice to have his bones buried there. Hopefully, things would not turn out like how they had with the cottage's teacher, where a group of people showed up out of nowhere and took him away. Qingzhou Lake seems to have a good view. How about we just buy a place there? Yi Futian asked. Up to you. Hua Fenglu had no objections. They came back to live as hermits, with no intention of dealing with the messy affairs of the outside world, spending the rest of their days in peace and quiet. Hua Jiu's death had dealt a very heavy blow to them after all. All right then. Yi Futian nodded and they went into Qingzhou City. He thought of returning to the Yez residence from ages past, but that place had been bought by Uncle Feng Ruhai, a friend of his father. The last time he was back, Feng Qingxue was staying there, and Yi Futian had no intention of disturbing them. He did not wish to alert anyone of his presence as well, wishing to simply spend his days in quiet. These could very well be his last days, so there was no need to disturb others. Qingzhou City was a very small place to him, but to the common folk who lived there it was a large place just like it had felt to him all those years ago. Yi Futian quickly bought a small, elegant place by the lake. The place was simple and not large, but more than enough to accommodate them all. After they were done with settling down in the simple place, Yi Futian brought some chairs for Hua Fenglu and Nandu Wanyin to sit. Tang Lan stood quietly at the side. Yi Futian then moved a chair to her side and said, "Have a seat, Aunt Tang." "Sure." Tang Lan nodded and saw Yi Futian sitting down, laying there lazily and closing his eyes, enjoying the sunlight. "Futian." Tang Lan stopped as she was about to say something. Yi Futian smiled and asked, "What's the matter, Aunt Tang?" Tang Lan looked at him and said nothing as she shook her head. The three of them continued to talk as she wore a smile on their faces, seemingly without a hint of sadness, but she was nonetheless able to sense the emptiness and sorrow from the depths of their hearts. It seemed that everything was being covered by the smiles on their faces. You really want to live here as well, Futian? Nandu Wanin asked. Indeed. I'm here to keep you and teacher company. Yi Futian nodded. Just let him do as he pleases. Hua Fenglu said to Nandu Wanin, who then nodded. Yi Futian opened his eyes and looked at the sky. Jeyu was no longer with him, so he would spend the last of his days by his teacher's and master's side. Teacher, mastress, I'll go take a stroll. Yi Futian got up and said, Yeah. Hua Fenglu nodded. Yi Futian got up and left. The breeze by the lake was rather chilly. He walked aimlessly, and before he realized it, he came to the place where he and Jeyu held hands all those years ago. There were many people laughing by the lake. Young boys and girls, as well as couples, making the scene look like a drawing. The wind blew past, and Yi Futian remained standing there like a statue. A faint smile was seen in his eyes. The sky eventually turned red from the sun setting, with him having no idea how long he had been standing there. The night came as the sun set. The view of the lake at night looked even more beautiful. Boats of all sorts came and went without stop. Fireworks were seen occasionally, a work of the guests on the tourist boats. They admired the view as they laughed and cheered. Yi Futian looked at the fireworks, and his eyes looked rather dazed. It was as if he had gone back in time, back to that day 18 years ago, when both of them held hands by the lake. They stood where he stood at the moment, looking at the fireworks blooming in the sky with astonishing beauty. She took his hand that year, looking at the fireworks in the sky, and asked, So are we a couple now then? The fireworks looked incredibly beautiful that year. She looked even more beautiful that year. He smiled, and a tear rolled down his cheeks. The wind blew, rustling his clothes, and his hair billowed. Half of his full head of black hair turned gray in an instant. Pleasure boats and barges were all over the lake. There were girls standing outside said boats, admiring the fireworks. They turned their eyes and saw the man on the lake. His billowing hair turned half gray before becoming silver, dancing in the air. The girls were dazed by the scene. The man had a slender body and looked exceptional and dashing, as he was an incredibly handsome man. He seemed to have been merged with the scenery simply by standing around doing nothing. However, his standing silhouette seemed to be a lonesome one. Quite a good-looking guy indeed. Many on the boats came to take notice of the man at the shore. Is that trick of turning hair gray some kind of spell? What are you people looking at? A young man on the boat came to the bow, following the eyes of the girls. He too caught sight of Yi Futian. The appearance and bearing of the man inspired envy in the men watching him. He shed tears, and his hair turned gray all of a sudden. I wonder who those tears were for. One of the girls asked. Probably just some kind of trick. One of the men smiled and said. The man then took out an article of clothing and put it on the girl and said, The wind outside is cold. Let's head inside. Right? The girl nodded, turning her eyes away with a tinge of reluctance before returning to the boat. There were many on the lake who turned to look at Yi Futian. A woman with a bolder personality even smiled and asked when her boat passed by him, Do you mind coming up for a bit? However, the man did not seem to notice her and simply remained standing there alone. The woman felt bored and rowed away. Yi Futian then sat by the lakeside cross-legged, taking out a guqin and began playing at the side of the lake. It was a simple tune devoid of any power. There were illustrations within the flowing tune, which seemed to have blended with the scenery. There was no sadness, no tears, only joy, as if he was drawing an incredibly beautiful painting. He was illustrating the love between young couples, pure and beautiful. Many seemed to feel themselves taking a trip back in time as they heard the tune. It was as if they had returned to their younger days, recalling their love in ages past. The man who was playing the tune must have had quite a story to tell. The tune ended and Yi Futian stood up, walking back to his place. The lives of Yi Futian, Hua Fenglu, and the others were incredibly quiet in the following days. Hua Fenglu and Nandu Wanin spent their days basking in the sun within the compound and playing the guqin, seldom going out. It was as if they had truly become hermits. They did not bring Hua Jeyu up. No one wanted to bring her up. No one dared to. They simply hoped that time would wash away their pain. Yi Futian's life was also a simple and orderly one. He spent his days talking with his teacher and mistress in their place and taking strolls along the lake at night. He seemed to have even forgotten about his training altogether. Time passed and everyone who lived near their place came to know them. An elder came to knock on their door, saying to Hua Fenglu with a smile, "I've grown used to hearing you people play your tune. Why would people like you come to Qingzhou City?" The old man was one who had been through a lot himself. He had ventured outside when he was young and had met renowned people of the Dharma and Arcana plane before, but none of them exuded bearings like that of Hua Fenglu and the others. While he was old, he was able to guess that the lot of them were anything but simple folk. "Have a seat, elder," Hua Fenglu said. The elder did not refuse and entered their home. "We're old, so we thought of coming home." Hua Fenglu smiled and replied to the old man, "Right? Qingzhou City is a small island, and quite a quiet one too." The old man then smiled and asked, "That handsome young man would be your son, I take it? Very good-looking indeed, and he seems to have surpassed you in looks." Hua Fenglu smiled and did not deny any of that. Yi Futian was like their own son to them. But then again, a young man growing gray hair at such an age, I wonder what he's been through. I'm not sticking my nose where it doesn't belong, but if he really has something that he can't get over with, well, time shall be the remedy to all things," the old man said in an advisory tone. He was able to hear their tunes due to living so close by. While the tunes were quiet, they had a tinge of sadness to them. The family seemed to have some stories to tell, so he came just to give them advice. "Thank you, elder." Hua Fenglu nodded. "All right, I've overstayed my welcome and I shall leave you be." The old man left and Hua Fenglu sighed. Yi Futian's hair had been gray every day for as long as they had been in the city. He had had a head of black hair when they came to Qingzhou City, yet his hair was all gray, almost as white as snow even. It was a sad thing for a young person to have a head of gray hair. Hua Fenglu had no thoughts on anything else at the moment. He had only hoped that there would be good news coming from the Holy Ji Palace. He did not want to see people show up suddenly and take Yi Futian away by force. He had already lost his beloved daughter, and he dared not think about any mishaps happening to his student, who he came to see as his son. Qingzhou Lake had always been the most popular place in Qingzhou City. Yi Futian went to take strolls every day by the lakeside and play a tune there. Days passed and there seemed to be nothing much happening throughout the 9 states. But then again, he did not think about any of that as well. Many who liked to go to the lake heard of a gray-haired young man who had been playing tunes by the lake every day for quite some time. It was said that he was extremely handsome. His dashing looks and exceptional bearing worked well with his gray hair, so much so that women tended to fall for him. There had been girls from dubious places inviting the young man to come to their establishments often, yet he had never batted an eye for them. As a result, there had been many rumors regarding the gray-haired young man. Some claimed that he was missing some beloved who passed away or missing his first love, leading him to behave in such a manner. There were those who said that it was probably due to having been betrayed by someone he loved. He was so sad that he spent his days reminiscing the good old days, indulging himself in memories and refusing to move on. However, none of them had been able to recognize him. While he had once been incredibly famous in Qingzhou City, even causing an earthquake there, all that had been a long time ago. The last time he had been seen in Qingzhou City was more than 10 years ago. Those who came to hear about him might not have known him. Even those who had actually seen him all those years before probably would not recognize him due to his full head of gray hair. Qingzhou Lake looked just as stunning that day. A boat moved along the water of the lake and a couple stood on the boat. The man was exceptionally handsome. He was over 30 years of age, exuding a unique charm. The woman was also extremely good-looking. While she was married, that had only added to her charm. Her long red dress showed her figure perfectly. "Teacher Yang, madam." Some who passed by recognized the two of them. It was obvious that they were rather renowned in Qingzhou City. The Yang clan and the Feng clan were both top-notch families in Qingzhou City. Xianxia had supreme talents and looked incredibly dashing, while the daughter of the Feng clan, Feng Qingxue, was just as exceptional in both her incredible looks and talent for training. Many were touched by the 5 years that Xianxia spent pursuing Feng Qingxue. Both of them were eventually married, and it became quite a story in Qingzhou City. Both Xianxia and Feng Qingxue taught at Qingzhou Academy. The academy was no longer what it used to be. A lot of things had happened, and its overall strength far surpassed what it had once been. Both of them were of Dharma plane powers. Feng Qingxue had spent years studying elsewhere before returning to the Qingzhou Academy several years later. Both of them nodded at the person who greeted them, looking amicable. A tune was heard at the lake far away. Both of them turned to the lake and saw a gray-haired figure playing the guqin, and many people gathered around to listen to him play. Qingxue. It's been said that there has been a mystical figure showing up at the lakeside these days and that he plays a tune by the lake before leaving. There have been a lot of rumors about him. Some even claim to witness his hair turning gray in an instant. Xianxia said with a smile. Furthermore, it seems that this guqin master is an exceptionally good-looking man, so much so that few in Qingzhou are able to compare. Many girls invited him to their boats and he never batted an eye. What do you think? Since when did you become interested in things like that? Feng Qingxue asked with a smile. Well, I'm still a dashing man myself. That man is said to be one whom none in Qingzhou City are able to compare to. I'd love to see if that is true. Xianxia smiled and said, What if he actually is better looking than you are? Feng Qingxue asked with a smile. You kinda make it sound as if there's nothing I can do about that. Though he could be better looking than me, he's not going to steal my wife. Xianxia smiled and said. The boat headed in that young man's direction, reaching the shore gradually. Feng Qingxue looked rather indifferent. She did not think of such things to begin with. However, when she came to listen to the tune, she was gradually pulled into the illustration of the tune. It was as if she was able to sense the purity of her youth from the tune itself. The tune was flowing with a mystical charm, capable of bringing the thoughts of those within earshot back in time, reminiscing about their past. Feng Qingxue was unable to help but recall her youth. She was truly innocent back then, but stubborn and unruly as well, missing out on a good person. While she knew that said person would have blamed her for anything, she was nonetheless somewhat dejected whenever she recalled what happened between them. While time had washed the matter away considerably, and having been married, she ceased to recall those times as she once did. There were times when the thoughts hit her and she still had a bit of sadness in her. But then again, there was also a bit of the good times mixed in. Those had been the best time of her youth after all. The guqin master has a very high skill indeed. Xianxia praised as he came to be attracted by the tune as well. He turned to look at Feng Qingxue, who had also been attracted by the tune. He grew curious about the person playing it. The boat gradually came closer and her eyes turned to the figure playing the tune. As the distance between them closed and her sight grew clear, she was actually able to sense some familiarity from the man playing the guqin. Am I imagining things? Feng Qingxue asked herself deep down. It was probably due to the memories being brought forth by the tune. However, her mind remained restless and she shuddered a bit. The tune continued to flow into her ears. As the boat came increasingly close and she listened quietly, memories of bygone years that had never come to mind surfaced. The sense of familiarity filled her mind at the moment. Furthermore, as the boat got closer, the sense of familiarity grew increasingly intense. Feng Qingxue's heart continued to race. She labored to see the face of the one who was playing the tune clearly. The young man continued to play with all 10 of his fingers. Strands of gray hair dangled before his brow, blocking his face. It was not until the tune was over that he began to lift his head up. When Feng Qingxue finally saw his face, her heart shuddered violently and her eyes reddened. She was unable to keep her tears from rolling down her face when she saw the head of gray hair clearly. He was known all over the world. There was no one in the Nandu nation who did not know his name. But she had no idea why his hair was all gray when she saw him again. 10 years ago, Yi Futian had returned to Qingzhou City. Afterward, news about him had come out of Donghai City. When Feng Qingxue had left Qingzhou City and crossed the sea, she had already known of Yi Futian's fame. She could easily tell what kind of man the Prince of Nandu was. At that time he had been so young and yet was already so famous. She had thought that he would live an even more glorious life. Although he had forgotten her along with many things from that time, when she thought of how high he had soared she was still gratified. She had no more illusions about one day marrying him. But why did she have to meet him after so long under these circumstances? Why had this impressive figure's hair turned silver? At the moment, she finally realized the artistic conception of that melody. There was sorrow within the joy. If she had known that meeting him again would be like this, she would have rather not done so. She never would have dreamed that the handsome white-haired youth who was rumored to be on the shore of Qingzhou Lake was Yifutian. What must he have gone through to look like this now? She did not know, but she still felt his pain in her heart. Tears stained her face. Qingxue. Xianxia saw the dazed expression on her face. Why did she have such a strong reaction upon seeing this young man? Could it be that they knew each other? Feng Qingxue seemed not to hear him as she continued to stare at the white-haired youth. Seeming to sense something, the white-haired youth looked up at the small boat that she was in. His eyes were as calm as still water. He smiled slightly as he nodded at her, then turned and left. Feng Qingxue wanted to say something, but as he left she said nothing. She could not stop the tears from flowing. She was much more resolute now that she was married. She was not the same girl as before. But now, in this situation, it seemed that only tears could express her feelings. "What has happened to you?" Feng Qingxue whispered to the slowly disappearing figure. She knelt down and wept, seeming to be helpless. How had someone so young and famous ended up like this? He did not belong in Qingzhou City at all. Everyone fixed their attention on Feng Qingxue, and a strange look came over many of their faces. Feng Qingxue and Xianxia were slightly famous in Qingzhou City and knew many people. Why would she be so sad just from a single glance at this young man? Could he be a former lover of hers? That seemed to be the message of the music that the white-haired youth was playing. If so, would that not be an embarrassment for Xianxia? Xianxia kneeled beside Feng Qingxue and whispered, "Is that him?" He had pursued Feng Qingxue for 5 years. He naturally knew her past, knew that there had always been only one person in her heart, that unattainable genius. Feng Qingxue nodded slightly. Xiao's heart was in turmoil. He would never have thought that the mysterious young man on the shore of Qingzhou Lake was the most legendary figure in Qingzhou City. The funny thing was that the people of Qingzhou City had treated him as a joke. If they had known who he was, who knew what they would think? When the legend of Qingzhou City had returned, he had done so with white hair. Xianxia was uneasy. What had happened to him? Feng Qingxue did not spread the news, and so Yifutian's peace was not broken. He continued to live every day as usual. On the next day that he came to Qingzhou Lake, Feng Qingxue was already sitting in a boat, waiting for him with another familiar figure. Qin Yi had been at Qingzhou Academy all along with Feng Qingxue, and she was still single. She was still just as attractive as before, but she was no longer as immature. She was full of heroic spirit, but when she saw Yifutian's white hair, it evaporated. Feng Qingxue had told her, but when she saw what Yifutian looked like with her own eyes, her beautiful eyes turned red. Yifutian sighed inwardly as he saw Qin Yi. He stopped playing and stepped out onto the front of his boat. "Qin Yi, Qingxue," whispered Yifutian. His silver hair danced in the slight breeze. He was much friendlier than before. You could tell his story with a single glance. But he was no less handsome than before and was even better in some respects. But all that Qin Yi and Qingxue saw was the tragedy. Qin Yi saw him smiling and nodded slightly. She bowed her head as if she couldn't bear to see him like this. He had come back alone, and with white hair, and that legendary girl from Qingzhou Academy was no longer by his side. She guessed some of what had happened, and her heart ached for him. She was so beautiful and outstanding, the embodiment of perfection. Back in the day, when she and Yifutian had walked together, they seemed like a couple. "Jeyu is gone." Yifutian spoke as if he was talking about something that had nothing to do with him. His tone was calm. That one sentence seemed to cover everything. Qin Yi's tears continued to fall. She still did not look at Yifutian but wiped away her tears. After taking a moment to compose herself, she turned to him and nodded, taking in his eyes and his white hair. There was a faint smile in his eyes, but they were still so sad. Qini knew that anything she said would be meaningless, and so she said nothing. She just walked forward and embraced Yifutian. Yifutian was stiff at first, but he smiled and hugged her back. Her body was warm. For some people, no longer how long they had been apart, a single glance, a greeting, or a hug, and time would seem to go back. Their relationship seemed to have never changed. "How long are you planning on staying in Qingzhou City?" Qini asked softly. "I don't know," said Yifutian with a smile. "Maybe for the rest of my life. If he was buried here, it would count as the rest of his life." "Well, no matter how long you stay, I'll be here with you," said Qini. Yifutian smiled warmly. Qini was still the same old Qini. She had not changed a bit. "You're still the same. You haven't gotten married yet." Yifutian was feeling a little better, and so he made a joke. "Then I won't get married," she replied with a smile. Everyone who witnessed this scene was moved. Qin was even more famous in Qingzhou City than Feng Qingxue. She was not only the vice college chief of Qingzhou Academy, but she was also the daughter of General Qin. Many men had pursued her over the years, but she had ignored them all. But now she was hugging that white-haired man in the boat. Feng Qingxue also seemed to have an uncommon relationship with him, but Xianxia did not seem to mind. This was simply strange. Everyone tried to guess who this white-haired man was. Soon there was shocking news. Someone finally recognized Yifutian. This handsome white-haired youth who had lived by Qingzhou Lake for the past few days was the all-powerful Yifutian. The legend had returned, but his hair had turned white. People gasped incessantly at the news. This shocking news swept through the city quickly. Many people guessed that something must have happened. He and his white hair had returned to Qingzhou City and taken up residence beside the lake. Many people speculated that he had met with disaster in the outside world, had been defeated by someone stronger and had thus been driven out. Others thought that it had something to do with Hua Jieyu, who they had not seen yet. Could it be that he had met a powerful foe? Some malicious people even speculated that someone had stolen Hua Jieyu away from him because she was so beautiful, which had led to Yifutian's current depression and to the deterioration of his cultivation. This had caused his white hair. The hero had entered the twilight of his life and had returned home. Most people did not believe these speculations, except for the fact that Yifutian had abandoned his cultivation and thus was at the end of his career. As for Hua Jieyu, if something had happened to her, then that may indeed have caused Yifutian to be like this. Yifutian did not pay attention to any of their speculations. He didn't care. Perhaps he had already developed a habit. He lived his life in a regulated manner, repeating his monotonous pattern every day. However, every day when he went to Qingzhou City to play the guqin, Qin was there. Sometimes Feng Qingxue would go as well, along with General Qin and Uncle Feng. Of course, more and more people were coming to listen to him play on the shores of Qingzhou Lake. They all wanted to see the former legend. But because it had already been 10 years, some of the younger people only knew of his legend from the stories that their elders told. Time passed by without anyone noticing, until one day Yifutian's peace was shattered. A brilliant sword descended into the courtyard of the house where he was staying. A divine sword appeared with the college chief on it as well as two other figures, Yushang and Lulan Shui. They had come with the village chief. Hua Fenglu gazed at the village chief. Since Yushang and Lulan Shui had left the palace, what about the palace itself? Emperor Xia summoned all the saints who were there that day, and they all got to meet with him. "I was there as well," said the village chief. "The ban has been lifted. All the saints of the 9 states can act freely." Yifutian frowned, and a strange look came over his face. Could the ban have been so silently lifted? Then what about him? Emperor Xia ordered that the people who were at the palace that day must not let a single word get out. Otherwise, their holy land will disappear, just like Jisheng Cliffs. "Same with the palace," said the village chief. Now, all the 9 states were inquiring after news of the battle. But Emperor Xia's order had completely locked down all news. If the news got out from one of the holy lands, Emperor Xia would send people to wipe them out. The people of the 9 states knew the outcome of the battle, but they did not know the process. Upon hearing what the village chief said, Yi Futian was silent for a while. The ban had been lifted. Emperor Xia had personally summoned all the saints to the upper realms and ordered them not to let any news of the battle get out. Otherwise, their holy land would be destroyed. The people from the Holy Lands may not have known the specific reason, but they knew that it had to be related to Emperor Xia. Otherwise, why would it be worth it for him to take such an active stance on it? A sacred war had broken out, and with merely a word Emperor Xia had gotten rid of all the rules. Since Emperor Xia had summoned the saints, everyone was paying close attention. But who would dare to spread rumors? This would not just affect an individual but their entire holy land. Once Emperor Xia discovered which holy land the rumor had come from, he would make it disappear. Yi Futian did not understand why Emperor Xia would do this. Was the reason for him sealing off all the news that he did not want to kill him? He didn't understand. What was behind all this? Although Emperor Xia controlled an entire realm, he could not be compared with Donghuang the Great. Twice in the past, Donghuang the Great had sent cultivators to seize people, and he did not believe that Emperor Xia did not know about those incidents. He couldn't even say for sure if Emperor Xia had been involved or not. So why had no one come to seize him this time? Maybe they just hadn't arrived yet? After all, if Emperor Xia wanted to seize him while he was in the 9 states, he could do it at any time he wanted. In addition, Emperor Xia has disposed of Jisheng Cliffs, striking its name from the holy lands of Yu State, and has given control over it to Stone Saint. Xiaxing has also imprisoned Saint Ji for 10 years. For those 10 years, he will not be permitted to leave the Hall of Holy Light, continued the village chief. Jisheng Cliffs had lost both their saints and their status as a holy land. They had been punished for Saint Ji's betrayal of Emperor Xia's rules. Saint Ji had blocked Emperor Xia when Saint Ji had broken his rules. And for that, he had been imprisoned for 10 years. Then who were those 9 people? And who asked Saint Ji to get involved? Were they people from the upper realms? Saint Ji had been at the Saint Plain, and not the beginning of it either, so Yi Futian would not believe it if someone had said he had not had a reason to try and trade his life with his. Those 9 cultivators must not have been from Jisheng Cliffs. The village chief shook his head. Emperor Xia has probably investigated this and already knows, but we haven't had any concrete news of this. Yi Futian nodded and said nothing. After the saints returned from the upper worlds, the Holy Lands called together all those who had participated in the battle and did not let cultivators who do not belong to a holy land leave for several days. They had probably already gotten their stories straight for when Emperor Xia questioned them. Saint Ji, Saint Shihua, and the 6 great holy lands also gathered together, so they probably know the threat, continued the village chief. The 6 holy lands lost a lot of their vitality in the battle. In Qi State, the Qi clan has grabbed a lot of land from the Hall of Holy Light. Some of the top forces in Qi State have begun moving closer to the Qi clan, which has alienated the Hall of Holy Light, purposefully or not. In addition, the forces that are near to the territories of the 6 great holy lands are nervous, so it will probably be impossible for them to raise an army to start a war like they did. Yi Futian naturally understood that when the 7 great holy lands joined forces and surrounded the Holy Ji Palace, the people of the 9 states had thought the palace would be destroyed. The forces under the control of the 7 holy lands had followed along, hoping to gain some benefits for themselves. But after the battle, those that had fought knew what had gone wrong, and those that had not fought no longer dared to target the Holy Ji Palace. Such was the influence of that battle. Many of the holy lands were now nervous, but some were ready to act. For example, the Qi clan saw that the Hall of Holy Light had lost a lot of power and had made an enemy of the palace, and Saint Ji had been imprisoned by Emperor Xia. Such an opportunity was a once-in-a-lifetime event. Everyone could feel that the situation in the 9 states had changed, and these changes might spread throughout the world. Now, the Barren State, which had once been the weakest of the 9 states, had 4 saints. There was number 12 on the saints' ranking, Saint Jiang and Yaya, who had started the sword matrix that had killed Saint Ji. Those who had participated in the battle assumed that she possessed the spirit from Nether Sword Mound, and it was no simple sword spirit. In addition, there were the village chief and dojan. Only the Holy Ji Palace had 4 saints. As for those under the Saint Plain, Yi Futian had not been killed. He was worth an army by himself, as no one could stand against him on the battlefield. How could the 6 holy lands not be panicking? "When will you return?" asked the village chief. Yi Futian closed his eyes. When would he return? The ban had been lifted, but had the danger to him been lifted? He didn't know. He looked at his master and his sworn sister and whispered, "You go on back. I want to spend a few days at peace." "The mistress asked me to follow you," said the village chief. Yi Futian had no one who could oppose him below the saint level, but if those holy lands did something reckless like Saint Ji had done, it wouldn't be good. It would be safer to just watch him. Other than top forces like Saint Shihua and the Great Zhou Sacred King, who if they wanted to trade their lives for his he couldn't stop them, he was probably safe. And even they would probably not do that. "Looks like Yaya still sees me as her brother," said Yi Futian with a warm smile. A strange look came over the village chief's face. "There's one more thing. After the saints came back, the Great Zhou Sacred King and Saint Shihua took a trip to Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple. But Glass Saint had protected it against them, so they left early. In addition, all the cultivators of the temple were nowhere to be found," he said. Yi Futian knew of the Great Zhou Sacred King's obsession. Nowadays, they couldn't easily defeat the palace. Even though they had saints with Yaya and Saint Jiang stationed in the palace, and them lacking Saint Ji, they wouldn't dare make a move. After all, no one knew just how powerful Yaya was. So they had to pick on the weakest saint, Glass Saint. Yi Futian did not return but stayed in Qingzhou City. He lived just as he had before. Perhaps it had already become a habit to him. But what was different than before was that he finally once again started cultivating. Every morning, he practiced martial arts, meditation, sensing the rule power of heaven and earth, and he would occasionally even practice with the halberd. During the day, he would talk with his master and sworn sister, play chess, or take a leisurely walk around the city. At night, he would go to the lake. He spent several months in this simple way. The master and his sworn sister were finally willing to go out into the city with him, and these trivial little strolls made him feel better bit by bit. Of course, he understood that his master and teacher would never forget about Jeyu. He was the same way, so he could understand their feelings. He didn't leave because he had a good reason to stay. He hoped that one day he would not completely forget her, but would be able to let her go as much as possible and find another reason to live. The 10,017th year of the Divine Prefecture calendar gradually came to an end, and at the end of the year, the atmosphere of Qingzhou City became more lively. Many people who had left their homes to train gradually made their way there. The end of every year was the most beautiful time in Qingzhou City, and this year was no exception. Lanterns shone brightly around the lake as boats traveled back and forth across it. On the shores, commoners were selling fireworks and snacks. After all, Qingzhou City was not like the outside world where everyone was a powerful cultivator. There were many common folks here. The melodious sound of a guqin playing carried across the lake. By now people were used to it. From time to time a small, brightly painted boat would drift past Yi Futian. The women in the boat would jeer at the white-robed youth. But there would, of course, be no response. They were used to it as well. This had become a routine for many people. Nowadays, there were fewer people talking about Yi Futian. People are forgetful. No matter how legendary he had been in the past, Yi Futian now was like a commoner. People forgot the stories about him, they just sighed for the end of a hero. They believed that he had met some enemy in the outside world who had ruined his cultivation, and thus he had returned to Qingzhou City to live in seclusion. Qin Yi and Feng Qingxue often came to the lakeside to talk with him, which made people trust their initial judgment even more. Many people were moved by this. Qin Yi and Feng Qingxue must have once had feelings for Yi Futian. Otherwise, why would they be spending so much time by his side now? But some people laughed and said that Xianxia must be really generous. He did not seem to mind and even came with his wife to sit and listen to Yi Futian play the guqin. Some people even secretly said that he was not afraid of being cuckolded by Yi Futian. His song ended and Yi Futian put away his instrument. Behind him, a woman stepped forward and gently draped a cloak over his shoulders. The people around Qingzhou Lake who saw this said that Yi Futian was truly a legend. Even having fallen into this state, he was still surrounded by beautiful women. The woman who had placed the cloak on him had an outstanding aura. She had been with him all along these past few days. It was Lulan Shui. Futian, the moon and stars are shining, and they're reflecting on the lake. Let's go out in the boat. Okay? Said Qin Yi with a smile. All right, said Yi Futian with a smile. Emperor Xia had not sent anyone to seize him, and it seemed like he did not plan to move against him. His mood had gradually improved over the past few days, and he was not as depressed as before. Let's go find a boat, said Feng Qingxue, and she pulled Yang Xiao along with her. After a while, the two of them rowed out while the whole group enjoyed the scenery of the lake. Yi Futian laid in the bow of the boat, looking at the sky that was bright with stars. A few of the stars were extraordinarily bright. Some old people said that when people died they became stars. If the legend was true, then Jeyu must have been the brightest star. Wind blew across the lake. Yi Futian frowned slightly, and then sat up. He looked forward and saw another boat coming towards them. A figure was standing at the front of the boat. Qin Yi and Feng Qingxue stopped talking when they saw this. It was a beautiful woman, so beautiful they could scarce believe it. She stood there calmly, and seemed to eclipse the entire world. The woman stepped out of her boat and came towards them. Yu Shang stood up and started forward, but Yi Futian waved his hand. The woman came up to him. You should all be getting back. Yi Futian made a slight bow to Qin Yi and the others. Let's go, whispered Yu Shang. They were all worried, but they still got into the small boat and rowed away, looking at Yi Futian all the while. When are you coming back? The woman whispered as she sat beside Yi Futian. How is it that you have time to come to this small city, Glass Saint? Yi Futian looked at the enchanting beauty next to him. He was a little surprised. He had not expected Glass Saint to come here. The 9 states are all waiting for news of you, but you are lying here in this small city, playing guqin and spending time with beautiful women. What a leisurely existence, said Glass Saint coldly. What does that have to do with you? Said Yi Futian indifferently. Nothing, of course. Many people died in the battle at the Holy Ji Palace, and their corpses are not yet cold. Your wife died for you. What are you even doing here? Wallowing in your grief? Turning your hair white to show your deep feelings? Said Glass Saint coldly. What a happy life you have, spending it with beauties by the lake. Yi Futian's expression did not change, but the corner of his mouth hooked up in a sinister smile. He reached out and grabbed Glass Saint by her slender waist. She went stiff as she gazed at Yi Futian coldly. Yi Futian stared back at her and said, Back at the Imperial Mausoleum, I promised to take you into my harem. Are you so impatient for that? The eyes of Glass Saint were cold, and she stared at Yi Futian. You are so confident that I won't kill you? Yi Futian, with a sneer on the corner of his mouth, his body pressing closer a few more inches to the Glass Saint, said, Suppose you want to enter my harem, do you think I am interested in you? The two stared one to the other. The Glass Saint was filled with coldness, which made the surrounding temperature drop a few degrees. The lake under the boat even seemed to start freezing. Many people who were close to the lake couldn't help but shudder. How could it suddenly become this cold? Yi Futian seemed to not feeling it at all, pressing his lips ever closer to Glass Saint. She was getting colder and colder. Yi Futian said coldly next to her ear, If Sister Glass Saint is asking for a favor, please pay attention to your attitude. When he finished speaking, the boat he sat on shattered. The two bodies fell downward, and Yi Futian stood up and stepped out to leave. Glass Saint had traveled extensively from the 9 states to this remote Qingzhou city not just to goad him. Now in the 9 states there were many who wanted to kill him and also many who were watching. Probably there would also be many who were waiting for him to return for revenge. And Glass Saint was bound to be the most eager one. Great Zhou Sacred King and Saint Shihua have left the 9 states for some time to go to the upper worlds. As for the reason for their visit, you should think about it yourself. Glass Saint also stood on top of the lake, coldly watching as Yi Futian gradually disappeared. The ban by Emperor Xia was lifted, and the dark tides rippled underneath the 9 states. Yi Futian retreated to the remotely located Qingzhou city because of the death of his wife and had refused to return to the 9 states. The people of Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple were still in exile. Even she did not dare to show herself easily, so the only way was for her to come to Qingzhou city. After all, she was not qualified to let Saint Jiang or the reincarnated Sword Saint of the Void intervene on her behalf. Isn't this a much better attitude? Yi Futian's voice was transmitted into her ear, and the glass saint still appeared quite indifferent. However, although Yi Futian was extremely surly, she did not have any intention to kill him. In a flash, the glass saint disappeared but did not leave Qingzhou city, for she was still looking after the safety of Yi Futian. Not only could she not kill Yi Futian, but neither could anyone else. After they had left, there were boats traveling there, stunned by the sight of the smashed boat. The beauty of that woman was just breathtaking. Was Yi Futian that white-haired youth? Did they quarrel? Even though they were curious, but they could not see it clearly and did not know exactly what had happened. After Yi Futian received the message from the glass saint, he did not change his routine and disciplined life. It was still simple and without variation. Every night, he still went to the lakeshore to enjoy the beauty of Qingzhou city. In the past few days, he saw that many people had arrived in Qingzhou city, including many who were cultivators from the Holy Ji Palace. The ban imposed by Emperor Xia on the 9 states was not a great secret. People of the upper worlds would know about it if they came down. Even if Great Zhou Sacred King and Saint Shihua were willing to pay a great price, there would not be any saints who were willing to risk the displeasure of Emperor Xia to come down here to get rid of him. Then, the people who could be found by Great Zhou Sacred King and Saint Shihua must have only been sages, and those in this plane were not feared by him because of his cultivation at present. In a flash, the year 1977 of the Divine Prefecture calendar had come to an end. On this day, Qingzhou City was in a festive mood. Under the cover of night, Qingzhou City was illuminated as if it was daytime. For lower-level cultivators and civilians, each year's New Year's Eve was an extremely important day. They didn't have an extraordinarily long life expectancy, and they were not in the habit of going into year-long retreats like those who were cultivating in the higher realm. 1 year. In the land of 9 states, it was not possible to have an atmosphere of Qingzhou City. Yi Futian dined with the master, masteress, Yushang, and the others, and once again came to the shore of Qingzhou Lake. This day, Qingzhou Lake was full of fireworks. Its beauty was breathtaking. On this day at Qingzhou Lake, countless couples were holding hands to walk around the lake, enjoying this sweet but quiet time. Yi Futian walked casually. There were some who were playing the riddles and others playing tricks. In this instant, he seemed to have crossed time and space and returned to 18 years ago. This scene was so familiar. "Auntie, I would like a wishing lamp." Yi Futian walked to a stall. "Okay." The woman at the stall smiled and nodded, handing the wishing lamp to Yi Futian, and glanced at him. "How come a young man like you has all these white hairs? Don't think too much. It will age you." "Well, thank you, Auntie." Yi Futian smiled and took the wishing lamp, then came to the lake, putting the lamp into the lake. He then closed his eyes and made a wish. That day in the sacred war, Jieyu's physical body was destroyed, and her spirit drifted away. Hua Qingqing transmitted the message to him that all this was fate and that she would take care of Jieyu for him. Therefore, even though he knew the hope was slim, still he made a wish, hoping that Jieyu was still in this world, even if it was just as a spirit. Opening his eyes, Yi Futian looked up into the sky. The fireworks bloomed and bloomed, crossing the night sky like it was the most beautiful picture in the world. At this moment, Yi Futian felt as if a person was still standing next to him. That girl seemed to have never left, forever in his heart. Not far behind Yi Futian, Lulan Shui and Yushang stood quietly there, keeping up with him. As a woman, Lulan Shui's feelings were more delicate, and she could perceive the emotions within Yi Futian's heart. She knew that Yi Futian must be reminiscing about the past between him and Hua Jieyu. Did they met each other here or did they fell in love here? It was indeed really beautiful here. Looking up at the fireworks, a tear was at the corner of her eye. Why did she leave like this, leaving that man alone by the shore? although she really wanted to walk over at the moment, standing next to him and accompanying him to appreciate the sight before them. She knew that she was not worthy. Even though he was alone, right now in his heart, next to him, there could only be that woman who would never appear again. In Qingzhou Lake, Qin Yi, General Qin, Feng Qingxue, Xianxia, and Feng Ruhai were also present. They were here at Qingzhou Lake for New Year's Eve, watching him but did not disturb him. They all knew that this place contained memories that only belonged to him. 18 years ago today, we were at Uncle Ye's family gathering, and it was on that day that she came alone to find Futian. Feng Ruhai said quietly and seemed to have sunk into the memory of the past. He still remembered that they had wanted to make a match between Feng Qingxue and Futian that day. But that 16-year-old girl appeared, surprised everyone with her beauty, and left with Yi Futian. Presumably, that was the day she and Futian professed their love from one to the other. Well, 18 years ago today, it may have been the day when they fell in love. Feng Qingxue nodded lightly. Time passed by so quickly. Has it already been 18 years in a blink of an eye? Feng Ruhai whispered to himself. I hope that after today, he can come out of his grief. Qingxue, if you have the opportunity to persuade him, say his place is not here. Yes. Feng Qingxue nodded in agreement. How come I feel a little cold? Feng Ruhai suddenly said. Am I getting old? Dad. I feel it too. It must be that it is cooler at night, Feng Qingxue said softly, but she vaguely felt that the coolness was not only on the surface but an unspeakable, odd feeling. At this time, there were endless pleasure boats cruising in the midst of Qingzhou Lake. In one of the most luxurious boats, a drifter-looking middle-aged man laid there and enjoyed himself. There were beautiful women playing music in front of him, and each of his arms was around a woman. These women were dressed scantily, and the softness of their skin could be felt clearly. A woman put the wine glass to the man's lips, and while he drank, his hands touched the woman without care. He even reached inside her skirt, which caused the woman to make a feigned protest, but her body leaned into him languidly. With a beauty in his arms, frolicking in the boat, it was tremendously delightful. With some lethargy, the middle-aged man carelessly looked up and glanced at a figure by the lakeside, where a white-haired youth stood there. In this instant, even though the middle-aged man was still smiling, his slightly squinted eyes seemed to have a flash of lightning, which the woman next to him was not aware of. The middle-aged man was an assassin codenamed Wu Ming, a most powerful assassin from the upper worlds, ranked second in the assassin's ranking list at the Sage Plane. Moreover, he was born of the Saint Plane in the upper worlds. Becoming an assassin was purely a challenge to himself in order to purify his own strength. He rarely accepted missions now because there were too few targets who were worthy of his time, but he was greatly interested in the target of this mission. Yi Futian, Palace Lord of the Holy Ji Palace in the Nine States, Holy Land of the Lower Worlds, a low-level sage who ventured into Juqian Temple and conquered the 9 layers of heaven, dealt a crushing blow to defeat Pei Qianying, who was on the list of Juqian ranking. In addition, there was also a battle record that took place at the Imperial Mausoleum of the Lower Worlds where he faced many of the top sages of the 9 states and demolished the 4 major sages of the Lower Worlds. After the 7 Holy Lands laid siege on the Holy Ji Palace, he was still not killed, but the news about that battle seemed to have been blocked by Emperor Xia. No one knew what had happened. Such a target instantly caught his attention. Nowadays, for anyone below the Saint Plane that he intended on killing, few would live. Even those on the Juqian ranking of the upper worlds were the same. If it was not challenging enough, he would not be persuaded to come. Of course, besides being an interesting assignment, the rewards that the person who issued the mission was willing to pay were also shockingly rich. It broke the record of targets that were below Saint Plane and caused quite a stir. Wu Ming knew that he was the only one here today. In Qingzhou Lake, there were many who were here for the same purpose as him. But he was still confident that the person who killed Yi Futian would be him. At this time, on the shore of Qingzhou Lake, not only Feng Ruhai and the others had felt the coolness. Many people did too. On the shore of the lake, Yi Futian looked at the fireworks in the sky and smiled brightly. Then he stopped smiling and looked down at Qingzhou Lake. Stepping out, Yi Futian had not played the guqin this day, but instead set foot on a boat. The boat drifted forward, like an arrow from a string, shot toward the center of the lake. He wanted to see just who could kill him,